The Project Gutenberg ebook of Rube Burrow, King of Outlaws, and his band of train robbers. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Rube Burrow, King of Outlaws, and his band of train robbers. An accurate and faithful history of their exploits and adventures. Author: George W. Agee. Release date: February 20, 2024. Ebook number 73001. Language: English. Original publication: Chicago, The Henbury Company, 1,890 credits, Richard Hulse and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/American Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Rube Burrow, King of Outlaws, and his band of train robbers. Transcribers note: larger versions of most illustrations may be seen by right-clicking them and selecting an option to view them separately, or by double-tapping and / or stretching them. New original cover art included with this ebook is granted to the public domain. It includes an image of the title page of the original book. Additional notes will be found near the end of this ebook. Rube Burrow. Rube Burrow, King of Outlaws, and his band of train robbers. An accurate and faithful history of their exploits and adventures. By G. W. Agee, Superintendent, Western Division, Southern Express Company. Publishers: The Henbury Company, Chicago. Respectfully dedicated by the author to his comrades and co-workers in the Express Service of America. Some hapless souls are led astray, while some, themselves, seek out the way. Some fall, unthinking, in the pit, while others seek about for it. 'Tis probable, if Satan should strive for the universal good, and close his gates and bar them well, some souls would still break into hell. Preface. Since the days of the James and Younger brothers, bold types of Western outlawry, which were the immediate products of the late Civil War, no banditti have challenged such universal attention as those led by the famous outlaw, Rube Burrow. The press of the country has woven, from the wildest woof of fancy, full many a fiction touching his daring deeds, and manufacturers of sensational literature have made of the bandit as mystical a genius as the headless Hessian of Sleepy Hollow. With the view of correcting the erroneous accounts heretofore given the public, I have yielded to the solicitations of many friends in the express service and consented to give a faithful and accurate history, compiled from the official reports of the detectives, detailing the daring deeds, the thrilling scenes and hair-breadth escapes of the outlaw and his band of highwaymen. Important confessions of some of the principal participants in the 8 train robberies committed, covering a period of nearly 4 years, are also given, without color of fiction or the caprice of fancy. It is the province of this volume, therefore, not to laud evil endeavor, but rather to chronicle the hapless fate of those who, turning aside from the paths of peace and honor, elect to tread the devious and thorny road which leads onto the open gateway, over which is emblazoned, in letters of living fire, the accursed malediction, all hope abandon, ye who enter here. G. W. Agee. Memphis, Tennessee, December, 1890. Contents. Chapter I. Page. Lamar County, Alabama, the home of the Burrow family. Biographical sketch of Rube Burrow's ancestors. 1. Chapter 2. Rube leaves Lamar County, Alabama. His early life in the Lone Star State. His brother Jim joins him. The Bellevue, Gordon, and Benbrook, Texas, train robberies. 8. Chapter 3. The Genoa, Ark, robbery, December 9, 1887 Arrest of William Brock. His Confession 19 Chapter 4. The Pinkertons after Rube and Jim Burrow in Lamar County. Their narrow escape 27 Chapter V. Rube and Jim board an L&N railway train at Brock's Gap. Their arrest and the subsequent escape of Rube 31 Chapter 6. Rube Burrow returns to Lamar County. Joe Jackson joins him in March 1888. Their trip into Baldwin County, Alabama 38 Chapter 7. The ride into Arkansas to liberate Jim Burrow. Failure and return to Mississippi 42 Chapter 8. Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson leave Arkansas. They turn up as cotton pickers in Tate County, Mississippi 45 Chapter 9. Jim Burrow arraigned trial postponed. His return to Little Rock Prison. Letters home. His death in prison 49 Chapter X. The Duck Hill, Miss. Robbery. The killing of passenger Chester Hughes 52 Chapter 11. The cold-blooded murder of Moses Graves, the postmaster of Jewell, Alabama 61 Chapter 12. Smith joins Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson. The Buckatuna robbery 68 Chapter 13. The capture of Rube Smith and James McClung at Amory. Miss McClung's confession. A plan to rob the train falls through. A safe robbery nipped in the bud 82 Chapter 14. A false alarm. The ox cart trip to Florida. The separation. Rube located at Broxton Ferry. His escape 91 Chapter 15. Capture of Joe Jackson 104 Chapter 16. Confession of Leonard Calvert Brock, alias Joe Jackson, made at Memphis, Tennessee, July 19, 1890, and corrected and amended at Jackson, Miss, October 16, 1890 107 Chapter 17. Rube Smith's plot to escape from prison. His plans discovered. The telltale letters 136 Chapter 18. Rube Burrow harbored in Santa Rosa. The Flomaton robbery 142 Chapter 19. Rube routed from Florida. The chase into Marengo County, Allah. His capture 151 Chapter XX. Rube's last desperate act. Escape from jail. The deadly duel on the streets of Linden. The outlaw killed 164 Chapter XXI. Tragic suicide of L.C. Brock, alias Joe Jackson. He leaps from the fourth story of the prison into the open court, 60 feet below, causing instant death. His last statement 176 Chapter XXII. Rube Smith's trial for the Buckatuna mail robbery. An unsuccessful alibi. Perjured witnesses. Masterly speeches. Conviction and sentence 185 Chapter XXII. Conclusion 191. Rube Burrow. Chapter I. Lamar County, Alabama. The home of the Burrow family. Biographical sketch of Rube Burrow's ancestors. Lamar County, Alabama, the home of the Burrow family, has become historic as the lair of a robber band whose deeds of daring have had no parallel in modern times, and the halo of romance with which that locality has been invested has converted its rugged hills into mountain fastnesses, its quiet vales into dark caverns, and the humble abodes of its inhabitants into turreted fortresses and robber castles. The county of Lamar, divested of the drapery of sensationalism, is one of the hill counties of northern Alabama, and takes high rank in the list of rich agricultural counties of the state. It possesses a charming landscape of undulating hill and dale, watered by limpid streams, and amid fertile valleys and on the crests of its picturesque uplands are found the peaceful and prosperous homes of many good and law-abiding people, thus proving that good people are indigenous to every clime and land where the hand of civilization has left its kindly touch. It does not abound in grand and sublime prospects, but rather in little home scenes of rural repose and sheltered quiet. Lamar County was formed in 1868 from the most fertile portions of Fayette and Marion counties, and has changed its name 3 times. First it was called Jones, then Sanford, and, finally, it was named Lamar, in honor of the distinguished statesman and jurist who now adorns the bench of the Supreme Court of the United States. This section of the state, though not until the last decade possessed of the advantages of development which more fortunate sections have long enjoyed, has always had an excellent citizenship. Here, in the olden time, were found ardent followers of the political faith of the founders of the Republic, and while the bonfires of the zealous pioneers of that day and time lighted the hilltops, the valleys of that section of northern Alabama reverberated with the campaign songs of their enthusiastic compatriots. From this section, no less renowned in war than in peace, a large company of soldiers was sent to the Creek War, and a full quota of gallant men went forth to the Confederate Army, 3 companies of which were in the 26th Alabama Infantry, one of the most superb regiments in the Army of Northern Virginia. This much, in truth and justice, should be said in behalf of Lamar County, which has gained an unenviable notoriety as the birthplace of Rube Burrow, and later as the rendezvous of his confreres in crime. When metropolitan places, with well-equipped police powers, give birth to such social organizations as the anarchists in Chicago and the Italian Mafia in New Orleans, and become asylums for organized assassins, the good people of these cities are no more responsible for the resultant evils than are the law-abiding people of Lamar County, Alabama, for the deeds of outlawry of which one of her citizens, by the accident of birthplace, was the chief exponent. The Burrow family, however, were among the earliest settlers of Fayette County, Alabama, from which Lamar was taken, and from their prolific stock descended a numerous progeny, who, by the natural ties of consanguinity, formed a clan amongst whom the bold outlaws found ready refuge when fleeing from the hot pursuit organized in the more populous localities which were the scenes of their daring crimes. Chief among Rube's partisans and protectors was James A. Cash, a brother-in-law. Allen H. Burrow, the father of Rube, was born in Maury County, Tennessee, May 21, 1825, his parents moving to Franklin County, Iowa, in 1826, and who, in 1828, settled within the vicinity of his present home in Lamar County, Iowa. In August 1849, Allen Burrow married Martha Caroline Terry, a native of Lamar County, who was born in 1830. From this union were born 10 children, 5 boys and 5 girls. John T. Burrow, the oldest child, lives near Vernon, the county seat of Lamar. Apart from harboring his brother Rube, while an outlaw, he has always borne a fair reputation. He is of a rollicking disposition, possesses a keen sense of the ridiculous, is a fine mimic and recounts an anecdote inimitably, and, though crude of speech and manner, having little education, is a man of more than average intelligence. Jasper Burrow, the second son, is a quiet, taciturn man. He lives with his father, and is reputed to be of unsound mind. 4 of the daughters married citizens of Lamar County. The youngest, who bears the prosaic name of Ann Eliza, is a tall blonde of 20 summers, and is yet unmarried. She is of a defiant nature, has a comely and attractive face, and is a favorite with many a rustic youth in the Veachine age of the Burrow homestead. She was devoted to Rube, afforded a constant medium of communication between the parental home and the hiding place of the outlaws, and was the courier through whom Rube Smith was added to the robber band while in rendezvous in Lamar County. Reuben Houston Burrow, the outlaw, was born in Lamar County, December 11, 1854. His early life in Lamar was an uneventful one. He was known as an active, sprightly boy, apt in all athletic pursuits, a swift runner, an ardent huntsman and a natural woodsman. He possessed a fearless spirit, was of a merry and humorous turn, a characteristic of the Burrow family, but he developed none of those traits which might have foreshadowed the unenviable fame acquired in after life. James Buchanan Burrow, the 5th and youngest son, was born in 1858, and was, therefore, 4 years the junior of his brother Rube, to whose fortunes his own were linked in the pursuit of train robbing, and which gave to the band the name of the Burrow Brothers in the earliest days of its organization. The facilities for acquiring education in the rural districts of the South, half a century ago, were limited, and Allen Burrow grew to manhood's estate, having mastered little more than a knowledge of the 3 R's, and yet talent for teaching the young idea how to shoot was so scant that Allen Burrow, during the decade immediately preceding the late war, was found diversifying the pursuits of tilling the soil with that of teaching a country school. Among his pupils was the unfortunate postmaster of Jewell, Allah, Moses Graves, who was wantonly killed by Rube Burrow in 1889. Many anecdotes are current in Lamar County, illustrating the primitive methods of pedagogy as pursued by Allen Burrow. It is said that the elder Graves, who had several sons as pupils, withdrew the hopeful scions of the Graves household from the school for the reason that after 6 months' tuition, he having incidentally enrolled the whole contingent in a spelling bee, they all insisted on spelling every monosyllable ending with a consonant by adding an extra one, as dogg, dog, bugg, bug. Allen Burrow served a while in Roddy's cavalry during the Civil War, but his career as a soldier was brief and not marked by any incident worthy of note. Soon after the close of the war he made some reputation as a moonshiner, and was indicted about 1876 for illicit distilling. He fled the country in consequence, but after an absence of 2 years he returned and made some compromise with the government, since which time he has quietly lived in Lamar County. While possessed of some shrewdness, he is a typical backwoodsman, with the characteristic drawling voice and quaint vernacular peculiar to his class. Martha Terry, the wife of Allen Burrow, claims to be possessed of the peculiar and hereditary gift of curing, by some strange and mysterious agency, many of the ills to which flesh is heir, and had she lived in the days of Cotton Mather she might have fallen a victim to fire and faggot, with which witchcraft in that day and time was punished. There are many sensible and wholly unsuperstitious persons in northern Alabama, where old Mrs. Burrow is well known, who believe in her occult powers of curing cancers, warts, tumors, and kindred ailments, by the art of sorcery. Captain J. E. Pennington, a prominent citizen, and the present tax collector of Lamar County, tells of 2 instances in his own family in which Dame Burrow removed tumors by simple incantation. The witch's cauldron boils and bubbles on the hearthstone of the Burrow home, and whether the dark and fetid mixture contain eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog, adder's fork and blind worm's sting, lizard's leg and owlet's wing, or what not, many good but credulous people come from far and near to invoke the charm of her occult mummery, despite the fact that our latter-day civilization has long since closed its eyes and ears to the arts of sorcery and witchcraft. Here, amid the environments of ignorance and superstition, evils resulting more from the inherent infirmities of the rugged pioneer and his wife than the adversities of fortune, the family of 10 children was reared. It is from such strong and rugged natures, uneducated and untrained in the school of right and honesty, that comes the material of which train robbers are made. Chapter 2. Rube leaves Lamar County, Alabama. His early life in the Lone Star State. His brother Jim joins him. The Bellevue, Gordon, and Ben Brook, Texas, train robberies. Rube Burrow's old companions in Alabama recall distinctly the day he left Lamar County for Texas in the autumn of 1872. He left the old and familiar scenes of his boyhood, full of hope and eager to test the possibilities that Texas, then the El Dorado of the Southern emigrant, opened up to him. He was but 18 years of age when he took up his abode with his uncle, Joel Burrow, a very worthy and upright man, who owned and tilled a small farm in Erath County, that state. In 1876 Rube was joined by Jim Burrow, his younger brother, who remained in Texas until 1880, when, returning to Lamar County, Alabama, he married and resided there until 1884, when he rejoined his brother Rube in Texas, taking his wife thither. Jim Burrow was a burly, roaring, roy-steering blade, 6 feet tall, as straight as an Indian, which race of people he very closely resembled, with his beardless face, his high cheekbones and coal black hair. He was in every way fitted for following the fortunes of Rube, and had he not succumbed to the unhappy fate of imprisonment and early death, he would have been a formidable rival of his brother Rube in the events that marked his subsequent career. Rube worked a while on his uncle's farm, but soon drifted into that nondescript character known as a Texas cowboy. Meantime, in 1876, he married Miss Virginia Alvizon, in Wise County, Texas, and from this marriage 2 children were born, who are now with their grandparents in Alabama, the elder being a boy of 12 years. This wife died in 1880, and he again married in 1884 a Miss Adeline Hoover, of Erath County, Texas. These events served to restrain his natural inclinations for excitement and adventure, and it may be truthfully said that from 1872 to 1886 Rube Burrow transgressed the law only to the extent of herding unbranded cattle and marking them as his own. In this pursuit he traversed the plains of Texas, enjoying with an excess of keen delight a companionship of kindred spirits, whose homes were in the saddle, and who found their only shelter by day and by night under the same kindly skies. As he grew to manhood he had given full bent to his love for the athletic pursuits incident to life upon the then sparsely settled plains of the Lone Star State. Taming the unbridled bronco, shooting the antelope, and lassoing the wild steer, under whip and spur, he soon gained fame as an equestrian, and was reckoned as the most unerring marksman in all the adjacent country. With a reputation for all these accomplishments, strengthened by an innate capacity for leadership, Rube ere long gathered about him a band of trusty comrades, of which he was easily the leader. A short time prior to this period, at varying intervals, all Texas had been startled by the bold and desperate adventures of Sam Bass and his band of train robbers, with which Rube was erroneously supposed to have been associated. Possibly inspired, however, by the fame which Sam Bass had achieved, and the exaggerated reports of the profits of his adventures, contrasted with the sparse returns from his more plodding occupation, Rube was seized with a desire to emulate his deeds of daring, and achieve at once fame and fortune. At this time, December 1, 1886, his party, consisting of Jim Burrow, Nep Thornton, and Henderson Bromley, returning from a bootless excursion into the Indian Territory, rode in the direction of Bellevue, a station on the Fort Worth and Denver Railway. Here Rube proposed to rob the train, which they knew to be due at Bellevue at 11 o'clock a.m. Hitching their horses in the woods a few hundred yards away, they stealthily approached a water tank 300 yards west of the station, and where the train usually stopped for water. Thornton held up the engineer and fireman, while Rube, Bromley, and Jim Burrow went through the train and robbed the passengers, leaving the Pacific Express unmolested. They secured some $300 in currency and a dozen or more watches. On the train was Sergeant Connors, white, with a squad of U.S. colored soldiers, in charge of some prisoners. From these soldiers were taken their .45 caliber Colt's revolvers, a brace of which pistols were used by Rube Burrow throughout his subsequent career. Rube insisted on the prisoners being liberated, but they disdained the offer of liberty at the hands of the highwaymen and remained in charge of the crestfallen soldiers, who were afterwards dismissed from the service for cowardice. Regaining their horses, the party rode forth from the scene of their initial train robbery, out into the plains, making a distance of some 75 miles from the scene of the robbery in 24 hours. The ill-gotten gains thus obtained did not suffice to satisfy the greed of the newly fledged train robbers, and early in the following January another raid was planned. At Alexander, Texas, about 75 miles from Gordon, all the robbers met, and going thence by horseback to Gordon, Texas, a station on the Texas and Pacific Railway, they reached their destination about 1 o'clock a.m., on January 23, 1887. As the train pulled out of Gordon at 2 a.m., Rube and Bromley mounted the engine, covered the engineer and fireman, and ordered them to pull ahead and stop at a distance of 500 yards east of the station. The murderous-looking Colt's revolvers brought the engineer to terms, and the commands of the highwayman were obeyed to the letter. At the point where the train was stopped, Jim Burrow, Thornton, and Harrison Askew, a recruit who had but recently joined the robber band, were in waiting. As the train pulled up, Askew's nerve failed him, and he cried out, "For heaven's sake, boys, let me out of this, I can't stand it." Askew's powers of locomotion, however, had not forsaken him, and he made precipitate flight from the scene of the robbery. Rube and Bromley marched the engineer and fireman to the express car and demanded admittance, while the rest of the robbers held the conductor and other trainmen at bay. The messenger of the Pacific Express Company refused at first to obey the command to open the door, but put out the lights in his car. A regular fusillade ensued, the robbers using a couple of Winchester rifles, and after firing 50 or more shots the messenger surrendered. About $2,275 was secured from the Pacific Express car. The U.S. mail car was also robbed, and the highwaymen secured from the registered mail about $2,000. Mounting their horses, which they had left hidden in the forest hard by, they rode off in a northerly direction, in order to mislead their pursuers. Making a circuit to the south they came upon the open plains, which stretched far away towards the home of the robber band. The trackless plain gave no vestige of the flight of the swift-footed horses as they carried their riders faster and still faster on to their haven of safety, which they reached soon after daylight on the second morning after the robbery. The better to allay suspicion the robber comrades now agreed to separate, and all made a show of work, some tilling the soil, while others engaged in the occupation of herding cattle for the neighboring ranch owners. Rube and Jim Burrow, about this time, purchased a small tract of land, paying $600 for it. They also bought a few head of stock and made a fair showing for a few months at making an honest living. The restless and daring spirit of Rube Burrow, however, could not brook honest toil. As he followed the plowshare over his newly purchased land, and turned the wild flowers of the teeming prairie beneath the soil, he nurtured within his soul nothing of the pride of the peaceful husbandman, but, fretting over such tame pursuits, built robber castles anew. While planting a crop in the spring of 1887 he had for a fellow workman one William Brock, and finding in him a daredevil and restless spirit he recounted to him his successful ventures at Bellevue and at Gordon. Thus another recruit was added to his forces, and one, too, who was destined to play an important role, as subsequent events will show. Time grew apace, and Rube wrote, in his quaint, unscholarly way, affectionate epistles to his relatives in Lamar County, Allah, sending them some of his ill-gotten gains. Two of these letters, written on the same sheet of paper, the one to his brother, John T. Burrow, the other to his father and mother, at Vernon, Allah, are here given verbatim et literatim, and show that a collegiate education is not a necessary adjunct to the pursuit of train robbing. Erath County, Texas, March 10, 1887. Dear brother and family, all is well. No news to write. The weather is good for work and we are putting in the time. We will plant corn tomorrow. Me and James will plant 35 acres in corn. We won't plant any cotton, we have a few oats sowed and millet. I am going to Stevensville today and I will mail this letter. JT, when you write, direct your letter to Stevensville, Erath County, and tell all of the rest to direct their letters to the same place. I want you and Pa to keep that money. John, you keep $30 and Pa $20. The reason I want you to have $30 is because you have the largest family. John, I don't blame Pa and Mother for not coming out here for they or to know their business. John, I want you to write to me. I did think I would come back in March. I can't come now. Right. R.H. Burrow to J.T. Burrow. Erath County, Texas, March 10, 1887. Dear Father and Mother, I will write you a few lines. All is well. Elizabetha has a boy. It was born on the 28th of February. She has done well. Mother, I want you to pick me out one of the prettiest widows in Allah. I will come home this fall. Pa, I want John Thomas to have $30 of that money. I want you to buy Analyzer a gold ring. It won't cost more than $4. I told her I would send her a present. Pa, that will take a right smart of your part of the money, but it will come all right someday, for I am going to sell out sometime and come and see all of you. Right. R.H. Burrow to A.H. Burrow. A. Elizabeth was the wife of his brother Jim. We have sowed a few oats, wrote Rube. Whether this was meant as a double entendre, and referred not only to a strictly domesticated brand of that useful cereal, but also to the wild oats which Rube and Jim had been sowing, and which bore ample fruitage in after years, it is useless to speculate. In the midst of seed time, Rube tired of his bucolic pursuits, and concluded to try his fortunes at Gordon again, and on the 10th of May the chief gathered his little band at his farm in Erath County and, under cover of a moonless night, rode northward to the Brazos River, about 50 miles distant. They found to their disappointment that the river was very high and was overflowing its banks, rendering it impossible to cross it by ferry or otherwise, and spending the day in the adjacent woodland, they rode back to Alexander the following night, to await the subsidence of the floods, which, however, kept the Brazos River high for some weeks. Again, on the night of June 3d, by appointment, Henderson Bromley and Bill Brock met Rube and Jim Burrow at their home near Stevensville, in Erath County, and, after consultation, Benbrook, Texas, a station on the Texas and Pacific Railway, 75 miles south of Fort Worth, was selected as the scene of their third train robbery. After a hard night's ride they were at daylight, on June 4, within a few miles of Benbrook. Having ascertained that the northbound train would pass the station about 7 p.m. they secreted themselves in the woods nearby until dark, at which time they rode quietly to within a few hundred yards of the station. Rube Burrow and Henderson Bromley had blackened their faces with burnt cork, while Jim Burrow and Brock used their pocket handkerchiefs for masks. Rube and Bromley boarded the engine as it pulled out of the station and, with drawn revolvers, covered the engineer and fireman, and ordered the former to stop at a trestle a few hundred yards beyond the station. Here Jim Burrow and Brock were in waiting, and the two latter held the conductor and passengers at bay, while the two former ordered the engineer to break into the express car with the coal pick taken from the engine, and again the Pacific Express Company was robbed, the highwayman securing $2,450. The passengers and mail were unmolested. Regaining their horses within 30 minutes after the train first stopped at the station, the robbers rode hard and fast until noon of the following day. Through woodland and over plain, ere dawn of day they had fled far from the scene of the robbery of the previous night, and a drenching rain, which commenced to fall at midnight, left not a trace of the course of their flight. Here the robbers remained in quiet seclusion, disguising their identity as train robbers by a seeming diligence in agricultural pursuits, until September 20, 1887, when they made a second raid on the Texas Pacific Road, robbing the train at Benbrook Station again. When Rube and Bromley mounted the engine, wonderful to relate, it was in charge of the same engineer whom the robbers had held up in the robbery of June 4, and the engineer, recognizing Rube and Bromley, said, as he looked down the barrels of their Colt's revolvers, "Well, Captain, "Where do you want me to stop this time?" Rube laconically replied, "Same place," and so it was that the train was stopped and robbed, the same crew being in charge, on the identical spot where it had been robbed before. The messenger of the Pacific Express Company made some resistance, but finally the robbers succeeded in entering his car and secured $2,725, or about $680 each. The highwaymen reached their rendezvous in Erath County, having successfully committed 4 train robberies. About the middle of November following, Rube and Jim paid a visit to their parents in Lamar County, Allah, Jim taking his wife there and Rube his 2 children. They remained in Lamar County some weeks, visiting their relatives and walking the streets of Vernon, the county seat, unmolested, as neither of the 2 men had at that time ever been suspected of train robbing. Chapter 3. The Genoa, Ark, Robbery, December 9, 1887. Arrest of William Brock. His confession. Express train number 2, on the St. Louis, Arkansas and Texas Railway, left Texarkana, Ark, on the evening of December 9, 1887, at 5:50 p.m., 50 minutes late. Nothing unusual occurred until just as the train began to pull out of Genoa, Ark, a small station 30 miles north of Texarkana. Engineer Rue, on looking about, discovered 2 men standing just behind him, with drawn revolvers, covering himself and fireman. "What are you doing here?" asked Rue. The answer was, "Go on. Don't stop. If you stop I will kill you. And further, I want you to stop about 1.5 miles from here, at the north end of the second big cut. I don't want to hurt you or your firemen, but we are going to rob this train or kill every man on it." Arriving at the spot designated, the leader abruptly said, "Stop." The engineer and firemen were then ordered down from the engine, and the leader said, "Boys, how are you all?" A voice from the brush, where a third man was in waiting, said, "All right, boys." The latter then walked towards the passenger coaches and with a 16-shooting rifle opened fire in the direction of the coaches. The 2 men in charge of the engineer and firemen were closely masked, and were armed with a brace of .45 caliber Colt's pistols, with Winchester rifles strapped across their backs. Messenger Cavan, of the Southern Express Company, put out his lights and, like Brer Fox, lay low for some time. The robbers demanded admittance, showering volleys of oaths and shots in one common fusillade. The heavy Winchesters sped shot after shot through the car, the balls piercing it from side to side, and yet young Cavan held his ground until Rube Burrow ordered the engineer to bring his oil can and saturate the car with the contents. The engineer was ordered to set fire to the car, but before doing so he made an earnest appeal to the messenger, who agreed to surrender, under the condition that he should not be hurt. The robbers were some 30 minutes gaining access to the car. Having done so, they secured about $2,000. This was the first train robbery in the territory of the Southern Express Company for a period of 17 years. Not since the robbery of the Southern Express car on the Mobile and Ohio Railway at Union City, Tennessee, in October 1870, by the celebrated Farrington brothers, had highwaymen made a raid on a Southern Express train. The Pinkerton Detective Agency having been given charge of the Union City, Tennessee, case, and all the participants in that crime having been punished to the full extent of the law, the management of the Southern Express Company called to their aid at once the Pinkerton force. Assistant Superintendent McGinn, of the Chicago agency, reached Texarkana in about 48 hours after the robbery, and immediately repaired to the scene of the occurrence. Genoa is a small railroad station only a short distance from Red River. The winter rains had filled the bottomlands with water, and the dense and impenetrable growth of matted brush and vines, denuded of their foliage, made the landscape a picture desolate and uninviting. Here in this wild woodland came Superintendent McGinn, on the morning of the third day after the robbery, to take up the tangled skein from which to weave the net for the capture of the train robbers. On the night of the robbery a report of the occurrence had been telegraphed to the officials of the express company at Texarkana, and a posse at once started to the scene of the robbery. A few miles north of Texarkana the posse, being in charge of Sheriff Dixon, of Miller County, came upon three men on the railway track, walking towards Texarkana. This was about 3:00 a.m. The three men were allowed to pass, when the sheriff's posse, turning about, commanded them to halt. The latter ran, taking refuge in a railway cut some 30 yards distant, and the sheriff's posse at once opened fire, which was promptly returned, and a score or more of shots were exchanged. The night being very dark the firing on each side was done at random, and no casualties ensued. After daylight that morning 2 rubber coats and a slouch hat were found in the vicinity of the fight, and these articles were subsequently identified as having been worn by the men who robbed the train at Genoa. The hat bore the name of a firm in Dublin, Texas, and the coats, which were new, bore the simple cost mark KWP. Here was an important clue, proving that the robbers had at least purchased the hat at Dublin. Thither the detectives went, with the hat and coats, hoping to have the purchasers identified. Calling upon the Dublin firm, diligent inquiry failed to disclose the purchaser of the hat, the firm having sold hundreds of a similar style during the season. No trace of the purchasers of the coats could be found at Dublin, but the detectives felt that they were on a hot trail and renewed their exertions. To Corsicana, Waco, Stevensville, and other points adjacent they journeyed, exhibiting the coats, with the cabalistic letters, until finally McGinn arrived at Alexander, Texas, as if carried there by that intuition common to shrewd men of his profession, and plied his inquiries anew. Falling in with a salesman of the firm of Sherman and Thalwell, to whom the coats were exhibited, the answer of the young salesman, Hearn, was, "That is the cost mark of Sherman and Thalwell. I put those letters, KWP, on myself." He then seemed lost a moment in thought, and resumed, "We had a lot of that brand, and I sold a coat like that to one Bill Brock, who lives, when at home, at his father-in-law's, 5 miles from Alexander, on the road to Dublin." He further stated that Brock had been away, he thought, up about Texarkana, and added, "At the time Brock made the purchase there was a man with him to whom I also sold a similar coat, and who afterwards went to Alabama, and who I think is there now." Here was a ray of light upon the dark mystery of December 9 at Genoa. The name, William Brock, had been copied from the hotel register at Texarkana, where it was found under date of December 3d, 6 days before the robbery, and was in the possession of the detectives who were on the alert for the owner. A few days prior to this occurrence another detective was shadowing a man in Waco, Texas, who was spending money freely, and who answered the description of one of the train robbers. Following him to Dublin, Texas, the man was ascertained to be Brock, and here the detectives, comparing notes, found themselves in possession of abundant evidence upon which to arrest Brock. Before this was done, however, the important disclosure was made that Brock had 2 companions, Rube and Jim Burrow, and as these men answered the descriptions of the men who committed the robbery at Genoa the detectives felt quite sure that the names of all 3 of the robbers were at least known. Further investigation, however, developed the fact that Rube and Jim Burrow had recently gone to Alabama, and the immediate arrest of Brock was determined upon. At 3 o'clock on the morning of December 31, 1887, 22 days after the robbery, W.M. Brock was arrested at his home near Dublin, Texas. The detectives demanded admittance and Brock surrendered without firing a shot, although he had a .45 caliber Colt's revolver and 50 cartridges in a belt under his pillow, and also one of the Winchester rifles used at Genoa. The prisoner was taken to Texarkana and confronted with Engineer Rue, who thoroughly identified him. He was also identified by parties who saw him in the immediate vicinity of Genoa. Brock could not stand the pressure brought to bear on him by the wily detectives, and in the course of a few days made a clean breast of his participation in the Genoa Ark robbery, confirming the information already in possession of the detectives as to the complicity of Rube and Jim Burrow in the daring adventure. From Brock it was learned that Rube and Jim Burrow had, about November 15, 1887, gone to Lamar County, Iowa. By agreement, Brock had joined the Burrow brothers at Texarkana on December 3d, where all three registered at the Cosmopolitan Hotel, Brock in his own name and Rube and Jim as R. Houston and James Buchanan, respectively, each using his middle name as a surname. They had robbed the train at Genoa on the night of December 9, and while walking toward Texarkana in the early morning of the 10th had been fired upon by the sheriff's posse. Taken by surprise, he and Jim Burrow had dropped their coats, while Rube had lost his hat. After going a few miles south of Texarkana they separated, Brock going into Texas and Rube and Jim making their way into Lamar County, Iowa. On the 29th of December Rube wrote the following letter to Brock, which was received by Mrs. Brock, and turned over to the detectives after her husband's arrest, December 20-29-87. Mr. W. L. Brock, all is well and hope you the same Bill notice everything and let me know Bill I will sell you my place if you want it at 700 let me hear from if you want it I will have all fixed right and send you the title in full let me hear from you soon. RH2WLB. The figures 20-29-87 meant that Rube and Jim reached Lamar County on the 20th and the letter was written on the 29th of December. William Brock detailed to the detectives the history of the Bellevue and Gordon robberies, as gathered from Rube, and of the Ben Brook robberies, in which he himself participated. He seemed thoroughly penitent over his crimes, and, after reaching Texarkana, disclosed the fact that he had about $400 of the proceeds of the Genoa robbery, which he proposed to and did restore. Brock was a rough, uncouth-looking fellow, about 5 feet 11 inches high, weighed about 180 pounds, and was a strong-chested, broad-shouldered fellow, whose forbidding features made him a typical train robber. He was about 31 years old, and although born in Georgia, his parents moved to Texas when he was quite a child. He was wholly illiterate, not being able to either read or write, and the environments of corrupt companionship tended to fill his untutored mind with evil only. Brock made an important witness in the trials of the participants in the various train robberies in Texas, and was afterwards given a comparatively light sentence as a punishment for his offenses. Chapter 4. The Pinkertons after Rube and Jim Burrow in Lamar County their narrow escape. Ascertaining definitely that at the time of Brock's arrest Rube and Jim Burrow were not in Texas, but supposed to be in Lamar County, Iowa, Superintendent McGinn, of the Pinkerton Agency, left Texarkana January 5, 1888, accompanied by 2 of his detectives, for the purpose of capturing them. On arriving at Fayette Courthouse, Iowa, McGinn summoned to his aid the then Sheriff of Lamar County, Fillmore Pennington, a very courageous and efficient officer, and the party left for Vernon, the county seat of Lamar County, about 3:00 p.m., January 8. The night was dark, and continuous rainfalls had rendered the roads well nigh impassable. It was not until 10 o'clock that the distance of 20 miles was made, and the detectives, under the guise of land buyers, reached Vernon. On the succeeding day a heavy rain set in about daylight and continued throughout the day. The weather was, therefore, suited neither to the outing of land buyers nor to a visit from Rube and Jim to the town, as the sheriff had so confidently expected. The detectives kept their rooms in the hotel during the day, inspecting a large assortment of mineral specimens which were brought in by anxious owners of valuable mining properties in that section. That night it was determined to arrange a raid upon the house of Jim Burrow, who had his family in a small dwelling about 4 miles from Vernon, with the hope of finding both Rube and Jim. Accordingly, on the morning of the 10th of January, Superintendent McGinn, at 2:30 o'clock, left Vernon for the house of Jim Burrow. Detectives Carney and Wing were on horseback, with Deputy Sheriff Jerry as a guide. Sheriff Pennington and Detectives Williams and Wilbowski were in a wagon with McGinn. The party drove to a point designated by the guide as being half a mile from Jim Burrow's house. Leaving a guard in charge of the horses, the posse quietly surrounded the house, and while closing in upon the place, just as the day was dawning, the guide informed the detectives that he was mistaken in the house, but that it was another house, pointing to one about a half-mile distant, in which a light was seen. On arrival at the second house, the guide found himself again in error. It was then daylight. The detectives were about to withdraw and get their horses and wagon out of the way before they should be discovered, when they found they were already observed by the inmates of the house. It was then too late to retreat and await the cover of the succeeding night to surround the house of Jim Burrow, then ascertained to be still about 2 miles further on. Their only hope was to go at once and risk the danger of being discovered while approaching the place after daylight. Pushing forward, with great anxiety as to the result, the house they were seeking was soon visible on the slope of a hill near the edge of the timber. Deploying their forces, they advanced quickly, and when within about 100 yards a crushing, tearing sound was heard in the rear of the building. Jim Burrow had discovered their approach and ran so swiftly from the house as to tear the door from its hinges. Shot after shot from the Winchesters of the detectives was fired at the young robber as he fled. Several of the bullets perforated his clothing, but he succeeded in reaching the cover of the woods and escaped, to the grievous disappointment of the detectives, whose vigilance and energy had been defeated through the stupidity of the guide. After this escapade there was hurrying to and fro among the kinspeople of the Burrow family, and preparations were set afoot to apprise Rube, who was then at Kennedy, Iowa, 18 miles distant, of the attempt to capture Jim, and of the fact that the detectives had visited his father's house in search of him. Henry Cash met Rube about 1 mile out of Kennedy and recited the events of the morning. Cash was en route to Kennedy to make some preparation for his marriage, which was to occur the following day. Rube awaited his return, and the two then rode back towards Vernon by bridle paths, and met Allen Burrow, who had appointed a meeting place for the two brothers, that night, near the house of one Green Harris. From this point they started afoot at midnight, January 10, traveling in a southeasterly direction, and before daylight were beyond the confines of Lamar County. Chapter V. Rube and Jim board an L&N railway train at Brock's Gap. Their arrest and the subsequent escape of Rube. On the 22nd day of January succeeding their escape from Lamar, Rube and Jim boarded a Louisville and Nashville passenger train, southbound, at Brock's Gap, a few miles south of Birmingham. Meantime an accurate description of the brothers had been obtained, and descriptive circulars had been scattered broadcast by the officials of the Southern Express Company, one of which was in possession of conductor Callahan, on whose train the robbers had taken passage. He was not certain of their identity, and simply sent a telegram to Chief Gerald, of the police force of Montgomery, to which point they had paid fare, which read as follows: "Have Special Officer meet number 5. Captain John W. Martin, one of the most efficient officers of the force, met the train. The night was rainy, and Captain Martin wore a rubber coat and slouch hat, which completely concealed his identity. The train pulled into the depot just as Captain Martin arrived, and he inquired of the conductor what was wanted. The conductor replied, I think those two fellows walking down the track there, and who boarded my train at Brock's Gap, are the Burrow brothers." Captain Martin at once called to Officer Agee, who was on duty at the depot, and, like himself, attired in raincoat and slouch hat, and imparted to him the information received. The officers then walked toward the men, who were some distance away, and hailed them, saying, "You cannot go through that railroad cut at night." Rube replied, "We are going to the country to get timber, but would like to get a boarding house for the night." Captain Martin said, "We are going uptown and will show you one." Rube, thinking the officers were railroad men, replied, "All right," and, joining them, the four men walked a distance of about a half a mile, when, on reaching the police station, Captain Martin inserted the key in the door, and while in the act of unlocking it, Rube asked, "What place is this?" Captain Martin, shoving the door, which was adjusted with a heavy spring, half open, with one hand, laid the other on Rube's shoulder and said, "This is the office of the Chief of Police, and you boys may consider yourselves under arrest." "I reckon not," replied Rube, and straightway made a break for liberty. Captain Martin grappled with him, and the heavy door of the station house closing, caught his rubber coat in a vice-like grip, and held him fast. Soon freeing himself, however, by pulling out of his coat, he dashed after Rube, who had broken away, and after running some 30 paces, turned and saw his brother Jim down, with a police officer on top of him. Jim, in attempting to break away, had fallen, in the scuffle with Officer Agee, over a street hydrant. At this moment Rube, seeing the officer had started in pursuit, turned and fled like a deer up the street. Neil Bray, a printer, being on the opposite side of the street, joined the officer in the pursuit and was shot by Rube, who twice fired upon him, one of the shots taking effect in the left lung and nearly causing his death. Out into the darkness Rube fled, leaving Jim in the hands of the officers, and scaling a fence some 100 yards ahead he was soon lost to his pursuers. Jim was taken to police headquarters and gave his name as Jim Hankins, and said the other man's name was Williams, and he had only known him 3 weeks. However, while en route to Texarkana, he confessed his identity, and said to Captain Martin, "I am Jim Burrow, and the other man is my brother Rube, and if you give us 2 pistols apiece we are not afraid of any 2 men living." He further stated that while walking up the street from the depot he became satisfied they were in the hands of the police, but as Rube had the only pistol, he having failed to secure his in his sudden flight from his home in Lamar County, he was looking for Rube to make the first break. Rube, however, suspected nothing until he reached the police station. When afterwards chided by friends for his failure to assist Jim, in view of the fact that the latter was unarmed, Rube replied that he thought the whole of Montgomery was after him. The next day, realizing the faux pas of the previous night, and the notorious character of the fugitive, the entire police force of Montgomery joined in the chase. The city, its suburban districts and the adjacent country all swarmed with anxious pursuers. No trace of Rube, however, was found until just before dark, when officers Young and Hill, having searched a Negro cabin about 5 miles south of Montgomery, without result, rode off in the direction of the city. After leaving the house a Negro boy came running after them and informed the officers that the man for whom they were searching had just gone into the cabin they had left. Rube, hungry and exhausted, had seen his pursuers leave the cabin, and immediately thereafter went in and asked for something to eat. Young and Hill rode back at once in company with the boy, and instructed him to go in and tell the man to come out. They were about 30 paces in front of the cabin, when Rube came to the door, and, looking out, saw a solitary horseman in front of the cabin. He deliberately sat down in a chair in the doorway and pulled off his boots, while Officer Young dismounted. Hill had covered the rear of the cabin. Taking his boots in his left hand, Rube held his trusty revolver in his right. His chief forte was a running fight. With the agility of an Indian he sprang from the cabin and bounded away to the swamps, which were distant only about 100 yards, and as he passed in front of Officer Young the latter rested his breech-loading shotgun on his saddle and fired the contents of both barrels in quick succession at the fleeing desperado, when only about 30 yards distant. Rube dropped his boots and hat, and to the chagrin of the officer, when he picked them up, he found them filled with No. 8 birdshot. He had substituted these for his loads of buckshot early in the day to shoot a bird, and had forgotten the fact. Rube carried to the day of his death the marks of the bird shot, which filled his neck and face, but were powerless to stop his flight. 50 yards further on a countryman, who had joined the pursuing party, sprang up from behind an embankment, and was in the act of taking aim at 20 paces distant, his gun being charged with buckshot, when Rube wheeled and covered him with his revolver. His pursuer dropped flat to the earth and Rube escaped. He was wont to revert to this incident frequently afterward and laughingly state what was the truth, that he had fired his last cartridge, and the intrepid courage with which he turned and covered his pursuer with an empty revolver saved his life. Hatless and barefooted, the friendless felon now found himself, at dark of night, in a wilderness of swamp, whose treacherous waters were covered with a tangled growth of brush and vines, and chilled with the winter's cold. Exhausted with the toils of the day's flight, his face and neck smarting with the keen pain of the wounds he had just received, hungry and footsore, his body quivering with the biting cold, could human flesh and blood be subjected to the frenzy of sharper distress than that which faced Rube as he blindly picked his footing through this terra incognita? Plodding through bog and fen, full knee-deep with water, his progress was beset by indescribable perplexities, and so it was nearly midnight when he emerged from the marsh into a field, distant only about 3 miles from the point at which he had entered it. A flickering light in a negro cabin a few hundred yards away, on the slope of a hill, gave friendly token of comfort within, but Rube, fearing that some one of his pursuers might be sheltered there, approached it with cautious step. All was still within, save the snoring of the sleeping inmates, and in his dire extremity the outlaw slowly pulled the latch string which hung without and entered. With bated breath he looked about him. The cheerful log fire alone beamed for him a silent welcome. Noiselessly taking a chair he sat himself before the coveted warmth of the lowly hearthstone, while the old colored man and his family slept on, in blissful ignorance of the presence of their midnight visitor. The robber tarried only long enough to warm his chilled frame into energy for the task of further flight, and after about 1 hour's stay he quietly donned the shoes of the black paterfamilias, and, stealthily drawing an old quilt from a couch in which a brood of pickaninnies slept, all unconscious of their loss, he wrapped it about him, and, stepping silently out into the darkness, resumed his journey. A few miles further on he stole a horse from the stable of a farmer, and, mounting its bare back, rode hard and fast till daylight, when he turned the animal loose in the road, and betaking himself to the protection of the forests that covered the bottomlands of the Alabama River, left no further trace of his course. Here his trail was lost to the detectives, who, after an arduous and vain pursuit of several days, abandoned all further effort in that vicinity. Chapter 6. Rube Burrow returns to Lamar County. Joe Jackson joins him in March, 1888. Their trip into Baldwin County, Alabama. Rube Burrow, having effected his escape at Montgomery, and successfully eluded pursuit, it was supposed by the detectives that he would go down into southern Alabama or Florida, as the presence of himself and brother at Montgomery seemed to indicate. Rube, however, was restless and anxious concerning the fate of Jim, and at once made his way back into Lamar County. Soon after reaching home he learned, for the first time, of his brother's incarceration at Texarkana, and also that his old comrade, William Brock, had disclosed the whole history of their operations in Texas, and particularly of the Genoa, Ark, affair. Rube was heard to say, "Never mind, when I get my partner, Joe Jackson, from Texas, I will wreak my vengeance upon the Southern Express Company." Rube knew, although he had never participated in any of the many robberies which the Sam Bass gang had committed, that the name of Joe Jackson was a terror wherever the fame of the Bass gang was known, and that Joe Jackson was the only member of that brutal band of highwaymen who had escaped justice when their chief, Sam Bass, was shot, with a small remnant of his followers, in the streets of Round Rock, Texas. It was thus he sought to herald, as the comrade he was about to select to fill his brother's place, the guerrilla who had unfurled the black banner at Lawrence, Kansas, under the leadership of the notorious Quantrell, and who had drifted into Texas to join Bass and his unholy gang. While in northern Texas in 1886, Rube had met a young Alabamian who went under the name of Lewis Waldrop. Rube had Waldrop in his employment while herding cattle, and had witnessed his unflinching courage on several occasions while associated with him. Waldrop had, in confidence, given Rube the story of the troubles which had caused him to flee from his native state and seek refuge in Texas. Soon after his return to Lamar County, in February, 1888, he wrote Waldrop to join him there. The correspondence was conducted through Jim Cash, and about the 1st of March, 1888, at the house of the latter, the two men, who had separated in 1886 in Texas, met again for the first time. Rube recited his recent history, and acting upon the advice of his friend, whom he had christened Joe Jackson, the two left for southern Alabama, as Rube had knowledge of the fact that the vicinity in which he was then hiding was being constantly watched by detectives. Leaving Lamar County afoot, the pair traveled through the woods until they reached Columbus, Miss. They went thence, partly by rail and partly by boat, to Baldwin County, Iowa, locating at Dunaway's log camp, on Lovetts Creek, some 40 miles from any railway line, and in one of the most sparsely settled sections of southern Alabama. The trail thither, by the circuitous foot journey out of Lamar County, had been completely covered, and here Rube and his newly found comrade were not only lost to the detectives, but to all the world besides, save the little squad of day laborers who gathered about the campfire at nightfall, after the day's labor was over. This rustic audience Rube was wont to regale with many a humorous tale. Mr. Ward, as he was familiarly called, was the hero of many an adventurous story, and the very life and humor of the camp. Rube's fame had preceded him, even into this retired spot, and he would often bring up the subject of his own outlawry, that he might get an expression from those about him as to the thrilling adventures of which he himself was the hero. After a stay of some 3 weeks, during which Rube and his partner labored not only with diligence but with increasing skill, for here it was that Rube was heard to say that John Barnes, who afterwards figured somewhat in his final arrest, taught him how to saw logs. The camp was broken up, Mr. Dunaway moving his force to a point near Perdido, a station on the Louisville and Nashville Railway. Rube and Joe then, about May 1st, left the camp, for the reason, perhaps, that the locality was more public, and for the additional reason that Rube began to conceive the idea that he could find a safe refuge among friends in Lamar County, and might render some help to his brother, who was then a prisoner in Arkansas. Setting out, the two men walked until they reached Forest, Miss, where Rube purchased horses for the two. At Dixon, Miss, Joe, finding his horse a poor traveler, traded him for the snorting steed which he subsequently rode in the Duck Hill robbery, and which the detectives finally traced from the scene of that robbery into Lamar County. From Dixon they rode via Oxford, and thence to Berry Hills, a brother-in-law of Rube Burrow, who moved, soon after his marriage to Rube's favorite sister, into that section of Mississippi. Here they remained 2 days, and about the 15th of May rode into Lamar County. Chapter 7. The ride into Arkansas to liberate Jim Burrow failure and return to Mississippi. On his arrival in Lamar County, Rube Burrow anxiously inquired after Jim's fate. Jim Cash, the brother-in-law, had visited Little Rock, where Jim was confined in the penitentiary for safekeeping, and had learned that he would be taken about September 5 to Texarkana for trial. Rube brooded over the fatal blunder which had resulted in Jim's capture at Montgomery, and blamed himself all the more because it was against the judgment of his brother that they had boarded the unlucky train. His proud spirit chafed at the thought, also, that he alone, being armed, should have been forced to flee and leave him to his unhappy fate. He therefore resolved, at all hazard, to attempt his rescue. One moonless night in the latter part of August, Rube and Joe Jackson rode out of Lamar County for the avowed purpose of taking Jim from the hands of his captors while en route to Texarkana for trial. Joe Jackson, after his capture, told how Rube rose in his stirrups, as he galloped away over the hills of Lamar County at dead of night, and swore that he would carry the boon of freedom to his luckless brother at whatever hazard or peril. "We will board the train, shoot the officers down, and make Jim a free man, or die in the attempt. Will you give me your hand and pledge me your honor, Joe, to do your part?" asked Rube. "I will," answered Joe, and grasping each the other's hand they rode forth with renewed courage and hope. On to Okolona, Miss, thence to Sardis, through Tate County, and on to Helena, Ark. They crossed the Mississippi River at the latter point, and rode thence in a southwesterly direction towards Pine Bluff, and thence to Arkadelphia, Ark, a station on the Iron Mountain Railway, 65 miles south of Little Rock. Ascertaining definitely the date of his trial at Texarkana before leaving Lamar County, they decided to attempt the rescue at one of the smaller stations on the Iron Mountain Railway, either on the north or south bank of the Ouachita River, where, if successful, pursuit could not be so readily organized, and where the dense timber in the adjacent bottoms would furnish ample cover for escape. At Donaldson, at Malvern, and adjacent stations, these determined men boarded train after train, with cocked revolvers secreted and ready for the bold endeavor, and, finally, moving down to Curtis, a small flag station, they learned that the last southbound train of that date, September 9, was not scheduled to stop at Curtis, and their only hope to search it was to ride to Arkadelphia, 15 miles north. It was only 1 hour before the train was due at Arkadelphia. Rube said, "We will make the trip, Joe, or kill our horses." The men were well mounted, and defeat and disappointment had so far only sharpened their energies for the difficult task before them. This was Sunday night, and Rube knew it was the last train his brother could be expected on, as his case was set for trial the following morning. It was a ride which had the possible alternative of death to the gallant steeds that bore them onward, liberty to an ill-fated brother, or grief and chagrin at the failure of a project on which Rube had set his heart with desperate devotion. Onward they rode, at breathless speed, faster and still faster, till the hilltops of Arkadelphia hove in sight. At the same time the shrill whistle of the engine announced the approach of the train bearing the manacled brother toward Texarkana, and steaming into the railway station, paused but a moment, as if to take breath, and bounded on, leaving the rescuers, who were several hundred yards away, to their bitter disappointment. Chapter 8. Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson leave Arkansas. They turn up as cotton pickers in Tate County, Mississippi. Crestfallen and dispirited at the failure of his long-cherished project to release his brother Jim, Rube decided to abandon all further effort in that direction and set out on the return journey. Joe Jackson proposed to visit Hot Springs, but Rube did not care to expose himself to the risk of being identified by the cosmopolitan population of that American Baden-Baden, and resolved to return immediately to the east side of the river. It has been popularly supposed that Rube Burrow was accustomed to visit metropolitan places, frequent gambling houses and saloons, and, with a reckless disregard of his personal safety, herald himself as a cattle king, or play the role of gambler. Such was not the case. Bold and fearless as he was in pursuit of his chosen vocation, he kept aloof from populous localities. His long immunity from arrest was due chiefly to the fact that, secluding himself in the wilds of the forest and shunning his fellow men as far as possible, he habit the earth like a beast of prey. The two men, on their return trip, traveled in a northeasterly direction, avoiding the public highways wherever practicable. Crossing White River at St. Charles, they rode leisurely on towards Helena, and, under cover of darkness, crossed the river at that point about 1 week after leaving Arkadelphia. Riding up the east bank of the Mississippi to a point about 15 miles north of Helena, they debouched from the river bottoms, pushing their way through bog and swamp for 15 miles or more, over ground never perhaps covered by horsemen before, and where no sign of human habitation existed. The robbers were seeking a secure retreat, and this they found in Tate County, Mississippi, on the farm of Fletcher Stevens, about 18 miles from Senatobia, a station on the Illinois Central Railway. Meantime, the detectives of the Southern Express Company had searched every nook and corner of southern Alabama, made several expeditions into Florida, and had also become satisfied that Rube was not in Lamar County. In the early part of September, the fact was developed that a man answering Rube's description had been seen near St. Charles, Ark, and the trail was taken up and followed into Helena, and thence east of the river a few miles, but all trace was lost in the ride through the swamps, which Rube had correctly divined would foil his pursuers if they should ascertain his presence in that locality. The farm of Fletcher Stevens, located as it was in a thinly settled section, and remote from railway lines, furnished a safe retreat for Rube and his companion, and here they hired themselves as day laborers and began the business of picking cotton about October 1, 1888. Rube was quite an adept at picking cotton, but Joe proved rather an awkward hand, as Mr. Stevens afterward reported, and so Rube, at the price of 50 cents per hundred, earned the larger share of the compensation received for their toil. Strange to state, these men labored diligently and industriously on this Tate County farm from October 1 till about December 1, 1888, never once leaving the place. At rare intervals they would take their pistols down into the swamps and practice shooting at a target with one or two of their white co-laborers, and in a quiet way made some reputation for their skill as marksmen. Both Rube and Joe, it is said, could hit a silver dollar 9 times out of 10, with their .45 caliber Colt's revolvers, at a distance of 75 yards. During their stay on the farm they passed for brothers, Rube assuming the name of Charlie and Joe the name of Henry Davis. Their general demeanor was so quiet and unobtrusive that they betrayed no suspicion of their real identity, and although Farmer Stevens, a very respectable and law-abiding citizen, did not relish the fact that his hired help carried such murderous-looking firearms, he gave little thought to the matter. On or about the 1st of December the cotton pickers asked for their pay, which was given them. Mounting their horses, which were in fine condition from the long rest they had enjoyed, they rode quietly away from the scene of their plodding labors. Chapter 9. Jim Burrow arraigned trial postponed his return to Little Rock Prison letters home his death in prison. Meanwhile Jim Burrow, at his preliminary examination at Texarkana, soon after his capture, admitted his guilt when confronted with the confession of W. M. Brock and the strong chain of circumstantial evidence that had been woven about him. But while ruminating in the penitentiary, during the interval preceding the fall term of the Miller County Circuit Court, he had evidently reconsidered his original purpose and determined on making a defense and risking the chances of a jury trial. Consequently, on September 10, 1888, the day succeeding the failure of Rube and Joe Jackson to effect his rescue at Arkadelphia, his case was called for trial at Texarkana, on the charge of robbery of the express car at Genoa, Ark. His attorney filed an application for a continuance, on account of the absence of witnesses in Alabama, by whom he alleged he could prove an alibi, and his case was thereupon continued, and he was returned to the state prison at Little Rock, pending the spring term of the court. 2 days after his return there he wrote to J. A. Cash and his wife the following letters: September 14, 1888. Mr. J. A. Cash, I am not well but not very sick. I have put off my trial. You send $20 to my lawyers if you get the order from them. Tell Elizabeth and the children that I would like to see them. James, you have all the money on hand by the 1st of October that you can. I will send one of my lawyers back there on the 15th of November, he is about such a lawyer as Frank Summers. You was speaking about furnishing me a lawyer from that county. When my lawyer comes back to you send him to Summers, he will take the case. Don't any of you come out until I write for you to come. They got 3 bills against me for train robbery, and the other 2 for attempt to murder. I think I will come clear. You collect in my money as fast as you can. J.B. Burrow. Mrs. M. E. Burrow, as I feel better this morning than I did yesterday I will write you a few lines. Elizabeth, you all rest easy about me, for I think I will best my case. My trial is set to come up the first Tuesday in March. You have $200 on hand by the 15th of November to pay my lawyers with. One of them is a better lawyer than Frank Summers is. So if you could employ Summers to help them in my case, it would be an advantage to me to have counsel from my own state. Tell Pa that I will answer his letter soon. Tell the children that I will see them again. Brock's trial was put off so he could be a witness against me. Write all of the news. J.B. Burrow to Mrs. Burrow. But Jim, not being a convict and therefore not required to labor, soon began to chafe under the restraint of prison life, which was aggravated by a depressing attack of nostalgia, which soon developed a fever, resulting in delirium. During his ravings, which were continuous for about a week, he talked about his wife and children, his home in Alabama, the stolen money he had hidden, his boyhood adventures and his experiences in Texas, but his statements were so incoherently mingled that it was impossible to make an intelligent narration of them. On October 5, 1888, his earthly career was terminated by death, and his unhonored grave is surrounded by those of such hapless fellows as have succumbed to the rigors of prison experience, leaving their bodies with their captors, while their spirits have slipped through the bars and gone for final trial before the last tribunal. Jim Burrow. William Brock. Chapter X. The Duck Hill, Miss, Robbery. The killing of passenger Chester Hughes. On the cold and cheerless night of December 15, 1888, the northbound express train of the Illinois Central Railway, which left New Orleans for Chicago at 7 o'clock a.m. pulled into the station of Duck Hill, Miss, 25 miles south of Grenada, 13 hours later. The manner in which the engine was boarded and the train stopped is best told in the language of Albert Law, the engineer in charge of the locomotive. He says, I pulled out of Duck Hill Station at 10:05 p.m. The fireman called to me to look out, that there was a car of cotton ahead on the side track. I pulled slowly by, in order to avoid igniting the cotton by sparks from the engine, and when I passed the cotton the fireman said, all right, let her go. I started ahead lively, and presently saw the robbers climb up on my engine from the east side. The smaller man got on first. I thought they were tramps, and was in the act of slowing up to put them off when the smaller man covered me with a big pistol and said, "Don't stop here, go on, go on." I then saw that the men were masked. I asked, "Where do you want to stop?" He replied, "I'll tell you where to stop." I pulled along, and when we had gone about a mile he said, "Stop here, stop now." I put the air on full and stopped as quickly as I could. The little man did all the talking. When we stopped he got down on the ground and fired his revolver 2 or 3 times. The train had hardly stopped when he commenced shooting. The other man said, "Get down." My fireman and myself were then made to go ahead, on the east side of the train, to the express car. Here they stopped us, and the tall man called out to the messenger, "Open up! Open up!" The messenger looked out of the door and the tall man said, "Where is your other man?" The messenger said, "I have no other man, no one here but me," to which the reply was, "Help this man into the car." The messenger, being covered by the revolver of the larger man, extended his hand and helped him into the car. About this time Mr. Wilkerson, the conductor, came out of one of the rear coaches with his lantern, and the smaller man, who stood guarding us, told me to tell him to go back. I did, and the conductor went back, but in a couple of minutes came out again. I saw 2 forms get out of the car. They had no lights. I said, "You had better go back, or they will shoot you, they are robbing the express car." The fireman and I were between the robber and the rest of the train. He kept us in front of him as a sort of breastwork. Someone in the direction of the passenger coaches called out, "Law, where are you?" When I answered, a voice said, "Look out. I am going to shoot." I stepped back from the train and the firing commenced, and I broke and ran for the woods, which were close by. Meantime the robber who had entered the car handed a sack to Southern Express messenger Harris and bade him deliver up the contents of his safe. At this juncture the firing on the outside of the car had commenced, and advancing to the door, still keeping an eye on the messenger, the robber fired 3 shots into the air. Conductor Wilkerson had, on first coming out, taken in the situation, and going back into the coaches announced to the passengers that the train was being robbed, and asked who would assist him. Chester Hughes, a brave young fellow, from Jackson, Tennessee, arose quickly and said, "I will, if I can get anything to shoot with." 2 colored men seated nearby had each a .38 caliber Winchester rifle, and these weapons were quickly gathered by the conductor and his gallant passenger, and loading them with cartridges furnished them by the owners, they went forth to do battle with the robbers. It was Conductor Wilkerson who had warned the engineer to protect himself, and he fired the first shot at the robbers. Advancing abreast of each other, these brave men fired shot after shot at the dark form of the robber who stood as a sentinel on the outside of the car, and who unflinchingly held his ground, returning with steady aim charge after charge from his trusty revolver, until finally young Hughes dropped his Winchester, and exclaiming, "I am shot," fell to the earth. Wilkerson raised the brave young fellow to his feet and dragged his unconscious and bleeding form into the coach, and returning to the steps of the front coach renewed the firing at the robbers. The robber had, meantime, secured the money from the messenger, about $2,000, and backing out of the car, still holding his pistol on the messenger, joined his comrade on the ground, and under the fire of the conductor both retreated to the woods hard by. Chester Hughes had been in charge of a widowed sister, who, with several small children, were en route to Jackson, 10. The sister knew nothing of her brother's participation in the fight with the robbers until he was carried back into the coach, when she prostrated herself in affectionate embrace over his body, from which life was fast ebbing away. The scene was an agonizing and affecting one. The unerring aim of the robber had sent 3 shots through the body of young Hughes, all entering the stomach within a radius of 6 inches, and the unfortunate but daring young fellow lived only a few minutes. The same train on which he had erstwhile embarked in the vigor of health and buoyant spirits, bore his lifeless form to the home of his widowed mother at Jackson, 10. The Southern Express Company and the Illinois Central Railway promptly presented his grief-stricken mother with a fitting testimonial of appreciation for the heroic conduct of her son. While on fame's eternal camping ground their silent tents are spread, and glory guards, with solemn round, the bivouac of the dead, the name of Chester Hughes will be enrolled among the bravest of the brave. The whole country was electrified with horror at the brutal murder of a passenger on one of the great trunk lines of railway, in one of the most populous districts of the South, by train robbers, and it was determined that no expense or labor should be spared in bringing the criminals to justice. General Manager C.A. Beck and Superintendent J.G. Mann, of the Illinois Central Railway, were in Memphis in a special car at the time. During the night a violent and very general rainstorm had prevailed, and the telegraph wires were down in many places. The news of the robbery did not, therefore, reach Memphis until about midnight. The railroad and express officials remained at the telegraph office all night, seeking the details, and left about daylight for the scene of the robbery. The aid of the Pinkertons was again summoned, and several of the most expert detectives of the Chicago agency soon arrived at Duck Hill. About a month prior to the Duck Hill robbery, the United States Express Company had been robbed at Derby, Miss, a station 65 miles north of New Orleans, on the Queen and Crescent Railway, by Eugene Bunch, a man who is supposed by some persons, even at this day, to be identical with Rube Burrow. Eugene Bunch, a native of Louisiana, and long a resident of Texas, bore a remarkable resemblance to Rube Burrow. The description: about 36 years old, weight 170 pounds, height 6 feet 1 inch, light complexion, auburn hair, long, drooping mustache, blue eyes, raw-boned and stoop-shouldered, would fit either Rube Burrow or Eugene Bunch. Apart from this personal resemblance, they bore nothing else in common except the title of train robber. Their habits and methods of life were strikingly dissimilar. Bunch was a man of some education, had taught school in Louisiana and Texas, and was for a long period of time a county court clerk in Texas, while Burrow was a coarse, unlettered fellow, and it may be stated, as a certainty, that these men never had any association as train robbers or otherwise. The Pinkerton detectives, on their arrival at Duck Hill, were unable to find a trace of the robbers. There was no clue from which to begin a search for them. Whence the robbers came, whither they had gone, whether on horseback or afoot, was not known. At this juncture Detective D.C. Hennessy, of New Orleans, who recently met his death at the hands of assassins in that city, and a man of undoubted ability in his profession, having received a descriptive circular of the robbers, telegraphed the officials of the Southern Express Company as follows: description of the robbers received. I am well aware as to who they are, and am satisfied I can get them. A conference was at once arranged with Hennessy, who declared the Duck Hill robbery to be the work of Eugene Bunch. An unfortunate combination of circumstances here ensued to corroborate Hennessy's view. Bunch answered Burrow's description with great exactness. The former was reliably ascertained to have been in northern Louisiana a few days prior to the robbery, and, therefore, within easy reach of Duck Hill. Bunch had an intimate friend who answered Engineer Law's description of the smaller man who stood guard over him at Duck Hill. The detectives had, meantime, traced two men riding out south from the scene of the robbery in the direction of Honey Island, in the Pearl River, a favorite resort with Bunch, and, still more remarkable, one of the horses ridden corresponded with the one owned by Bunch's comrade in Louisiana, who was known to have assisted him in his flight from Derby, Miss. The chase that followed, therefore, under the leadership of the Pinkertons, was organized to find Bunch, and not Burrow. From New Orleans to Texas, to Monterey and Mexico City, to Los Angeles and San Diego, and even to San Francisco, the detectives pursued Bunch until, just as his capture seemed certain at San Francisco, he eluded the detectives by taking a Pacific Coast steamer. The chase was then, after months of labor, abandoned. Meantime, in a quiet way, the detectives of the Southern Express Company were at work on the theory that Rube Burrow was the leader in the robbery at Duck Hill. It was discovered that Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson rode away from the farm of Fletcher Stevens in Tate County, Miss, on December 1, 1888, and after paying a visit to Rube's brother-in-law, Berry Hill, who lives 18 miles from Oxford, proceeded to Water Valley, Miss, where they spent the night, and that going thence to Duck Hill they robbed the train in the manner described. After mounting their horses, tethered in the woods some half a mile from the spot on which the robbery occurred, they rode through a drenching rain a distance of 40 miles by daylight. The next day they camped in the brush, divided the spoils of the robbery, and at sundown resumed their journey. After another hard night's ride they reached the vicinity of the Pearl River, near Philadelphia, Miss. Here, fearing the news of the deed at Duck Hill had preceded them, and that the detectives might be in waiting at the bridge, they turned their horses into the swamps and 2 miles north of the bridge swam the swollen current of Pearl River. Reaching the opposite bank, they continued their journey through the wilds of the forest for a few miles, and turning from the southwesterly course on which they had ridden for 2 days, they rode in a northeasterly direction, traveling most of the distance at night, until they reached Lamar County. Here they remained in quiet seclusion until the tragic event recorded in the next chapter occurred. Chapter 11. The cold-blooded murder of Moses Graves, the postmaster of Jewell, Alabama. The reader may well ask what the detectives of the Southern Express Company were doing while these men remained in Lamar County and the adjacent country, from the time of the Duck Hill robbery until the summer of 1889. In the contiguous counties of Lamar, Fayette, and Marion the kindred of the Burrow family abounded on every hand. The homes of his kinsmen, notably Cash, Terry, Barker, Smith, and Hankins, not only furnished a safe refuge for the robbers, but they were worshipped as heroes, and each household vied with the other in its fealty and loyalty to the robber chief. Rube never robs a poor man, they were often wont to say, forgetting that one never gets blood out of a turnip. These people were of a thriftless, restive spirit, and among them were many shrewd and cunning natures, who became the paid scouts of the outlaws. A code of signals was established, and the appearance of a detective or a stranger of any kind in that section was at once ascertained, and the information conveyed to the outlaws. The firing of a gun in a certain locality, the cracking of a whip, the blowing of a horn, and the deep-toned ahoo, as well as scores of other signals, all had their meaning. They gave the fugitives warning of the approach of danger, and so, when occasional raids were made, a house was surrounded, a trail was covered, or some solitary scout from among Rube's clansmen was encountered, the stillness of the air would be broken by a signal which plainly told the detectives that their presence was known and the robbers were on the alert. It was even impossible to trail the messengers who carried rations to the robbers while in camp, for these were stored in the crevices of rocks and in the trunks of trees, from which coverts, at propitious times, the food would be taken. Detective Jackson once followed Jim Cash, with a supply of provisions, to a ravine some distance from Cash's house, and saw them hidden away in the cavernous depths of a hollow log. He concealed himself within 100 yards of the spot, and, knowing Rube was in that locality, felt sure he would be able to pick him off with his trusty Winchester when he came for his rations. Jackson crouched behind the huge trunk of a tree, in breathless expectation of Rube's appearance, when a shot fired from the vicinity of Cash's house dashed his hopes. Half an hour later Cash walked cautiously down the hill, took the food away, and tied a flaming red cloth to the top of an adjacent bush, thus exhibiting for Rube the red signal of danger. Cash had, on his return, with the cunning of his class, discovered strange footsteps on his trail, and rightly divined that his movements had been watched. Although the detective took down the signal, Rube had doubtless seen it. If not, acting on the signal previously given, Rube missed his dinner that day. Thus fed and harbored, the outlaws remained in Lamar County and the adjacent country all the spring and summer of 1889, without any event of note occurring until on the 7th of July, when Rube Burrow murdered, in cold blood, the postmaster of Jewell. Rube had concluded that a wig and false whiskers were necessary in his line of business. His robberies were now of such frequent occurrence that he sought to disguise himself more closely, and after writing for a catalogue and selecting what he desired in that line, he wrote the following letter to a Chicago house, June 1, 1889. Mr. Stroll, I just received your catalogue of wigs and will order wig and bird. Please ship one set of bird, 4 or 5 inches and one wig, color of goods light red, slightly gray, and cropped hair. Ship goods to Soligent, Express Office, ship at once, Lamar County, Allah, 2 W. Kane. P.S. Please find $5 enclosed. IHAV no sample of hair. Rube had written for the catalogue and for the wig in the name of W. Kane. The former letter was written from Jewell Post Office, and as the name Soligent was not plainly written, the shipper sent the parcel containing the wig and beard by mail to Jewell. Meantime Jim Cash had made several inquiries for the catalogue to Kane's address before it arrived. On the arrival of the parcel containing the wig and whiskers, the wrapper being torn, the contents were exposed. Naturally, great curiosity was excited as to the ownership of these queer-looking articles. The rumor soon gained currency that Jim Cash had been inquiring for mail for W. Kane. The postmaster recalled having delivered him the catalogue, and this parcel was supposed to be his property. Cash was told that the contents had been examined, and that the postmaster declared he intended to arrest the party who called for the parcel. When this information was imparted to him by Cash, Rube became greatly enraged. He swore he would go to the post office in person, get the mail, and kill Graves. Accordingly he left the home of his brother-in-law, Cash, about daylight on the 7th of July for Jewell, Allah, distant about 6 miles. Rube was known to Moses Graves, who kept the post office in connection with a country store, and who was a quiet and inoffensive citizen. Rube arrived at Jewell early, but the full-orbed day was not a fit time for the execution of the dark deed upon which he was bent. He lurked about the outskirts of the quiet little village until the shades of night had begun to fall, and creeping, with the stealthy step of the assassin, towards the post office, he entered. Moses Graves, the postmaster, and Rube, companions and playmates in their boyhood, stood face to face, and exchanging a silent recognition, Rube said, "Have you any mail for W. Kane?" "Yes," answered Graves, "but I cannot deliver it to you." Instantly Rube drew his heavy revolver and fired, the ball entering the stomach and piercing him through and through. "I'll teach you how to open my mail," said Rube. Graves staggered towards a chair, and falling into it, said, "Rube Burrow, you have killed me." The murderer then turned, and leveling his pistol at the head of a young girl who was an assistant in the post office, said, "Get my mail or I will blow your head off." The frightened creature, in her terror, could not find the parcel until Graves, pointing to it with uplifted hand, bade her get it, and sinking to the floor soon expired. Graves' wife, at the firing of the shot which killed her husband, rushed in from an adjoining room. Despite Rube's threat to kill her if she entered, she flew to the assistance of her dying husband. He was conscious, however, long enough for his ante-mortem statement to be carefully taken, in the presence of witnesses, certifying to the fact that Rube Burrow was his murderer. Rube walked out of the town unmolested, and at 10 o'clock that night reached the house of Jim Cash, his hands stained with the blood of one of Lamar County's most respected citizens, the perpetrator of a deed as wanton and as cold-blooded as ever blackened the annals of crime. Rube and Joe were not amiss in surmising that the officers of the law would swoop down upon them. As soon as Rube returned to Jim Cash's, about 10 o'clock that night, he informed Joe Jackson, his partner, of the events of the evening. The latter had advised strongly against the policy of taking Graves' life, and warned Rube of the consequences, but Rube's spirit was full of revenge, and he determined upon the murder. All of northern Alabama was aroused with indignation at the cruel and wanton murder, and ex-Sheriff Pennington, heading a posse of determined citizens, went into the Burrow neighborhood a few days afterward and made an earnest endeavor to capture the outlaws. Too much praise cannot be accorded this brave and gallant man, and had the laws of Alabama admitted his re-election to a second term, it is more than probable that the career of these train robbers in Lamar County would have been less bold and protracted. The homes of Allen Burrow, John T. Burrow and Jim Cash were all raided, and these men, who were openly aiding and abetting the outlaws, were arrested and taken to the Vernon jail. Threats of releasing the prisoners reached the officers, and the excitement grew with each passing hour. A strong guard was put around the Vernon jail to prevent this, and at the same time it was whispered that the prisoners were in imminent danger of being lynched. At this juncture the governor of Alabama, in answer to a call made upon him by the sheriff of Lamar County, sent a military company from Birmingham to keep the peace. The troops remained at Vernon pending the arraignment and trial of these men, who were released, however, under bond, and being subsequently tried, were acquitted of the charge of being accessory to the murder of the postmaster. Chapter 12. Rube Smith joins Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson the Buckatuna robbery. The murder of the postmaster at Jewel, Allah, was done by Rube Burrow in a spirit of bravado, and, doubtless, with the design of terrorizing the law-abiding people of that section into such a state of timidity as would give additional safety to his chosen place of refuge, and at the same time knit him all the more closely to the lawless band of his followers, who not only connived at his crimes but profited from the spoils of his misdeeds. Despite the vigilant and unremitting search of the detectives, the presence of the bandit in Lamar County had not been definitely known until the murder of Graves occurred. The officials of the Southern Express Company determined, therefore, to either capture Rube or drive him from Lamar County. The task was a difficult one, in view of the fact that Rube never slept under a roof nor broke bread at any man's table in Lamar County after the murder at Jewel. Soon thereafter, when invited by his father to come into his house, on one occasion, he refused, saying, "I might as well give myself up." Detectives Jackson and Burns, of the Southern Express Company, about this time went into Lamar County and literally camped there. They endeavored by every possible means to discover the whereabouts of the outlaws by shadowing the persons who communicated with them from time to time, but the army of scouts in the Secret Service of the cunning desperado was so well trained, the field in which they operated so extensive, that the only result obtained was to force them to leave. About September 1 Rube and Joe concluded to depart. A few days before their departure, however, Mrs. Allen Burrow brought Rube a message from Rube Smith, to the effect that the latter wanted to see him. Rube Smith is a son of James Smith, who lives in Lamar County, near Cruz Station, and about 8 miles from the home of Allen Burrow. He is a first cousin of the Burrow brothers. Smith was about 28 years old, 5 feet 8 inches high, weighed 160 pounds, and bore a very bad reputation in all that section. He had never followed any legitimate occupation, except that, for a short period in 1883, he had been an itinerant photographer, moving about from place to place, and making cheap photographs in country towns of northern Alabama. In the fall of 1888, however, he was indicted, with James McClung and James Barker, an uncle, for robbery from the person of a Mr. Johnson, a respectable old farmer of Lamar County. Smith and party went to Farmer Johnson's home about nightfall, with their faces masked, and at the point of their revolvers demanded his money. The old man, hesitating, was cruelly beaten, and at last divulged the hiding place of his money, some $300, which the robbers secured. They left their victim bleeding and maimed, lying upon the floor, where he remained until the next morning, when kindly neighbors came to his assistance. Rube Smith then became a fugitive from justice. Burrow, knowing of the presence of the detectives in the vicinity, suspected that Smith was being used by the officers to entrap him. After considering the matter several days, he sent, through his sister, a message to Rube Smith that he would meet him at the hour of midnight, September 4, in Fellowship Churchyard, a point about 4 miles from Vernon. Thither Burrow and Joe Jackson repaired early after dark, on that night, for the purpose of forestalling any plan which the detectives might have to capture them through Smith. The watch was set, and each, by turn, stood sentinel in this quiet and lonely spot, awaiting the appointed hour. Smith, in due course, appeared as agreed. He was alone, and Burrow was soon assured that his proposal to join him was genuine. There, in the graveyard of Fellowship Church, where the body of the famous outlaw now lies buried, at the solemn hour of midnight, the compact which linked Rube Smith's fortunes with his own was made. There was no subscribing to the black oath, no signing in letters of blood, but with the skillfulness of a master Rube Burrow inducted his young kinsman into the office of train robbing to which he had elected him. He described the preliminary step of boarding the engine and getting the drop, the method of holding up, and all the subtle artifices of the craft, in such a masterly style that the new recruit smacked his lips in anticipation of the rich dish spread before his mental vision, and, after the manner of little Jack Horner, he mentally put in his thumb, and pulled out a plum, and said, "What a good boy am I!" Setting out, therefore, with the twofold object of avoiding the detectives in Lamar County, and of robbing a train, the three men journeyed southward, but without any particular destination in view. Going down the west bank of the Tombigbee River, they traveled a distance of about 150 miles, to Buckatuna, Miss, on the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, 73 miles north of Mobile. After a careful deliberation of the matter, Rube Burrow selected Ellisville, Miss, a point on the Queen and Crescent Railway, 65 miles south of Meridian, and distant 55 miles east across the country, as the point for making his seventh train robbery. Leaving the Mobile and Ohio Railway at Buckatuna on the 14th day of September, the men walked towards Ellisville, arriving there on the night of the 17th of September. Here Rube Burrow concluded, after finding there were 3 trains daily each way on that road, that there was no money in robbing a train on the Queen and Crescent Railway. He argued that the shipments would be divided up between the several trains, and no one train would carry much money. He had been so often disappointed in the amounts obtained that he was now planning, with great care, to make a big haul. He concluded, therefore, to reverse his course, return to Buckatuna, and rob the Mobile and Ohio, as the schedule on that line indicated only a single daily express train each way. Accordingly the robbers resumed their journey towards Buckatuna, through the Free State of Jones. The county of Jones, Miss, bears to this day the appellation of the Free State of Jones. During the late Civil War the county seceded from the Confederacy and set up an independent government of its own. Here, in the famous Boghomer Swamp, which covers 1/3 of the area of the county, hundreds of Mississippians and Alabamians from across the border declared themselves non-combatants, and gathering their families about them, set up a military government of their own. Fortified within this inaccessible wild land, by the aid of their flintlocks, they defied Confederate and Federal alike, and in the solitude of a peacefulness disturbed only by an occasional unsuccessful raid upon them, lived on, unmindful of the fate of the Republic. One may ride, at this day, over the public road, so called, from Ellisville to Buckatuna, 60 miles, and in all that distance he will find no sign of human habitation save at intervals of 10 miles or so a rude log hut, and here and there a rosin orchard. Through this lonely woodland, to the music of the soughing pines, Rube Burrow, Joe Jackson and Rube Smith wended their way from Ellisville to Buckatuna. On Sunday night about dark they reached an abandoned log cabin on the farm of one Neil McAllister, a very intelligent colored man, who lives 3 miles from Buckatuna Station. Neil found the men snugly quartered in this outhouse early Monday morning, and had frequent interviews with them during their stay of 48 hours on his premises. The robbers visited a trestle at Buckatuna Creek, 2 miles south of the station of that name, during Monday, and, after carefully maturing their plans, agreed to rob the southbound express train, due on Wednesday, September 25, about 2:30 a.m., at the trestle, 1.5 miles south of the station. Leaving Neil McAllister's cabin soon after dark, the trio passed through Buckatuna and went to the trestle, where they remained until the northbound train passed at midnight. Rube Burrow and Rube Smith then walked to the station, where, on the arrival of the southbound train, in charge of conductor Scholes and engineer Therill, the two men quietly boarded the engine as it pulled out from the station. The cool and determined manner in which the work was done is well described by Zach Therill, the engineer, in his statement taken by the express officials next day. Statement of Engineer Therill. Just as I was pulling out of Buckatuna I heard a voice on my engine, and I thought the fireman was speaking to me. I turned to find the fireman and myself covered with pistols by 2 men. The larger of the 2 men, who had his pistol presented at me, said, "Pull on out." After I had run several hundred yards he said, "Don't be uneasy." I told him I was not uneasy. He said, "I am going to rob this train or kill every man on it. Stop the train on the trestle beyond the bridge, so the passengers can't get off. I will kill everyone that hits the ground." I stopped as directed, and was ordered to get down from the engine. When I got down, there was a man standing opposite the gangway on the ground, whom I will designate as number 3. He backed towards the express car door. The man number 1, who had been on the engine, said, "Call the express messenger." Just then robber number 3, who was in front, covered the messenger, who was sitting on the opposite side of the car, with his back toward us. The conductor came out at this moment and asked what was the matter. The big man, number 1, then fired a shot over my head towards the conductor and said, "Get back or I will kill you." The messenger had not yet opened the door, but was covered by the pistol of number 3. The big man, number 1, then covered the messenger as soon as he had shot. The fireman was standing behind me, with a coal pick, covered by number 2, who had been on the engine. The messenger shoved the grated door back, the wooden or outside door being already open. The messenger could not have stepped aside, as he was covered by 2 pistols. Number 1 then said, "Give me your hand and pull me in the car. Handle my hand carefully, as there are corns on it." He was in the car 5 or 6 minutes. Just after he got in the car the conductor again called to know what was the matter. Number 3 said, in a low tone of voice, "Look out, I will settle him." He went forward a few paces, called out "Come and see," squatted, and fired one shot. He then got up, ran forward about 10 feet, and laid down flat on his stomach. He laid there until number 1, in the car, told the messenger to get out of the car, which he did, in front of the robber, who gave him the bag with its contents to hold, while he himself got out. Number 1 then said to me, "Go to the engine with me and pull the mail car off the trestle." I told him it was off, and told him if it was not off I did not have steam enough to move the train. He then said to number 2, "Take the fireman to the engine," and added, "Wait, I will go with you." He told the fireman to get on the engine, and told me to stay on the ground. He told the fireman to get his fire started, ordered number 2 to stay with the fireman, and instructed me to go with him to the mail car. He told the fireman, before he started off, not to move the engine until he came back, and said he would kill me if it started. I went back to the mail car as instructed, and when we got to the express car he instructed number 3 to bring the messenger up to the mail car. Number 3 took the bag from the messenger as soon as he struck the ground. I called the mail agent, as instructed, who was inside of the car. As soon as he appeared he was covered by number 1, who ordered me to go into the mail car ahead of him, which I did. He ordered the mail agent to get up his registered letters, and said to him, "You have been hiding them." The mail agent replied, "No, I have only turned the light down." The mail agent showed him the registered mail, saying, "There it is," and added, "You are doing the worst thing you ever did in your life. You will get the U.S. government after you, and there are not $20,000 in the pile." "That don't make any difference," said the robber, "I will take them anyhow." He left the car and said to the mail agent, "If you don't want to get hurt, shut the door and keep it shut until the train leaves here." He gave the packages he got out of the mail car to number 2, who was guarding the fireman, and told me to get up on my engine and pull out. I had started up on the engine when he told me to sit in the gangway between the tender and engine. Number 1 then said, "Do anything you want to get steam up." We were there 10 minutes getting up steam. During that time he said he worked on a section once, though not on this road, and was discharged and a Negro put in his place. He then decided not to work any more for a living. He said he had been around towns and had heard people say what they would do if they were held up. "What can a man do?" I asked, "in the fix you have me in?" "Do as I tell you," he replied. When I got steam up he said, "Hurry up to State Line, and send a message up and down the road, so they can get after us. Tell the operator I say to hurry up about it. Tell the boss of those cars, meaning the express cars, to put steps on them, or I will stop robbing them. Don't ring the bell or blow the whistle," he concluded, "or I will shoot into the engine." He told me, going down to the bridge, that he came here to rob this train because there was a boast in the papers last spring that he could not rob it, and he just wanted to show them what he could do. The other 2 men, while we were talking at the engine, had gone out in the bushes. While going to the engine with me he told number 3 to put the messenger back in his car. When I got on the engine to start he said, "Holler to those boys on the other side, and tell them to get back from the train." I thought he referred to his men, but saw none. In coming down from the station he said he had men and tools to do the job with. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The man described by Engineer Thuril as number 1 is easily recognized as Rube Burrow, number 2 as Joe Jackson, and number 3 as Rube Smith. The trestle at which the robbery was committed was undergoing repair by a force of bridge men, and the train was in the habit of stopping and then proceeding slowly across it. When the train stopped, therefore, Messenger Dunning supposed it was on account of the bad condition of the trestle, and gave little thought to the matter. When hailed by the engineer, who had been instructed by the robbers to call him to the door, the messenger found himself, on facing about, covered by revolvers through the grated or iron-barred door of the car, the outer wooden door being open. "Hold your hands down, and come to the door, or I will kill you," said Burrow. A shot from the pistol of one of the robbers on the outside of the car gave emphasis to the highwayman's request, and when the grated door was pushed back, as ordered by Rube Burrow, he got in the car and, handing a sack to the messenger, said, "Put your money in there. Hurry up. I have no time to lose." Securing $2,685 from the express car, Burrow then went to the mail car and called for the registered mail. Mail agent Bell had been collecting the registered matter, preparatory to leaving the car with it, when Rube entered and demanded it. The registered mail, which contained $795, was taken, making the total amount secured $3,480, or $1,160 each. In stopping the train, the passenger coaches had been left on the trestle so as to prevent anyone reaching the ground, 20 feet below, and making an attack from that quarter. The shots fired soon after the train was halted, 2 of which took effect in the steps of the coach on which conductor Scholes stood, silenced further inquiry, and the work was completed without molestation. When Burrow joined his comrades, after leaving the mail car, he seemed anxious to have the train start. During the run from the station down to the trestle, he had forbidden the firemen to put any coal in the firebox, and, hence while the train was being robbed, so much steam was lost that it was 10 minutes after the robbery was over before sufficient steam was obtained to get under headway. Finally the train resumed its onward course, and Burrow, sending a few parting shots of humor after Engineer Thurill, joined his comrades who were anxiously awaiting his coming in the brush a few yards distant. The train dispatcher's record of that day bore the simple explanation, "Number 5 delayed 30 minutes at Buckatuna Trestle, getting robbed." The news of the robbery brought the officials of the express and railroad companies by special train to the scene. Posses were at once organized and sent in pursuit. It was evident that the work was that of Rube Burrow. "I will rob this train or kill every man on it" was the identical expression used at Genoa and at Duck Hill. His disposition to be humorous, in fact, every detail of the robbery gave evidence of his identity as the leader. The robbers were traced from the scene of their crime in an easterly course. Bloodhounds were used in the pursuit, but the trail being cold they were abandoned. The detectives, however, quietly took up the trail and followed it towards Demopolis, Allah. At this point it was found that Rube Smith separated from the other men about October 5, and went by rail into Lamar County. Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson continued their journey afoot, and traveling by easy stages reached Lamar County on the night of October 23, impelled by some strange fancy to return to the spot from which they had been so recently rooted, and from which they were soon to depart again. Detective T.V. Jackson. Chapter 13. The capture of Rube Smith and James M. Klung at Amory. Miss M. Klung's confession. A plan to rob the train falls through. A safe robbery nipped in the bud. When the Buckatuna robbery of September 25, 1889, occurred, the fact that 3 men participated in that deed proved that a third man had joined Rube Burrow since his last robbery at Duck Hill, on December 15, 1888, and the identity of the third man puzzled the detectives of the Express Company for some weeks. An accurate description, however, of all 3 of the men had been obtained, and Detective Thomas Jackson, after a visit into Lamar County a few weeks after the robbery, became convinced that it was Rube Smith. On the 8th day of October, succeeding the Buckatuna robbery, Rube Smith appeared in Lamar County, exhibited a good deal of money, and was known to be in hiding in the vicinity of his father's home. Here he remained for some weeks, narrowly escaping capture at the hands of Detective Thomas Jackson several times, while the latter was daily securing additional evidence of his complicity in the Buckatuna affair. Finally, in the latter part of November, 1889, Jim McClung, an old acquaintance of Rube Smith's, left Itawamba County, Miss, to visit his relatives in Lamar County, and while en route thither fell in with Rube Smith near the house of that worthy's father. Rube exhibited quite a sum of money to McClung, and invited him to accompany him to the Indian Territory, which McClung agreed to do. This was the hiding place to which Smith had gone soon after the Johnson robbery. The two men left for the Indian Territory. Their destination was Kavanaugh, and Smith unfolded to McClung, while en route, the whole story of the Buckatuna train robbery and the part he played in it. He described every detail and circumstance of the robbery, and McClung, having a very retentive memory, was afterwards enabled to testify about it so minutely that the jury in the federal court, before which Smith had a mistrial in May, 1890, concluded that Jim McClung had participated in that robbery. Such, however, was not the fact. The section of the Indian Territory to which Smith and McClung went was wild and sparsely settled, but no sooner had Smith appeared there than he learned that the officers were after him for a violation of the federal law forbidding the importation and sale of intoxicating liquors in the Indian Territory, while he was there in the early spring. Smith therefore left within 24 hours after his arrival, and returned to Lamar County, abandoning a project of robbing the dispersing officer of an Indian agency near Kavanaugh, which he had unfolded to McClung. McClung soon tired of life in the Indian Territory, and, returning to Alabama, found Smith in Lamar County. Here, on the 13th of December, Rube Smith conceived the idea of robbing the Southern Express car at Big B Trestle, 2 miles north of Amory, Miss. The next night, soon after dark, he set out with McClung from the home of Rube Smith's father for that purpose. How the plan fell through is best told by the confession of Jim McClung, after the capture of Smith and himself in the sitting room of the depot at Amory, Miss. At 1:00 a.m. Detective Thomas Jackson, assisted by local officers Clay and Aiken, of Amory, made the capture. McClung made but slight resistance, but Smith grappled with Jackson, despite the fact that he was covered by the revolvers of both Clay and Jackson, while Officer Aiken had McClung in charge, and a hand-to-hand struggle ensued, in which Smith succeeded in dragging his captors into the doorway of the station house, where he was finally overpowered and the handcuffs placed upon him. The prisoners were taken to the Aberdeen, Miss, jail, and on the 18th of December McClung made the following confession to the Express officials, which confirmed the information already in their possession as to Smith's complicity in the Buckatuna robbery. McClung's confession. My name is James McClung. I am 22 years of age. I have known Rube Smith for 5 or 6 years, but have not seen much of him until within the past few weeks. I returned from the Indian Nation 3 weeks ago next Tuesday. I went to Henry Smith's, in Itawamba County, Miss, 13 miles from Tupelo, and there found Rube Smith and Rube Burrow. Rube Smith was sitting on his horse at the gate when I arrived, about 2 hours after sunup. About an hour after I arrived Rube Smith told me that Rube Burrow was there. Smith invited me to go down to the woods where Rube Burrow was. I went down a hollow on the west side, and then went to the south side of the house, in an old field, where Rube Burrow was lying on his coat. Burrow asked Smith what he had decided upon, now that I had come. Burrow said he wanted to go into Alabama, and to this we all agreed. Rube Smith and I went to Tupelo that night. We ate 2 meals in Henry Smith's house. Rube Smith carried Rube Burrow his dinner and supper in the woods. Burrow promised to meet us at Old Man Jim Smith's, in Alabama, about 5 miles from Cruz Station. Rube Smith and I got off at Quincy, Miss, and walked over to Jim Smith's. We were afraid to get off at Cruise. Burrow did not join us until last Monday morning. Burrow made his appearance at the spring at Jim Smith's on Monday morning, the 7th of December. I went down to the spring. They were talking of robbing a train at Big B Trestle, 2 miles north of Amory, Miss. We all decided on robbing the train on the KCM&B Railroad on Friday night, the 16th of December. The plan was that Smith and I should board the train at Sulligent and come to Amory. Burrow was to walk and join us Thursday at Big B Trestle. Smith and I got off at Amory at 3 a.m. Thursday. We went into the woods and slept about 1/4 of a mile from Amory. We went to the trestle about 9 a.m. Thursday. We found Burrow on the south side of the trestle in the hollow. Smith told Burrow he had taken in the situation, and did not think it would do to board the engine at Amory, because there was a night watchman there, and it could not be done. Burrow said all right, he did not care for a night watchman, but was willing to leave it to Smith. It was then agreed to abandon the robbery of the train. We agreed to go down to Winfield, Allah, and rob Jonathan Jones, a merchant there. Smith proposed that he and I would go over to Hester's Grocery, about 3/4 of a mile from Amory, and get some beer. Burrow said he would remain until we got back. We were absent about 1 hour, and when we came back, found Burrow there waiting for us. All three of us then went to Amory. We stopped at Tubbs Spring, 1/4 of a mile out of Amory, and stayed there a while. We went then to Mrs. McDaniel's, getting there about 1 hour before sunset. Rube Burrow did not go in. We found no one in the house, but got some bread and meat. Smith brought some out to Burrow. It was then nearly dark. Rube Burrow proposed that he would go into the woods on the north side of the track and sleep. Smith and I went to Mrs. McDaniel's and stayed all night. Next morning, Friday, the 13th, we met Rube Burrow in the woods. We waited until Mrs. McDaniel went into the field, and then went to the house and cooked some breakfast for Burrow, because he would not go into the house, nor would he allow us to bring anything out while Mrs. McDaniel was there. We remained about there until 10 o'clock a.m., then Smith and I went to John Marsh's and got dinner. We gave Burrow enough for dinner and breakfast. We all got together at Amory Junction, about 1 mile out of Amory, late in the evening. Burrow said there was no danger of anyone knowing him, and he was not afraid to come into Amory. So we all started in about 1 hour before sunset. We came up the track until we got near the depot. Burrow went over towards the roundhouse, among the side tracks, where we went over later and joined him. We all went to a well near Armstrong's saloon and got some water. Rube Smith said he wanted to buy a Winchester rifle. Burrow said, "Go ahead and get a rifle, but be careful about fooling around, inquiring for guns." Burrow said to Smith that he wanted half a pint of whiskey. Smith went into a saloon and got it. Burrow said to Smith, "I will meet you and McClung at the roundhouse." Burrow had hidden the rifle between the junction and Amory. Rube Smith and I went into several stores inquiring for Winchester rifles, but could find none. We went into Snow's saloon, and Rube Smith bought 1 gallon of whiskey in a jug, also 1/2 pint. We joined Burrow at the back of the roundhouse. Rube Burrow then ordered us to meet him at Jim Smith's, about 3½ miles from Cruise Station. He said he would go ahead on foot, and would be there between breakfast and dinner on Sunday, the 15th inst. We went to the depot to take the train. Burrow told Smith and myself to be careful and not get arrested. We were told to be sure and meet him, and were to rob Jonathan Jones on Sunday night. Smith said he had stayed at Winfield, Allah, where Jones did business, and he knew he had a good deal of money. He told how he generally came out from supper and stayed at the store all night, and said we could hold him up as he went into the store and make him open his safe. McClung gave a faithful account of the Buckatuna train robbery, as detailed to him by Rube Smith, while they were on their way from Alabama to the Indian Territory. Time afterwards proved that McClung spoke the truth, as before told in his confession at Aberdeen, except as to one particular: he was mistaken as to the identity of Rube Burrow. Rube Smith had brought with him from the Indian Territory a boon companion, whom McClung had not met, and who somewhat resembled Burrow, but who did not care to reveal his identity to McClung. As the latter had never seen Rube Burrow, Smith easily passed his comrade off as the famous train robber. It was afterwards proved beyond a doubt that Rube Burrow, on the day of the capture of Smith and McClung, drove his ox cart into the pines near Flomaton, Allah, and camped there on that eventful night. McClung, however, was perfectly honest in the belief that the pal to whom Smith introduced him was no other than his cousin Rube. The man's name is well known to the express officials, but as he never committed, but merely contemplated, a train robbery, he was allowed to go back into the Indian Territory, and is now listed as a suspect only. Rube Smith had conceived the idea of playing the role of leader in a train robbery, but when the appointed hour came he lost confidence in his ability for so bold an adventure, and abandoned the project for a less daring deed. While awaiting the train, however, to take him to the scene of his contemplated crime, he was arrested as described. He was taken to Waynesboro, the county seat of Wayne County, Miss, and on April 1, 1890, was convicted and sentenced to 10 years, the extent of the penalty, in the state prison, for robbing the Southern Express car at Buckatuna, Miss Rube Smith. Chapter 14. A false alarm: the ox cart trip to Florida, the separation. Rube located at Broxton Ferry, his escape. Rube and Joe, on their return to Lamar County, found their lair closely beset by detectives. They found shelter, however, for some 2 weeks, spending the nights in the barn loft of Alan Burrow, one of the men standing watch while the other slept. On the 26th of October, 1889, the following telegram was received by an official of the Southern Express Company from Sheriff Morris, of Blount County, Alabama: a posse in charge of one of my deputies attempted to arrest 2 men, armed with pistols and Winchesters, 15 miles from Oneonta, Allah, yesterday. They killed 2 of the posse and wounded 5. I am positive the men were Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson. Repairing to Blount County, with bloodhounds and detectives, it was soon ascertained by the express officials that the men were not Burrow and Jackson, but 2 moonshiners, who had shot and wounded a revenue officer at Blockton, Allah, about 10 days prior to the date of the attack by the sheriff's posse. Correspondents representing several prominent Southern journals hied themselves to Blount County to gather the details of another tragic chapter in the history of Rube Burrow, and one enterprising scribe, fresh from the field of carnage in Blount County, went into Lamar County, bent on an interview with the famous bandit. This was the handsome and gifted Barrett, of the Atlanta Constitution. Arriving at Allen Bowes, in company with Jim Cash, the young journalist made known the object of his visit. The detectives, having gone on a false trail to Blount County, Rube and Joe were at that time in Old Man Bowes' barn loft, and when Alan Burrow took Barrett's horse thither he revealed to Rube the proposition of the correspondent to interview him. Rube declined, saying he knew the paper would publish a description of him, and he did not want that done. Mr. Barrett, however, sent a very elaborate report of an alleged interview to the Constitution, which, as a faithful historian, the author is compelled to state never took place. A crowning sensation in American journalism was reached when the Age Herald, of Birmingham, chartered a special train to enable it to place upon the breakfast tables of Atlanta the daring exploits of Rube in Blount County, and the Atlanta Constitution responded by chartering a like train to distribute at Birmingham an interview with the famous bandit while he was supposed to sit under the very vine and fig tree of the Agee Herald, but, as a matter of fact, was engaged in combing the hayseed out of his hair after a night's lodging in his father's barn. As soon as the Blount County sensation had exploded, the detectives of the Southern Express Company returned to Lamar County, and an incessant watch was kept upon the houses of Alan Burrow, Jim Cash, and others. Detectives disguised as peddlers of books, lightning rods, and nursery stock, and others assuming the simple guise of tramps, sold their wares in the one case, and begged bread in the other, from house to house, all over Lamar County, and until Alan Burrow said one day to Rube, "I believe there is a detective under every bush in the county, you had better leave." Rube concluded his father was right, and on the 20th day of November, just about a month after their arrival, Rube and Joe left Lamar County again. The two men went afoot to within a few miles of Columbus, Miss, having resolved to walk into Florida and avoid the necessity of hiding out in the brush all winter in Lamar County. Joe Jackson was not as robust as Rube, and was not physically equal to the task of walking several hundred miles. He proposed, after trudging about 18 miles, to return to Lamar County, purchase horses, and make the trip on horseback. Rube dissented, fearing their trail would be discovered and that pursuit would ensue, but suggested that they return to the home of Jim Cash and purchase a yoke of oxen and a wagon owned by him and make the trip in that way. Joe Jackson was averse to this proposition at first, but Rube argued that as drivers of an ox cart they could assume the role of laborers and thus fully disguise themselves. Returning, therefore, to Cash's house, the oxen and cart were purchased. It was the custom of Alan Burrow and Cash to make frequent trips by wagon across the country to Columbus, Miss, and so it was arranged for Alan Burrow to take the two men, in a covered wagon drawn by two horses, to within 1 mile of Columbus. Jim Cash, according to arrangement, followed with the ox team, and in the outskirts of the town, after dark, on the night of November 28, the four men met. Through the intervention of Cash, an ample supply of provisions, purchased from a store in Columbus, was stored away in the wagon, and at 10 o'clock at night the outlaws, in the garb of plodding ox drivers, resumed their journey southward. Cash and Burrow returned home the next day, the former announcing that he had sold his ox team in Columbus. The detectives were not long in discovering, by the bearing and manner of the friends of the outlaws, that they had left Lamar County. Detective Jackson, knowing the habits and methods of Rube, was not satisfied with Cash's story that he had sold his oxen in Columbus. Investigation developed nothing to corroborate the reported sale, and Detective Jackson declared, "We must find that team, for it's just like Rube to give us the slip that way." Going to Columbus, the faithful detective, day by day, sought diligently to discover the missing team, but it was not until about January 15 that his labors were rewarded in finding the trail near Carrollton, in Pickens County, Miss, 40 miles south of Columbus. The detective was on foot. The outlaws were then 45 days ahead of him, and were evidently heading for southern Alabama or Florida. Returning and reporting the discovery, it was deemed best to go by rail to Wilson's Station, on the Louisville and Nashville Railway, and thence to Gainestown, a landing on the Alabama River, about 40 miles distant, where it was thought the men would cross. The conclusion had been wisely made. The cunning detective had shrewdly divined the very spot at which the robbers would cross the river. Arriving at Gainestown January 24, Jackson found that the ox cart, in charge of two men, had crossed the river on the night of December 11. Encouraged by this discovery, the officer pursued the trail on through Escambia County, and found that on the evening of December 14 the two men had driven into Flomaton, Ala, a small station on the Louisville and Nashville Railway, 40 miles north of Pensacola. Here it was discovered that the men had camped about half a mile from the station, and had made inquiries concerning a logging camp in Santa Rosa County, Florida. Leaving Flomaton on the morning of January 29, Detective Jackson went to McCurdy's Ferry, on the Escambia River, 2 miles south, and there ascertained that a man calling himself Ward had crossed the ferry with an ox team on the morning of December 15, and that he was alone. Pursuing the trail south some 20 miles, Milton, Florida, was reached. Here it was found that one man had crossed Blackwater with an ox team at that point on the night of December 17. The belief that Joe Jackson had separated from Rube at Flomaton was confirmed, for the man in charge of the ox team was, beyond question, Rube Burrow. Leaving Milton, the detective went to Broxton's Ferry, on Yellow River, about 10 miles south. Arriving at the ferry, he was confronted by a stream about 30 yards wide, whose tortuous length stretched itself through a jungle of cane and cypress which seemed to defy his further progress. There was no boat in sight, and the unbroken wildwood on the opposite bank gave no sign of a mooring. The screech of an owl from his perch in the dark cover of the jungle broke the stillness that prevailed, and awakened the detective from his lonely reverie. Jackson learned from a man, who came stalking through the brush at this juncture, that the opposite bank was that of an island, and in order to reach the south side of the river the point of the island must be turned by rowing about half a mile downstream and then stemming the current for a like distance along the opposite shore. While the distance across the island from shore to shore was only about 500 yards, the view was wholly obscured by the cane brake that covered it. By shrewd questioning, Jackson found that Rube, under the name of Ward, was engaged in hauling feed from the landing on the opposite shore to Allen's log camp, about 18 miles away, and at that very hour he was loading for his return trip on the south bank of the river. Broxton, the ferryman, had, unfortunately, gone to Milton with the only boat used at the ferry, and it was impossible to cross the river that day. It was ascertained that Rube's practice was to leave the log camp about 7 o'clock in the morning, reach the ferry about 2 in the afternoon, and after loading repair to the house of Broxton, the ferryman, where he would spend the night, and making an early start on the succeeding day arrive at the camp in the afternoon. It had, therefore, been his practice to reach the ferry landing on Yellow River every alternate day. Jackson, being unable to cross the river, returned to Milton on February 4, and sent the following telegram to an official of the Southern Express Company: "I expect to secure title to tract number 1, about 10 miles south of here, Wednesday, February 6. The papers are all in good shape." Rube Burrow had always been designated in correspondence between the officers and detectives as number 1, and the telegram therefore meant that Jackson had located his man, that his plans were in good shape, and the capture would be made at the hour and place designated. At 4 o'clock on the morning of February 6 Jackson was joined at Milton by the express officials, to whom the details of the situation were given. At an early hour the start for Broxton's Ferry was made in a hack, Jackson having selected 4 reliable men from Milton to assist him. The party reached the ferry landing on the north bank of the river about 11 o'clock a.m., and after some difficulty a boat was secured and a landing on the south shore was effected. It had been determined at first to continue the journey beyond the river and capture Rube in the road, but on reaching the south landing the surroundings seemed so advantageous that it was decided to await his arrival at the ferry. The roadway, after leaving the south bank of the river a few miles, wends its course through a sparsely timbered pine forest. It is very straight, and persons traversing it from opposite directions could see each other for miles. It was therefore feared that Rube, ever on the alert, might take the alarm at sight of the posse. On the contrary, At the ferry all seemed propitious. There was moored the boat which contained the camp supplies to be loaded into Rube's cart with his own hands. It seemed a very trap, baited and set in the certain pathway of some beast whose lair had just been discovered, and here it was agreed to quietly await the hour of his coming. The exit from the landing where the boat was moored was a narrow corduroy road that debouched from the water's edge, through overhanging boughs and vines, for some 300 yards, to the foot of a hill, and, curving to the south, shut out all further view from the river. On either side of the road, approaching the landing, were the fallen trunks of huge cypress trees, which afforded a splendid cover for the posse. At the hour of noon, with the ferryman sitting not 30 paces distant, so as to watch the road and give the signal when the cart should appear in sight, the posse went into ambush and anxiously awaited Rube's arrival. He had never been later than 2 o'clock in reaching the ferry. It had been arranged that upon his arrival, and immediately upon his halting his team, all 6 of the posse would cover him with their breech-loading shotguns, and Detective Jackson should order the bandit to surrender, and if he failed to do so, the discharge of Jackson's gun would be a signal for the rest of the posse to fire. Every alternate day for 5 weeks Rube had arrived at this spot between 2 and 3 o'clock p.m. The presence of the posse at the ferry was known to no one save the ferryman, and he was kept under careful surveillance. The capture of the outlaw seemed absolutely certain. As the silent hours rolled by, the detectives watched with bated breath for the signal from the ferryman. In the awful stillness that prevailed, the ticking of the watches that marked the passing hours could be heard. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock came, and yet the crack of the ox-driver's whip, the longed-for music of the jiwo, which, on Rube's coming, were wont to disturb the solitude of this wild retreat, were heard not. Finally, at 5 o'clock, after another hour of anxious waiting had passed, a colored laborer in the log camp from which Rube was expected, appeared. He was questioned as to the whereabouts of Ward, the name assumed by Burrow, and answered that one of his oxen was sick, that he had not started at 11 o'clock, and would probably not come until next day. This was a sore disappointment. The camp could not be reached until long after dark. The outlaw might start at any hour, and the posse might miss him in some of the many by-roads that intervened the long distance. It was concluded, therefore, to remain on watch at the ferry, hoping that he might still arrive before night. With the slowly sinking sun sank the hopes of the anxious officers, who felt that the cover of night would bring some untoward event to mar the plans which had been arranged for the capture. Darkness came, but the silent watch was continued. Broxton, the ferryman, lived about 1 mile from the ferry, and immediately on the road along which Rube had to travel. It was now quite certain if Rube should arrive he would spend the night at Broxton's and reach the ferry next morning. Ascertaining that there was a vacant house a few hundred yards beyond the house of the ferryman, and only a few feet from the road, it was determined best to remove the posse to this building and watch there during the night. About 7 o'clock the posse started from the river, giving orders to the driver of the hack not to follow until time had been allowed the advance guard to reach the ferryman's house. This order was, however, disobeyed, and just as the detectives approached the house, and when only about 300 yards distant, Rube drove up to the gate and inquired of Mrs. Broxton the whereabouts of her husband. The woman answered, "He has been at the river all day with a party of hunters." Rube, ever on the qui-vive, gathered his Marlin rifle from his cart, saying, "I'll go down and see Mr. Broxton." Walking towards the ferry about 50 yards he heard strange voices, saw the hack, and intuitively knew that he himself was the game the hunters were after. Like a deer he bounded into the forest and was lost to his pursuers. A guard was placed over the team which Rube had left as a trophy to his would-be captors, in the hope that the owner would return to confirm his doubts, if he had any, but Rube took the safe side, ran no risk, and did not return. Rube set out at once for the log camp, arriving there about midnight. Arousing the cook, he bade him prepare supper, which he ate with great relish, while he recounted a story of thrilling adventure with highwaymen, in which he had luckily escaped with his life. Supplying himself with a goodly store of provisions from the camp's larder, the outlaw about 3 a.m. said goodbye to his comrades, and went forth into the solitude of the forest, consoling himself with the reflection that he had again outwitted the detectives. There are those who would doubtless have managed the affair at Broxton's Ferry, on the eventful evening of February 6, differently, perhaps successfully, but fortunately for Rube they were not present. The ox team was taken to Milton and sold for the sum of $80. Detective Jackson, undaunted by the luckless result of the chase, equipped himself for a tour through the swamps of Santa Rosa, and, leaving him in pursuit, the rest of the party turned their faces homeward. As an example of the unparalleled audacity of the noted train robber, it may here be recorded that a few weeks afterward he endeavored to recover the value of the oxen and cart by executing a bill of sale therefor to one Charles Wells. The latter demanded the property, but it is needless to say he did not succeed in obtaining it. The express officials notified the would-be purchaser that the outfit had been sold, and that the title of the party to whom sold would be defended against any and all claimants. Chapter 15. Capture of Joe Jackson. During the summer of 1890, after having been routed from his haunts on Yellow River on February 6, it was known that Rube Burrow was in the swamps of Florida, near East Bay, and that Joe Jackson was not with him. It was definitely ascertained that they had separated at Flomaton, Allah, on the 14th of December, 1889, when Rube drove his ox cart into Santa Rosa County, Florida. It was known that the two men had made an agreement to meet in Baldwin County, Allah, on the 20th of February, 1890. The information as to this proposed meeting was reliable. It was evidently their intention to rob a train at Dyer's Creek, a point about 30 miles north of Mobile. The routing of Rube, however, from his hiding place in Florida interfered with this project. Joe Jackson was promptly on hand at the rendezvous, the exact locality of which was not then definitely known to the detectives. He had seen in the Courier-Journal a notice of the pursuit of Rube Burrow in Florida, and was very cautious in going to the place agreed upon. He however made his appearance at Dyer's. He waited about there only one day, and not finding Rube, he left, especially as he casually heard that the detectives were looking for Rube Burrow in that country. Traveling from place to place until May, 1890, and restless over the long separation from Rube, Jackson went back into Lamar County, as it was expected he would. His presence in that locality was soon known to Detective Jackson, but there were so many hiding places among the Burrow kinsfolk that it was difficult to locate him. It was expected daily that Rube would join him, but not so. Rube still confined himself to Florida. Detective Jackson, knowing that Joe was in Lamar County, determined to capture him. Taking a trusty man with him, he went into Lamar County, traveling by night and afoot, and camped in the woods a few hundred yards from the home of Alan Burrow. His night vigils were soon rewarded by observing suspicious movements, and an interchange of visits between old man Alan Burrow and Jim Cash. They were evidently preparing for a trip. About dark on the night of the 15th of July, Jim Cash and Joe Jackson rode out from the home of Alan Burrow in the direction of Fernbank, on the Georgia Pacific Road. The detectives were close upon their trail, and as it was evident that Jackson was en route to take a train on the Georgia Pacific Road, it was not deemed safe to attempt the capture at night on the open roadway. Detective Jackson covered all trains east and west of Fernbank with careful men, and he himself boarded the train at Kennedy, a few miles east of Fernbank, with ex-Sheriff Pennington and Sheriff Metcalf, of Lamar County. At Fernbank, Joe Jackson boarded the train. He deliberately walked into the lady's car and took a seat. The detectives were in the smoking car ahead, but kept the robber under close surveillance. On arriving at the first station, Detective Jackson got out and went to the rear of the lady's car. Entering, he took a seat, unobserved, immediately behind Joe Jackson, and sat there until the train reached Columbus, Miss. When the train stopped, and Joe stepped out of the coach, he was covered by the pistols of the detectives and was arrested without a shot being fired. He had left his pistols at Allen Bowes, and, as afterwards learned, was en route to Pleasant Hill, L.A., the home of his uncle, J.T. Harrell, having become tired of waiting for Rube Burrow's arrival. The prisoner was taken to Memphis, Tennessee, where, upon being confronted with the overwhelming evidence against him, he made the confession recorded in the next chapter. Chapter 16. Confession of Leonard Calvert Brock, alias Joe Jackson, made at Memphis, 10, July 19, 1890, and corrected and amended at Jackson, Miss, October 16, 1890. Leonard Calvert Brock is my full name. I was born in Coffee County, Allah, July 13, 1860. My father's name is Joseph E. Brock, and he was born near Raleigh, N.C. He is a physician by profession. He moved from there to Georgia, and then to Alabama. My mother's name was Sally F. Harrell, and she was born in Georgia. My parents were married in Georgia before coming to Alabama. I have one brother, whose name is John Brock. He was born in 1863, and now lives on a farm in Coffee County, Allah. I have a married sister, who was born in 1852, Rebecca Catherine Brock. She married William Russell, and lives in Coffee County. The post office address of all the above named parties is Elba, Allah. I was never married. Was raised on a farm, and my schooling was limited. I went to school to a good teacher about 8 months. Remained on a farm in Coffee County, Allah, until 1886, when I went to Texas, on account of a cutting scrape, the particulars of which are as follows. I had a Negro working for me whose name was Louis Chapman. We had some hot words about a business matter, and I stabbed him very severely. I was also accused of killing a Negro in Coffee County about the same time, and on account of these troubles I left home. I am innocent of the murder of the Negro. I went to Texas via the Southern Pacific route, and stopped at San Antonio, where I went to work for one Robert Daniels. Daniels was engaged in buying horses and driving them to northern Texas. I went to Dallas from San Antonio, and worked a while in a lumber yard. I also worked a month for a man named Brown. Then I went to Sherman and stayed a few days, but was unable to get work. I went from there to Gainesville, and from there to the Indian Territory, where I worked for a man named John Pear. I then went back to Cook County, Texas, in the southwest part of the county. There I first saw Rube Burrow, in company with a man whom he called Bill. This was in the spring of 1886. Burrow employed me to help get up cattle. We went down into Young County, and from there to Wise County. I did not visit Burrow's house at any time. We drove some cattle to Fort Worth and sold them. He sold about 30 or 40 head. Then he quit the cattle business and discharged me. I then went to Texarkana and worked at a sawmill for a few days. I then went to Shreveport and got work at a sawmill about 100 miles below Shreveport. I went from there to New Orleans, and from there to Mobile, and worked a few days in a livery stable for a man named Metzger. I went from there, in the fall of 1887, to Pensacola, and got work driving a team. From there I went to Milton, and drove a team for a man named Collins for some time, and went from there to Florida and remained there, working part of the time. I was at several stations on the Pensacola and Atlantic Road. In the latter part of 1887 I went from there to Texas. First I stopped at Sherman, and worked there for a few days. I stayed there until February, 1888. There I got a letter from Burrow. He addressed me as Louis Waldrop. I was then going by that name. He said he was in trouble, but did not say what it was, and asked me to come to him. The letter was written from Vernon. I replied to the letter, addressing it to James Cash, and told him I was undecided whether to come or not. I received another letter from him, also from Vernon, Allah. About the 1st of March, 1888, I went to Alabama. I went via Memphis, and got off the train at Soligent, and went to Old Man Burrow's by way of Vernon. I found Burrow at Cash's house. He then told me that detectives were searching for him, and told me about his arrest and escape at Montgomery. He stated they had gotten off the train at Montgomery and started up the street, when policemen attempted to arrest them. He escaped, after shooting one of them, but his brother was captured. He was pursued by a party and surrounded in a Negro cabin, where he had gone to get some coffee. He ran out of the house to the timber and escaped unhurt, although fired upon. He sat down in the bushes, and although he had no cartridges he pretended to be loading his pistol, and they were afraid to attack him. He went from there back to Lamar County, a la L.C. Brock, alias Joe Jackson. After I arrived in Lamar County, in March, 1888, we stayed there about a week, and then went south to Monroe County, crossing the Georgia Pacific Road at Columbus, Miss. We went into Columbus, Miss, from there to Artesia, Miss, and thence to Meridian. We took a boat on the Tombigbee River and went to Coffeyville, Allah, and then walked to Baldwin County, Allah. We worked in Dunaway's log camp there, and it was here we met John Barnes. I drove a log team for Dunaway, and Burrow sawed logs with Barnes. We remained there 3 weeks. Dunaway then moved his teams to a point on the L&N Road, near Perdido Station. I carried a team there for him, and he then discharged me and Burrow, and we sawed logs at another camp for a few days. We then left, and crossed the Alabama River near Fort Claiborne. We crossed the Tombigbee River at the station where the railroad crosses the river. Workmen were engaged in painting the bridge, and asked us not to cross on the bridge, and we went down and crossed at the ferry. We then went north until we got into Mississippi, and went via Buckatuna to Ellisville. Then we went to Forest, Miss. We bought our horses in Smith County, Miss. I traded my horse at Dixon, Miss, giving $15 to boot. The horse cost $90. Burrow paid $85 for his horse. From Dixon we went to Oxford, via Houston, Miss. We went through Oxford on horseback. We went on to Berry Hills, Rube Burrow's brother-in-law. Arriving there about 11 o'clock a.m. Berryhill was absent, but returned that evening. We remained there 2 days. Left there in the afternoon, and went east to Okolona. Went thence to Cotton Gin, Miss, and from there to Vernon, Allah, stopping at Cash's house. We got to Lamar County in the middle of May. Cash kept my horse and Burrow took his to his father's. We remained there, being most of the time near Cash's house, until the early part of August, when Reuben Burrow, having learned that his brother Jim, who was in the penitentiary at Little Rock, Ark, for safekeeping, would be taken to Texarkana about the 5th of September for trial, determined to go to his rescue. We talked the matter over, and resolved to rescue him from the guards, even if we had to kill them to do so. I do not recollect what date it was, but we saddled our horses, one at John Bow's and one at Jim Cash's, on a dark night in the early part of August, and started on the Arkansas trip. We crossed the Tombigbee River at Cotton Gin, Miss, and came through Okolona, Miss, through Oxford, Miss, through Sardis, Miss, and took a westerly course to Helena, Ark, where we crossed the Mississippi River. Went from Helena to Pine Bluff, crossing the White River at St. Charles. Crossed the Arkansas River 9 miles south of Pine Bluff, then went to Malvern, then to Donaldson, 15 miles south of Malvern, where we expected to get Jim Burrow from the train. Then we passed Arkadelphia, remaining there one night, and went down to Curtis, 15 miles south of Arkadelphia. There we searched 2 trains for Jim Burrow, but failed to find him. We then came back through Arkadelphia to Donaldson. There we searched 2 or 3 trains. Then we went up to Malvern, and boarded 2 or 3 trains there. While at Curtis, Ark, we learned that there was a train which would not stop at that place, but would stop at Arkadelphia, and Rube said he would go back to Arkadelphia. We made the trip, riding hard, but not in time to get on the train. Just as we rode into the town the train pulled out. Then we lost all hope of getting Jim Burrow, and came on to Pine Bluff, crossing the Arkansas River 9 miles south of Pine Bluff, and came on back through the country to DeWitt, and crossed the White River at a point 12 or 15 miles north of St. Charles, Ark, and went on back to Helena, crossing the Mississippi River at Helena. Stayed all night at a little town on the Mississippi River, 15 miles above Helena, on the east side of the river. Next day we came out through the bottom, wading our horses through mud knee-deep for 15 miles. Stayed all night 2 miles from the ferry, and there met Fletcher Stevens, who wanted to hire hands to pick cotton. Burrow proposed that we go to work picking cotton for Stevens. Stevens agreed, and gave us 50 cents per hundred and our board. This was about the 1st of October, 1888. Burrow was a good cotton picker, but I was not. We picked cotton until about December 1st, and Stevens paid us $50. We then went from there to Sardis. Remained all night at Sardis, and crossed the Tallahatchie and went south to Berry Hills, where we stayed one day. Went from there to Water Valley, Miss, and stayed there all night. Put our horses up at a stable there. Had decided at this time to rob a train, but no place or time had been set. We decided on robbing a train before we left Berry Hills. While looking at some horses at the livery stable at Water Valley, Burrow and I noticed a policeman eyeing us closely. This made us rather uneasy, and when the policeman went from the stable to the hotel where we were stopping, Burrow followed him and went to the hotel and got his saddle bags, which he had left there. We then saddled our horses and left. We stayed at a widow's house that night, and as it was raining next day we stopped at 10 o'clock at a house and remained there until next morning. We then went south, and took dinner next day 10 or 12 miles from Duck Hill. Miss arrived at Duck Hill soon after dark on the night of December 15, 1889. I went into a store and bought 2 boxes of sardines, went back, and we waited a short while for the train. The horses were hitched out about half a mile or so from town, and east of the track. When the train pulled into the station we were in plain sight. There was nobody out, as it was a bad night. We were there close by the station. We got on the engine just as it was ready to pull out, both on the same side, and each one of us had a pistol. I did not point my pistol directly at either engineer or fireman, but we covered them and ordered them to run out a certain distance, about 800 yards from the station, and stop. The engineer was in the act of stopping the train when we got on the engine, but we made him pull out. When he stopped the train, I stepped on the ground first. Just as I stepped on the ground, I fired off my pistol in the air, and about that time Burrow, the engineer, and the fireman got out, and we all walked back to the express car. About the time I fired my pistol, I noticed the door of the express car was open. Burrow went in the express car. I remained on the ground. Pretty soon I saw a man walking towards me from the passenger coaches, and told him to go back. I thought he was going to shoot me, and I asked the engineer to tell him to go back, and the engineer did so. The engineer asked me at the same time not to shoot him, that the man had nothing to shoot me with, and I did not shoot him. The man did not turn back, and the Negro fireman told him to turn back, and he then did so. In a few minutes someone down by the passenger coach spoke, and at the same time commenced shooting at us. The engineer ran, I don't know where to, and as they commenced shooting, I think they had fired about 2 shots, I commenced firing. I kept advancing from the train, in order to dodge their shots. There was somebody else down in one of the coaches who shot out several times, probably 4 or 5 times. After the shooting was over, I walked back to the side of the express car and stood there until Burrow came out. I did not know there was anybody shot. I fired 1 shot when I stepped off the engine, and fired 4 shots while standing at the express car. I could see the man I was shooting at, but very indistinctly. Did not hear him cry out when shot. I remained by the car, after the shooting, until Burrow got out. The Negro fireman said to me, "Don't shoot me." I said I was not going to shoot him. I think I saw Burrow in the car door while the shooting was going on outside. We were all shooting rapidly, and I could not tell much about Burrow's shooting. When we left the car, we loaded our pistols. I put in 5 cartridges, and he put 3, he said, in his. We then made our way back to our horses, got on them and rode the balance of the night. It was raining all the time, and we waded the creek 3 times, crossing bends, to get to our horses. It began to rain very hard after we mounted our horses. We rode at least 40 miles by daylight. That day we camped in the woods, about 40 miles from the scene of the robbery. Burrow got some corn for the horses. We were very wet. We built a fire to dry our clothes, and then ate something about the middle of the day. We dried the money and counted it. There was $1,500 in greenbacks and $365 in silver. We divided it half and half. This was on Sunday. That evening we started out about sundown, and crossed the Illinois Central Road at Weir's Station. Went through the town, and took the Philadelphia Road and rode all night, making about 50 miles, rode on next day until about 11 o'clock. Stopped at a house and got dinner, and stayed there about 3 hours. On Monday night we did not ride very far. Built a fire that night. Tuesday morning there was a heavy frost. We left the Philadelphia Road next morning, coming to Pearl River before we got to Philadelphia. We thought we might be waylaid at the bridge by detectives and shot, and when we got within 200 yards of the bridge over Pearl River, we turned through the swamps and swam the river about 8 o'clock Tuesday morning, 5 miles from Philadelphia. We rode through the timber until we struck a road leading north from Philadelphia to Louisville. Did not travel the road. Laid up that day in the woods. Started about sundown, and just after dark stopped at a Negro's house to buy corn for our horses, but found no one at the house. There was a rail pen full of corn, and we could have taken what we wanted, but we did not do it. Stealing corn was out of our line of business. Riding on, we saw a light, and going up to it, we found an old colored woman in the house. From her we bought 25 ears of corn and some provisions, paying her $1 therefor. Fed our horses there, and went through Louisville on Tuesday night after the robbery, and took the road towards Macon, on the M&O road. Rode 50 miles that night. Next day we lay up until 10 o'clock, stopping at daylight. Then went on towards Macon, and turned to the left and crossed the M&O road at Brooksville, Miss. We inquired here for the road to Columbus. Went via Deerbrook to Columbus, riding slowly, and crossed the Tombigbee River just before day at Columbus. Went out from Columbus about 6 miles and stayed there that day. A lightning rod man who lived at Aberdeen, Miss, came out to the house where we were stopping. We remained there until after dark. Took the road at dark and traveled toward Vernon. Allah arrived at Vernon about midnight on Thursday night after the robbery, and went to Jim Cash's house about 12 o'clock. Got something to eat and fed our horses, and left word for him to come up next morning and get our horses. We went 5 miles above there to a point in the woods. Don't remember that we asked Cash anything about the robbery. First saw an account of it in the Memphis Appeal, which came in a day or two after we got there. John Burrow came to us next morning. We did not say anything to him about the robbery. He brought us something to eat. Told us where we could take our horses and sell them. We turned over the horses to John Burrow that morning, and he took them off to sell them, but did not succeed in selling the horses then. Mr. Cash afterwards sold the bay horse. A man there kept the sorrel horse. We remained around there, staying first in one house and then in another most of the time at Cash's house and John Bow's, but not much at Old Man Bow's. I stayed in the woods in daytime and in the house at night. Stayed there until sometime in July, 1889, having arrived there from the Duck Hill robbery just before Christmas. Sometime in the spring Burrow decided to send for a wig, and sent for it, to be addressed to W. W. Kane. I don't recollect at what post office. After a long time he heard that some mail had come for W. W. Kane, at Jewel Post Office. Mr. Cash said that one day he asked the postmaster, Mr. Graves, if there was any mail there. Graves said there was a circular or paper of some kind there for Kane, and he would bring it or send it down, which he did a few days after. They got word in some manner that a wig had come, and Burrow also got word that Graves said he was going to arrest the man that came after it, and see what business he had with it. Heard that Graves had taken it out of the wrapper and was showing it to people, and remarked to several that he was going to take in the man that came for it, and find what business he had with it. Burrow asked me to go for it, but I did not want to go. I told him that to go after it, if Graves was going to do a thing of that kind, would stir up a big fuss. Burrow at last said he was going to have it, and that Graves would not arrest him, and he went after it. He started one morning before day, and, on arriving, went in the house from a door on the east side, saw Mr. Graves standing behind a counter near the post office department, and a lady standing behind the same counter near the other end of the house. As he stepped in he spoke to them politely, and asked Graves if there was any mail there for W. W. Kane. Graves made no reply, but walked slowly from the post office department towards a double-barreled shotgun, which Burrow said he saw sitting behind the counter, and which was the gun that Graves intended to arrest the man with. He asked him a second time if there was any mail there for W. W. Kane, and Graves said yes, but still advanced towards the gun. Burrow told him to get the mail, and he made no effort to go to get it, and Burrow then pulled his pistol and shot him, saying, "Get it for me, or I will shoot you again." About that time Graves began to fall, and the lady said, "Don't shoot him any more, I will get the mail for you." She then went and found part of the mail, and Burrow asked her if there was any more. She told him she thought there was, and found it and gave it to him, and he then left, going out the same door he came in. There was a Negro in the house who ran out just as Burrow pulled his pistol, and while he was standing there he saw the Negro's head around the door, but he ran off again. Burrow got back at 10 o'clock that night to where I was staying, at Jim Cash's house. He waked me and told me that he had to shoot that man to get his mail. Before Burrow went to the post office I advised him not to go for the mail, as he had heard that Graves intended to arrest the man. I said, "You might shoot him, and it would cause a great deal of trouble." But he said he was going to have it, and that it was his and he had paid for it. After he came to me that night and told me that he had shot him, we then went out and laid in the woods. We left without seeing Cash, and went over about a mile north of Cash's in the hills, and remained there until that evening about 3 or 4 o'clock, when Mr. Cash and John Burrow came from Soligent. We heard their wagon coming, and got near the road, where we saw them. Cash told us where to go, and he would bring us something to eat next morning. Cash only remained a few minutes, said he had heard Graves was killed. Burrow said nothing about it. That night we went to a place which was over in another direction, about half a mile from Cash's. He brought us something to eat, and we remained there 1 or 2 days. We then went nearer to Cash's house, and remained in the bushes for a few days. Then we went to John Burrow's and stayed in the bushes, probably 2 or 3 days, when the men came from Aberdeen. The night they came was a wet and rainy night, and we went in John Burrow's house to sleep. Next morning, just before day, I went out of the house and discovered 3 men lying on the ground. I got within 4 or 5 feet of them. I did not go back in the house, but went back in the bushes where we had been staying. Burrow waited until daylight, and then came out where I was. The men who had been scattered around the house were gone. I told Burrow I walked on somebody out there. He said he reckoned not, but I insisted that I did, and when Mrs. Burrow brought us our breakfast we told her about it. She went out and found signs. She walked on the other side of the house, in the lane where there was sand, and she said the sand was all packed with tracks. We remained there until we heard the men coming back to Burrow's, and they were right at his house before we got up to walk off. We then walked around there through the bushes, about 300 yards from John Burrow's house, and remained through the day. When night came we walked over in another direction about a mile from John Burrow's and half a mile from Cash's. The detectives had Jim Cash, John Burrow, and old man Alan Burrow in jail. Rube did not say much about it, only that they were holding them, thinking it would enable them to get us, and that they would turn them out in a few days. We then depended on the women to bring us food. John Burrow, Jim Cash, and old man Burrow were turned out of jail in 2 or 3 days, and we then continued around in the bushes until about the latter part of August, Jim Cash bringing us food. About this time old Mrs. Burrow, Alan Burrow's wife, went up a few miles north to cruise to see her sister. She got word that Rube Smith wanted to see Rube Burrow. She came back and told Rube Burrow about it, and he decided that he would about as soon see him as not. At the same time he thought there might be some trick in it, but in a day or 2 he got his sister to go and tell Rube Smith where to meet him. The place agreed on was at the lower corner of the graveyard at Fellowship Church. We went there early on the night we were to meet him. We did not go to the lower corner of the graveyard, but went down in the bushes a piece further. I went to sleep after being there a while, and Burrow crawled up near the corner to see who would come. He got tired waiting, and came back to where I was and woke me, and I had been awake a few minutes when we heard someone walking. He crawled back as quickly as he could near the lower corner of the graveyard, where we heard the man walking, and got over inside. He saw there was only one man, and he spoke to him. They stayed there a few minutes. I did not hear the conversation. Then he brought him up and introduced him to me as his friend, without giving any name, and did not call my name. Burrow told me he had not seen Smith since he was a little boy. I knew Smith was the man we were going to meet, because Rube Burrow had sent his sister after him. We stayed there a few minutes, and then we all three went back to where Burrow and I had been, in the woods half a mile from Cache's. We remained there next day, and next night we went nearer Smith's house. We did not go inside of the house. It was about 10 or 12 miles from Cache's. We remained there 2 days. Smith went after food for us, but I do not know where he got it. We then went back near Cache's again. Remained there 1 or 2 days, when we started south, traveling down the Tombigbee River. We did not start for any certain point when we started. Burrow told Smith, just as he told me, how a train could be robbed. Smith agreed to go, said he had no money, and needed some. We then traveled south to Ellisville, Miss, on the northeastern road. It was concluded before we got to Ellisville that we would rob a train on the northeastern road, but Rube decided that there was not a great deal of money on that road, and we would go back over to Buckatuna and rob a train there. I should have said that our route to Ellisville was via Buckatuna, Miss. After getting to Ellisville we decided not to rob the northeastern train, and decided to go back to Buckatuna. We traveled on the road until we got within 2 or 3 miles of Buckatuna. Waited over 1 day in a little outhouse. We went out half a mile from the house and got some bread cooked at a white man's house. I went to get the bread cooked, and made the bargain for it, and Smith went after the bread when it was cooked. On the evening previous to the robbery I went to Buckatuna and got a piece of meat and went back to the camp. Saw a Negro in the outhouse where we were staying, but did not talk to him. When dark came on we left the house and went through Buckatuna. Don't remember how far we went below Buckatuna, but we went to where the trestle was. We remained there that night until the northbound train passed. Then Burrow and Smith went to Buckatuna. Burrow asked which one was going with him. I do not remember just what was said, but he told Smith to go with him, and I remained there until they came down with the train. The train stopped right where I was sitting, at the end of the crosstie. I then said to Burrow, "You had better bring out the pick with you." Burrow had told me how they had picked the door open when the express messenger refused to open it, and they did that rather than fire the express car. They brought the pick out, when Smith, the fireman and engineer got off the engine. Burrow remained on the engine 2 or 3 minutes, or got off on the other side, I don't know which. They then came back to the express car. Burrow took a position in front of the door of the express car and told the express messenger to open the door, that if he attempted to move away without opening it he would shoot him. It was a barred door that Burrow wanted opened. The messenger opened the door and Burrow went in. What words were passed as he was going in, or after he was in, I do not know. I remained there with the fireman and engineer. Smith walked back towards the passenger coach a few steps. The conductor, or someone, came to the door of the passenger coach and asked what we were doing, I suppose 2 or 3 times. I fired off my pistol in the air. Someone, I suppose it was Smith, fired his pistol off also. Burrow got through in the express car and came out. He told the engineer to pull the train up until the mail car was off the trestle. The engineer said he did not know whether he could move it until he got up more steam, but he believed the mail car was already off the trestle. Burrow stepped back and asked the mail agent to open the door, which he did. He then got up in the mail car. What was said or done in there I do not know. He came out and said he had the mail. The engineer said he would have to get up more steam before he could move the train, as he had on extra coaches that night. It took him a few minutes to get up steam, and we remained there with him until he pulled out. We were all close to the engine, and there was some talking carried on, but I don't remember what was said. After the train pulled out, we went off in an easterly direction, got out a short distance and took the covers off the money, in order to get rid of the weight, piled them up and set fire to them. Did not divide the money then. The greenbacks were put in a sack, don't remember who had it, believe Burrow took the sack, and we divided the silver to make it lighter for each one. Sometime that day we divided the money. We then traveled in an easterly direction until we crossed the Tombigbee River. I think each of us got $1,150, making in all about $3,450. After crossing the Tombigbee River we turned north, traveling up the river until we got to Demopolis, Allah. There, after resting in the bottom a couple of days, on Monday morning Smith took the train, either for Montgomery or Birmingham, I cannot say which, stating he was going back to Lamar County. Burrow told him particularly to be cautious and not to show his money. I have not seen Smith from that day to this. Burrow and myself then kept on north until we got to Lamar County, traveling on foot through the woods part of the time, and in the road part of the time. Traveled mostly by day from Demopolis. Arrived at Old Man Burrow's sometime in the night, and remained there a few days until we rested up. The night we got there we did not sleep at all, but stayed on the ground until nearly day, when we went into Old Man Burrow's barn, up in the loft. Some of them came out to the barn in the morning, and we made our presence known. We remained in the barn a couple of weeks, then we went up near Cash's and remained there for a week, he bringing our food to us. We then went back to Old Man Allen Burrow's, remained there a few days, and decided to go down the country on a wagon. We were tired of having to lie out in the bushes, and made up our minds to go south, after discussing the matter. I proposed buying a horse. Burrow said he did not want to go that way, he would rather take an ox wagon and go. We concluded at one time to walk, and got as far as Columbus, Miss, or within a mile or two of that place, and there Burrow said if we went back he would buy a team, and that if I would go with him with the team he would pay my expenses. He offered to pay my expenses because I did not want to go on the ox cart. I decided to go back with him, but it was against my will. We went back to Lamar County, to Old Man Burrow's house, and Rube Burrow bought a team of oxen and a wagon. Jim Cash carried the team to Columbus, Miss Burrow and myself went to Columbus with Alan Burrow in a covered wagon. We got out of the wagon within a few miles of Columbus and Old Man Burrow went on to town. We waited a while and then went into the city, it being about dark when we got there. We then took the team and drove over about 3 or 4 miles east of Columbus and camped for the night. Next day we hitched up and drove on, camped when night came on, and drove in the daytime until we got to Flomaton, Allah, arriving there on the 14th of December, 1889. I concluded I would not go into Florida with Burrow, but would go to Louisiana. I boarded the train at Flomaton for New Orleans, where I took the Texas Pacific Railway next day for the home of my uncle, J.T. Harrell, at Pleasant Hill, Sabina Parish, La. He is a well-to-do merchant there, and is the brother of my mother. I had not seen him since my boyhood, and he knew nothing of my connection with Rube Burrow. I represented to him that I had been in the cattle business in Texas. I remained there till about the 15th of February. I passed the time pleasantly, visiting in the town the friends and neighbors of my uncle. When Rube Burrow and I separated at Flomaton, Allah, we were to meet on the 20th of February at what we supposed was a station called Dyer's, a few miles east of Mobile, on the L&N road. When I went there on February 20th I found there was nothing there but a switch. I failed to meet Burrow, and went back to Mobile and to New Orleans, did not stay at New Orleans, got there in the morning and left that night, going back to Mobile. Remained there a few days and then went to Scranton and remained there one day. I then went back to Mobile. I walked to Scranton, took me several days, and did not stay there, but came back to Mobile. Was sick at Mobile with measles 2 or 3 days. Remained at Mobile until the middle of March, when I left and went to Meridian. Stayed there until the 1st of April. Then went to Demopolis, and came back to Meridian shortly. Made a trip to Vicksburg, stayed there 2 weeks. Went back to Meridian and stayed there until the latter part of April, and then decided I would go back into Lamar County, Allah. I got a ticket from Meridian to Columbus. At Columbus I got off the train and walked to Allen Bowes, got there in the night and went up in the barn and went to sleep. That was the latter part of April or 1st of May, 1890. The first person I met was Mrs. Burrow, who came out to the barn. She asked where Rube Burrow was, told her I did not know where he was, had not seen him since before Christmas. First heard them talking about getting after Burrow in Florida, when I went to Dyer to meet him. Mrs. Burrow did not know anything about this, asked me if I knew when he would come. I told her I did not know. Remained in the barn that day. That night I went in the house. Went up in the loft at Allen Bowes' house. They put bedclothes there and handed me food up in the loft. Stayed there during the day all the time, from about the 1st of May until last Tuesday, July 15th. Came down at night, did not go anywhere at all, talked with old man Burrow very little. When Rube Burrow and I agreed to meet at Dyer Station, on the L&N Road, it was for the purpose of robbing a train on the Louisville and Nashville Railway. He said if we did not meet on the 20th of February at Dyer Station, that we would meet early in the fall in Lamar County. Think he said about September 1st. Waited for him at Dyer one day, February 20th, as agreed, but he did not come. I heard, while at Bay Minette, that the detectives had routed Rube in Florida, and therefore did not much expect to meet him as agreed. I left old man Bowes last Tuesday night on his mule, having made arrangements with Cash to meet me, and Cash was to take me to Fernbank, Allah. I borrowed $25 from Cash. He carried me within 5 or 6 miles of Fernbank and turned back. I gave him my pistol, because I did not intend to ever use another pistol. I felt bad, and said very little to Cash. When we separated he asked me when I was coming back. I said I reckoned I might be back in the fall. He did not seem to be anxious about Rube, and said nothing about him. Rube Burrow never talked with me about any particular robbery he was engaged in, except at Genoa, Arc. He did tell me he was in that robbery, and indirectly mentioned the Gordon and Benbrook, Texas, robberies, giving me to understand he was in those robberies also. I have heard Rube Burrow say that if he was out of trouble, or if he was where he could quit robbing trains, that he would stop it. He thinks a great deal of his children, and is anxious to have them educated, and spoke of coming back to Lamar County in the spring to see if they were at school. When I started from Allen Bowes on the 15th of July I intended to go to Columbus, Miss, and from there to some point in Kentucky, and intended to quit train robbing. That is why I gave away my pistols. We got in the Duck Hill robbery about $1,500 in greenbacks, and about $250 in silver. This we divided, each taking half. We did not rob the mail at Duck Hill. Burrow wanted to do it, but I would not agree to it. Burrow insisted on robbing the mail at Buckatuna, but Smith and I protested against it. Burrow said, if we can get away with one, we can get away with the other, and if we are taken for one offense, we will be taken for the other, and insisted on robbing the mail, and carried out his view. My opinion about Rube Burrow is about as follows. I have often heard him say that if the detectives crowded him that he would kill them, or he would shoot his way out if they did not kill him. He said it would be a life and death fight. I have heard him say more than once that if he could get a large lot of money he would leave enough at home to take care of his children, and then, if he could, would go off where he would not be bothered, and lead a quiet life. I am pretty well satisfied he will come back to Lamar County about September 1st, because he said he would do so. At one time, while in the cattle business at Fort Worth, Texas, I had an encounter with a man who was a bully, and who was cutting up one day, and in an insulting manner ordered me out of his way. I stepped out of his way, but he kept annoying me, and I at last decided I did not want any more of his talk, and told him so. He then cursed me, and I cursed him also, and he drew a knife. I had a pistol, and walked up to him and struck him on the arm, knocking the knife out of his hand, and then knocked him down. Burrow witnessed the affair, and this was probably the reason he chose me to help him in his train robberies. I was never in a train robbery with Burrow in Texas, and he never mentioned that he had engaged in train robbing in that state, except indirectly, as I have stated. When we started on the Arkansas trip I had one Colt's .45 caliber pistol. Burrow had two .45 caliber pistols. Had no rifle. These were the arms we used in the Duck Hill robbery, and, as far as I know, Rube Burrow now has these same pistols. They are not double, but single-action pistols. Burrow got from Connecticut a Marlin rifle, .38 caliber, in April, 1889. It holds 14 or 15 cartridges. At Duck Hill we tied our pocket handkerchiefs, such as we used daily, around our faces, just before we boarded the engine. I do not remember the color of the handkerchiefs. At Buckatuna I tied my handkerchief on just before the train stopped. Burrow and Smith had theirs on when the train stopped, and I suppose put them on before they boarded the train at Buckatuna. Signed, L.C. Brock, alias Joe Jackson. The foregoing statement being read in the presence of L.C. Brock, and he having stated that the same is correct, we, the undersigned, do hereby certify to the same, and agree that while Reuben Burrow is alive the statement will not be made public. G.W. Agee, T.V. Jackson, V. Dell. The statement made by a so-called detective, Stout, in a publication issued by him, that Rube Burrow was on the train at the time of Jackson's capture, dressed in female apparel, and escaped, like many other accounts in that volume, is a silly fabrication. Joe Jackson was brought to Memphis and quartered in the building of the Southern Express Company, on North Court Street, for several days. He was confronted with the evidence of his crimes by the Express officials. The chain of testimony which had been riveted about him, from the day he joined Burrow, was unfolded to him link by link, and he was told to choose between a trial for the Duck Hill affair, in which the penalty was hanging, for the murder of Chester Hughes, and that of Buckatuna, where the penalty was imprisonment for life. For 2 days Joe held out, still denying the crimes charged, but, finally, on the morning of the third day, when he found he was to be taken to Duck Hill, he agreed to give a full statement of his participation in the Duck Hill and Buckatuna robberies, and to narrate the story of the movements of Rube Burrow and himself from the day they first met until they separated in December, 1889. The sole stipulation was that his confession should not be made public while Rube Burrow lived, a promise which was faithfully kept by the Express officials, satisfied, as they were, that the knowledge they possessed would soon enable them to capture Rube Burrow, then the last member of his band at liberty. Chapter 17. Rube Smith's plot to escape from prison. His plans discovered. The telltale letters. Rube Smith, having been sentenced to 10 years imprisonment, was, therefore, a convict in the state prison when Brock, alias Jackson, was carried there on July 21 for safekeeping. Smith was at work in the prison shop when Brock was taken within the gates and given a seat in the prison yard, about 30 feet from the shop window. An official of the Southern Express Company, with Detective Jackson, approached Rube and said, "Well, Rube, we have Joe Jackson." Smith had not heard of the capture, and was evidently somewhat embarrassed at the announcement. Quickly rallying, however, he answered, "I don't know Joe Jackson, never saw him in my life." "Come with me to the window," said the official. Rube walked over to the window, and Joe being pointed out, Rube said, "No, sir, I never saw that man before." On being told he was Rube Burrow's partner, Smith repeated what he was often wont to say, "I have not seen Rube Burrow since I was a small boy," and again he denied his guilt. "Ah," said the official, "we have new evidence against you, Rube. We know that Mrs. Allen Burrow visited your father's, and through her you sent a message to Rube Burrow that you wanted to see him, and we know that Aunt Eliza brought the answer from Rube that he would meet you in Fellowship Churchyard. We know just where you met before the robbery, and we know you parted at Demopolis, Allah, after the work was done." This information, which was literally true, was adroitly given Rube for a purpose, and convinced him that the coils were tightening, and that additional evidence had, indeed, been secured. Rube Smith, though not as old in crime as his co-partners, was not a whit less bold and desperate. While in jail at Meridian, pending his trial at Waynesboro, he had been discovered in a plot to kill the jailer and liberate himself and others. He had not been at Jackson 30 days before it was developed that he was scheming to make his escape, and for this offense he then wore a heavy ball and chain. Bold and unscrupulous, he was ready to take the life of any man who stood between him and liberty. He was, however, very secretive and self-possessed, and up to this time he had not, from the day of his arrest, spoken a word which could be used as evidence against him. Jeff Moody, a convict from Itawamba County, was on the eve of being liberated, having served his time. Smith, in his desperation, sought Moody as a medium through which to communicate with friends on the outside, through whose aid he hoped to make his escape. After cautiously canvassing the matter, Smith unfolded to Moody his plan of escape, commissioning him to take letters to his father, who was requested to buy pistols, which Moody was to bring to the prison, and as all the guards were withdrawn from the walls of the prison at night, under Moody's guidance Jim Barker was to scale the walls and hide the pistols in a drawer of Smith's workbench, and at the tap of the 6 o'clock bell the succeeding night, after the guards had been called in, and while the prisoners were being conducted to their cells, Smith expected to furnish Brock, and a fellow convict who had been taken into the scheme, a pistol each. The inside guards were to be held up and disarmed, after the fashion of train robbers, and thereby they would effect their escape. As the letters show clearly the bold, bad character of the man, they are herewith given literally, August the 24, 1890. Dear Father, I seat my SEF to write you a few lines to let you know what I want you to do for me. James Cash has told all he knows. They are a-going to use him for a witness against me. He sought the trap to set Jackson, they have got him here now. Agee told me all about Miss Burrow and Liza a-coming up here. He told me right where we got together at and where I left them at. Somebody has told them that knows something. Jackson ses he han't told them nothing. He ses his name is not Jackson, it is Winslow. He told me that James Cash set the trap for him. He said that nobody knowed he was coming but Cash, So it look very dark for me. They have got all under hold now. Everything is a working against me here, but if you will do what I want you to do, I will leave them the bag to hold themselves. I mean just what I say and nothing else. Now I will begin to tell you what it is, so look on the other side. I want you to see that I get what I want. I want you to send me 3 good pistols. They will cost about $15 a piece, but you be sure to get them. I want them to be .45 caliber. I want the best in grain, Smith & Wesson or Colts, one or the other. I want you to get Uncle James Barker to come with this man to bring them to me. He knows just how to get them to me. If I had them, I can get away without having to fire a shot. I know just what I am talking about now. They are going to send me up Salt Creek if they can. This is all the chance for me, and I know it, and if you don't do something now, I am going to give the guards a fair shot at me. If they kill me, all right, and if they miss me, all right, but if you will do what I want you to do, they won't be any danger of getting hurt, for I can make them turn me right out without any trouble. Reuben Smith. Asterisk 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 August the 24 1890. Dear Father, I seat myself to write you a few lines to let you know that I am well at this time, hoping those few lines may find you the same. I have no news to write, only times is mighty hard here. My dear Father, as I state in my other note what I want you to do for me, I do earnestly pray that you will do it. You know that I would not recommend a man to you that I thought would get you in trouble. I have been with Mr. Moody for some time. He has proved to be a friend to me so fair. He has been here for 3 years. He knows the trials and troubles of this place. He is not in very good health, as you will see. I want you to give him as good treatment as you can, for he deserves it, as you will have to pay all the expenses about this matter when he has done these matters. I want you to see him home all right, so I will close, hoping success to all. Yours truly, from Reuben Smith to Mr. James Smith, in seer of a friend. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My dear Father, I seat myself to write you a few lines to let you know that I am well. I have learned a good deal about what they aim to do. They aim to use James Cash as a witness against me and some of Uncle Allen Burrow's folks. Now here is a man that has been here serving his 3 years in the penitentiary, and after his time was out, they weren't willing to turn him loose thin. He is a good man, and I think he is all right. I want you to treat this man right and give him plenty to eat, and when he brings me my things, then I want you to fix him up all right. I want you to get Uncle Jim to come with him here. You will have to bear his expenses here and back. It will be easy done. He can get me anything that I want, and he won't be in any danger hardly at all. He knows where to put them for me, and everything will be in a nutshell. Bring me about $20 in money and put it with the pistols. I want good pistols. I want some like the one that I had, if you can get them of that sind. I want the .45 caliber. Be sure and get me plenty of cartridges. He can tell you all about me. I don't think he will tell you only to get the advantage of you. I have watched him close ever since I have been here. I think he will do what he says he will do. He has got a family at home looking for him, and after he does what he can for me, I want you to see him home all right. He can tell you how everything is here and how me and him has got it fixed up. It will have to be done after dark. Don't fail to do this, for I know it is all the chance for me. If you let this chance pass, you may never get another as good as this, so I feel that my whole life is in your hands. Don't fail whatever. Yours truly, Reuben Smith. Moody had disclosed to the prison officials the proposition of Smith to send these letters out by him, and had been instructed to humor the plot. Meantime, the express officials had been notified of Moody's disclosures, and of the date he would be released, and the letters were thus secured and made important links in the chain of evidence against Smith. Chapter 18. Rube Burrow harbored in Santa Rosa. The Flomaton robbery. Santa Rosa County, in which Rube sought refuge from the unflagging pursuit of the detectives, is one of the northwestern counties of Florida, its northern boundary being the Alabama line. Escambia River, whose blue waters are dotted with numerous islets, marks its western limits, and flowing onward into Pensacola Bay, interlocks the many inlets and lakes that indent its shores. Santa Rosa Island, stretching itself along its whole southern border, in the white-crested waters of the Gulf of Mexico, seems to stand as a sentry to guard its surf-beaten coast. The county is more than half the size of the state of Delaware. It embraces 1,260 square miles of territory, and has a population of only 7,500, or about 6 persons to every square mile, and the major portion of this population is confined to Milton, the county seat, and other towns lying along the Pensacola and Atlantic Railway. Yellow, East Bay, Juniper and Blackwater rivers all find their channels to the estuaries of the Gulf through Santa Rosa. In this isolated and uninhabited district, amid the hooting of owls, the hissing of reptiles, and the snarling of wild beasts, as ever and anon they were startled from their dark coverts, Detective Jackson quietly but persistently followed the outlaw. On February 15, about 20 miles north of Broxton's Ferry, Jackson found Rube's trail, and reaching a landing on Yellow River, ascertained that a boy had taken him across about 1 hour before his arrival. Learning that the boy had been instructed to pull the boat half a mile downstream before landing on the opposite shore, Jackson, being afoot and finding no other boat could be secured, swam the stream, and making his way, with great difficulty, through the cane brake, down the river's bank, found, on meeting the boy, that Rube was only half an hour ahead of him. Pushing forward, he pursued the trail, though without result, until darkness compelled him to abandon it and shelter himself, as best he could, in the marshy bottoms of Yellow River. Some weeks after this the outlaw was located in the vicinity of East Bay, about 4 miles from the Gulf Coast, in one of the wildest of Florida's jungles. Here lived Charles Wells, with his 2 sons and 2 daughters, in a dilapidated cabin, whose roof was thatched with cane from the break not 20 paces distant. Wells bore a very unsavory reputation throughout all that section, and was known to harbor criminals of every class and type. His fealty to the criminal classes who sought refuge in the wilds of Santa Rosa had been tested full many a time, and Rube was not long in ascertaining that in the person of Wells he would find a friend, whose dark record of crime gave ample surety of his zeal in the cause of lawlessness. In this secluded spot Rube found shelter during the spring and summer of 1890, never venturing, at any time, however, to trust himself in the cabin of Wells. He lived in the cane brakes like a beast, and defied the most vigilant efforts of the detectives to dislodge him. Meantime Detective Jackson was withdrawn from Florida early in July to look after Brock, alias Jackson, and his capture having been effected the detective returned about August 1 to Florida, to renew his pursuit of Rube. While searching the swamps of Santa Rosa, Detective Jackson learned that Rube claimed to know one John Barnes, of Baldwin County, and the information that Barnes had taught him how to saw logs was confirmed by the confession of Brock that Barnes was a laborer in the camp on Lovette's Creek, where all 3 of the men had worked in March, 1888. With some difficulty the detective found Barnes, who lived on a small farm about 12 miles from Castleberry. Barnes soon convinced Jackson that the man known to him as Ward was Rube Burrow. Barnes was selected to go into Santa Rosa County and endeavor to toll the outlaw from his hiding place, or else definitely locate him, and thus enable the detectives to capture him. Barnes was peculiarly fitted for the task. The Indian blood that coursed through his veins gave him both nerve and cunning. He was a native of Santa Rosa, and, as boy and man, had traversed fen and swamp till he knew every bear trail and deer stand in that entire section. About August 20 Barnes went into Santa Rosa County to make a reconnaissance, and in a few days visited Wells, to whom he was well known. Barnes intimated to Wells that he expected to leave Alabama and settle in Santa Rosa County, and fortunately for his plans Wells suggested a co-partnership between Burrow and Barnes, to which the latter, feigning reluctance, finally consented. Barnes remained long enough at Wells' cabin to receive a message from Rube that he would meet him on Sunday, August 31st, in that vicinity. Barnes returned to his father's home, about 18 miles distant, and reported the result to Jackson, who was enjoying the quiet of camp life, within easy reach of the home of the elder Barnes. Why Rube should postpone the meeting for a week and enjoin Barnes, as he did through Wells, to return, was a mystery. Upon Barnes' return to Wells, as appointed, he was advised that Rube had declined the proffered partnership and would not see him. Rube knew the detectives were in Santa Rosa, and shrewdly suspecting that Barnes was being used to entrap him, he refused all alliance with him. While Barnes was vainly endeavoring to negotiate a co-partnership between Rube and himself, the wily outlaw was planning another train robbery. It was suggested to Brock, alias Jackson, a few days after his arrest, that all of Rube's partners being captured he would doubtless recruit his forces before robbing another train. Brock replied, "If Rube takes a notion to rob a train by himself, he will do it." When it was reported, therefore, that the northbound express on the Louisville and Nashville Railway had been boarded on the night of September 1, 1890, at Flomaton, Ala, only about 75 miles from the hiding place of Rube Burrow, it was quite evident that the bold adventure was the work of the famous bandit. It was a chef d'oeuvre, in the execution of which he doubtless congratulated himself. That a man should, under any circumstances, successfully hold an entire train crew at bay, and, single-handed, rob the express car, is a deed of such daring as to almost challenge admiration, at least for his dauntless courage, whatever may be thought of his lawless purpose, but that a man hunted down by detectives, living like a wild beast in the swamps, afraid to show his face in daylight because of their dreaded presence, should emerge from his place of concealment and rob the very corporation whose sleuth hounds had tracked him to his lair, Beto kens a degree of audacity unparalleled in the history of crime or the realms of fiction. Rube is credited with possessing a sense of the ridiculous, inherent in the Burrow family, and doubtless this turning of the tables on his would-be captors appealed strongly to his sense of humor, if, indeed, the daredevil deed was not inspired thereby. The train pulled into the station of Flomaton about 10 p.m., where it was delayed some 20 minutes in awaiting the Pensacola connection. Meantime a tall man, coarsely dressed, was seen to mount the steps of the express car, next the engine, and look in upon the messenger through the glass door in the end of the car. When he came down from the car he was seen to have a coal pick, which he had taken from the tender of the engine. A few minutes afterward, just as the train was pulling out, he ran toward the engine and mounted it. The yardmaster observed these movements, but simply thought the man was some employee of the railway. Before the train was fairly under headway the engineer, facing about, saw himself and fireman covered by two revolvers in the hands of a man whose face was masked and who held under his arm a coal pick. "Pull ahead and stop the train with the express car on the north side of Escambia River Bridge, or I will blow the top of your head off," was the stern command. "All right, Captain," said the engineer. The bridge was about 3/4 of a mile north of the station. "While en route," Rube said, "if you obey my orders, I will not harm you, but the penalty is instant death if you disobey." On arriving at the bridge the sharp command "stop" was given, and the engineer instantly complied. "Get down," said Rube to the engineer and fireman, and he followed the two men to the ground. The colored fireman, as soon as he reached terra firma, made instant flight from the scene. Rube fired 2 shots at him as he fled, which had no other effect, however, than to increase his speed. When called upon afterwards to explain the cause of his retreat, the darky replied, I thought I heard him say run, and as we was all bayin' orders, I run. Rube now ordered the engineer to take the coal pick which he gave him and break in the front door of the express car. While the engineer was engaged in doing so, Rube, standing on the platform of the car behind him, fired 5 shots into the air on the one side, and 4 shots on the other side, and by this ruse made it appear that the woods were full of robbers. Johnson, the messenger of the Southern Express Company, stood on the floor of his car, pistol in hand, as the engineer entered, the door being broken through, and manifested a disposition to resist the attack upon his car. Rube, however, standing in the doorway, covered him with his 2 Colt's revolvers, and threatening to shoot both engineer and messenger, the latter, being entreated also by the engineer, like Ben Battle, of old, laid down his arms. Rube threw a sack to the engineer, not trusting himself to cross the portals of the doorway in which he stood, and bade him hold it, while the messenger was ordered to place within it the contents of his safe. The messenger complied, but the bulk of the matter placed in the sack was so small that Rube insisted he had not received all. The messenger, taking from his safe a book, said, "This is all, do you want this?" "No," said Rube, "don't put that in." "Give me your pistol," then said Rube, "butt end foremost." The messenger complied, and Rube backed out of the car, saying to the messenger and engineer, "If you poke your heads out of the car before I get out of sight, I will shoot them off." The work was done so quickly that the passengers were hardly aware of what had occurred until all was over. The conductor, who came forward and entered the rear compartment of the express car, which was used for baggage, while the messenger was delivering the contents of his safe, was observed by Rube and ordered to retreat. Taking in the situation, the conductor deemed prudence the better part of valor, and complied. This proved to be Rube's last exploit at train robbing, and he secured only the pitiful sum of $256.19. Officers of the express company, with several detectives, arrived on the scene the next day, and it was soon ascertained that Rube had gone back into Santa Rosa County, from which he was quickly driven by the detectives, on the long, last chase of his career. Chapter 19. Rube routed from Florida the chase into Marengo County, a la his capture. The detectives of the Southern Express Company were only a few hours behind the outlaw when he reached his lair in Santa Rosa County on the 3rd day after the Flomaton robbery. Anticipating his return, an effort was made to cut off his retreat. Rube, however, had 24 hours the start, and being at home in the swamps, succeeded in eluding his pursuers. It was now determined by the officers of the Southern Express Company to organize a posse under the leadership of Detective Thomas Jackson and drive the bandit from the swamps of Santa Rosa and capture him at whatever cost and hazard. Detectives Stewart and Kinsler, of the Louisville and Nashville Railway Service, were detailed to aid Jackson, and several other trusted men were added to the posse. "Go into Santa Rosa and capture Rube, or drive him out," was the order given. The faithful detectives, willing to brook any toil and brave any danger, however hazardous, pledged their best efforts to carry out the order. The expedition, having been provided with 10 days' rations, quietly set out for Santa Rosa County on the 12th of September. John Barnes, who had returned, having failed in his attempted treaty with Rube, was the trusted guide. Leaving the Pensacola and Atlantic Railway at a flag station south of Milton, the party set out afoot across the swamps for Wells Cabin, distant about 35 miles. The difficulties which beset the journey, however, were so numerous that 3 days were consumed in arriving at their destination. Reaching the vicinity of Wells' home soon after dark on the 15th of September, the cabin was surrounded, and sentries, under cover of the adjacent cane and brush, began watch. Morning came, and with it the detectives hoped Rube would appear, either to enter the cabin for food, or, if sheltered there the previous night, he could be seen going out. Not so. For 3 days and nights a close watch was kept under circumstances of hardship and suffering which sorely taxed the capacity of the detectives. Driven by hunger and thirst, they finally resolved upon a strategy which in time brought good results. About sunrise on the morning of the 18th of September the detectives closed in upon the cabin. Rube was not found. It was evident, however, that he was in the immediate vicinity. A trunk, containing a suit of clothing, an overcoat, and some small articles, was found in the cabin, and the property was confessed to be that of Ward. Searching the trunk, Jackson found $35 in currency, which bore the marks of having been stitched while in the custody of the express company. The money being claimed by Wells, other money was exchanged for it, but the clothes were taken in charge. The detectives now resolved to starve Rube out to hold his commissary and prevent the issue of any supplies. While the detectives were in ambush about the cabin, visits were being made by members of the Wells household to Rube, but it was impossible to follow these scouts without disclosing the presence of the detectives. The wild solitude of the place quickened the ears of these lawless people to the least sound, and the snapping of a cane in the brake or the sound of a footstep was regarded as a signal of danger. The very profession of these people was to harbor thieves. Once in possession of the Wells domicile, the detectives put the whole family under close surveillance. They virtually made prisoners of them. Deploying part of their forces in the adjacent cane brakes, they swept every trail for miles around, and made it impossible for the outlaw to find food in any part of that section. While scouring the swamps, Detective Jackson learned from a thoroughly reliable source that Rube had crossed Yellow River just above the Florida line on the 25th of September. The order had been carried out. Rube had been routed from the swamps of Santa Rosa. The detectives were at once withdrawn from Florida. Barnes, the guide, hurried home, his presence not having been disclosed while in the Wells neighborhood. Jackson was now making ready to strike the trail of Rube, who, he felt sure, had crossed the Alabama line, when, on September 29, the following telegram from John Barnes was received: "Ward, the man you call Rube Burrow, took breakfast at my house this morning and left at noon, going by way of Repton. Allah send Jackson with sufficient force to capture him." The express official who received the message had talked with Barnes and knew that Ward and Burrow were identical. There could be no mistake. Instant pursuit was organized. Rube had called at the home of Barnes early in the morning and asked for something to eat. Barnes recognized him instantly as Rube Burrow, alias Ward. He felt sure that while piloting the detectives in and about Rube's den in the cane brakes of Santa Rosa, his identity had been disclosed and the outlaw had come to seek revenge. Barnes invited his unexpected and unwelcome guest in, with fear and trembling. Rube being seated, Barnes went into the kitchen to assist his wife in preparing breakfast. Barnes said to his wife, who knew the history of his trip into Florida, "That man is Rube Burrow, and I believe he has come here to kill me, and if he does so, you will know who murdered me." Barnes was without firearms of any kind, and although not wanting in courage, felt the struggle with the armed outlaw would be an unequal one if he should either attempt to arrest him, or if Rube should attack him. Making an excuse to leave the house for a few minutes, Barnes sent a message to Mr. Johnson, a neighbor who lived only a half-mile distant, to come to his aid, but Johnson was not at home. Rube's breakfast was soon prepared, and as he seemed very peaceably inclined, Barnes incidentally mentioned that he had worked, in March, 1888, at a log camp in Baldwin County. Finally Barnes suggested that his guest's face seemed familiar. Rube replied, "I guess not," and refused to renew his acquaintance with Barnes, and, as subsequent events proved, was firm in the belief that Barnes had forgotten him. Rube provided himself with about 2 days' rations, which he paid Barnes liberally for, and resumed his journey, after making inquiries, according to his custom, 4 points in various directions. Barnes went immediately to Castleberry and sent the telegram referred to, and waited there until joined by the express officials and detectives. At midnight, September 30, Detectives Jackson and Kinsler started on the trail at once. Detective Barnes, of the L&N Railway, accompanied them, having in charge a brace of well-trained bloodhounds, should their use become necessary. Jackson correctly surmised that Rube was making for Lamar County, and he therefore set out for Bell's Landing, about 50 miles distant, and on the line of route to Lamar County. About noon the next day, and when within 10 miles of the Alabama River, the detectives found they were but 3 hours behind the outlaw, who was traveling in the direction of Bell's Landing. Reaching the farm of John McDuffie, 7 miles from Bell's Landing, Jackson requested his assistance, disclosing to him the information that he was in hot pursuit of Rube Burrow. McDuffie had been recommended to Jackson by the sheriff of that, Monroe, County as a brave and fearless man, and Jackson felt that his assistance would be, as subsequent events confirmed, a valuable acquisition to the posse. Guarding all the adjacent landings on the river that night, the detectives were quite sure that Rube had not crossed the Alabama River at daylight on the morning of October 3d. While reconnoitering in the vicinity of Bell's Landing, about 10 o'clock that morning a Negro came with a message from Mrs. McDuffie that Rube was then eating breakfast at a Negro cabin on McDuffie's farm, then 6 miles distant. John M. C. Duffy. Under whip and spur, John McDuffie led the party back to his farm. The cabin was quickly surrounded. It was soon ascertained that Rube had breakfasted, and taking the only boat at the landing had put himself across the river about 30 minutes before the arrival of the posse. Again had luck favored the outlaw, and a chance half-hour's time had intervened to save him from certain capture. It was discovered that Rube had made a bed of some brush under the cliff near the brink of the river and had slept there the previous night. His appearance at the cabin for breakfast was reported by the colored people to Mrs. McDuffie, who immediately sent a courier to her husband. A few minutes after the posse reached the cabin, Mrs. McDuffie, having walked from her home, 2 miles away, arrived. "What are you doing here?" said her husband. Mrs. McDuffie answered, "Oh, I thought the boy might not find you, and I would come down and get a good description of Rube, so as to help you to find him if he should leave." Mrs. McDuffie was escorted by Master McDuffie, only 6 years of age. Bravo to this courageous woman. While all who know her do homage to her many womanly graces, let the brave Mrs. John McDuffie be laurelled among the bravest of the matrons of the South. An accurate description of Rube was obtained from the colored people, who reported that he had 3 pistols and a rifle. The detectives were obliged to go down the river 6 miles before they could cross. Pushing forward, they crossed the Alabama River with all possible dispatch. Hoping that Rube would leave the swamps after crossing the river and take the one public highway leading towards Demopolis, a covered wagon was hired. Into this wagon the detectives and McDuffie crowded themselves and ordered the driver onward. The pursuit was now hot and success seemed certain. Every moment the posse expected to receive from the driver the preconcerted signal that the fugitive had been overtaken, when they would cover him with their guns and demand his surrender. In eager expectancy the detectives journeyed for 10 miles by wagon, and until darkness ended all hope of overtaking the outlaw that day. Sending back for their horses, the chase was resumed next morning on horseback. When within 2 miles of Thomasville, Iowa, Saturday, October 4, the pursuing party found Rube only 2 hours ahead. From this point telegrams were sent to the express officials, who repaired to Demopolis, Iowa, feeling confident that Rube was en route to Lamar County, and would cross the Tombigbee River in that vicinity. Jackson pursued the trail in every possible direction from Thomasville, and confirmed his theory that Rube, traveling under cover of the woods, was avoiding the public highways. He therefore deemed it best to ride into Demopolis, 35 miles distant, that night, and organize other posses and guard all the adjacent river landings. Early Sunday morning, October 5, found the officers of the express company and the detectives in conference at Demopolis. It was decided to organize in a quiet way additional posses to guard the river landings and to search the northern district of Marengo County, in which it was certain the outlaw had gone. Scores of the good people of that section joined in the chase. Marengo County, by Sunday night, had been organized into one vast army of detectives. At daylight on Monday morning it was known that Rube had not crossed the river. The search was therefore renewed with unceasing vigilance. Knowing that the outlaw was apt to visit a Negro cabin for food, the white planters were apprised of the situation and were especially enjoined to put their colored employees on watch. About midnight on Monday, Jackson and McDuffie returned to Demopolis, and no tidings of the outlaw, up to that hour, had been received. However, about 3:00 a.m., Tuesday, a courier, sent by Mr. D.J. Meadow, brought the news that Rube had been seen about dark 3 miles from Beckley's Landing, about 18 miles south of Demopolis. It was surmised that the outlaw, being so close to the river, would possibly cross that night. Jackson went down on the west side of the river, while McDuffie took the east bank. While en route, McDuffie was joined by J.D. Carter, who, infused by the spirit that prevailed among the good people of that section, expressed a desire to assist in the chase. McDuffie and Carter joined each other at noon, and deploying the men under him through the bottoms, McDuffie was soon alone with Carter. Meantime Jesse Hildreth, a very worthy and reliable colored man, had discovered Rube in an abandoned cabin Tuesday morning. Hildreth had noticed smoke arising from the cabin chimney the night previous, and repairing thither early next morning found the outlaw asleep. He woke him and at once recognized the fugitive described to him the previous day. Rube said he was hunting work, and asked Jesse to get him some coffee. Jesse, pretending to be in search of his horse, told Rube he would go by home and order coffee sent him. Jesse kept watch on the cabin, and finding Rube about to depart, rejoined him at the cabin and endeavored to detain him by selling Rube his horse. Rube, however, did not want to buy a horse, and asked the way to Blue Lick. Jesse, determined to keep Rube in sight, offered to go and show him the way. Rube mounted Jesse's horse, while the latter walked. About noon, while passing the house of a colored man, George Ford, Jesse suggested to Rube, as it had begun to rain very hard, to stop and get dinner, and wait till the rain should be over. To this Rube consented. While dinner was being prepared, Jesse, on the alert for some of the bosses, as he expressed it, went out of the house. Frank Marshall, a colored man, who was also looking for the stranger, at this moment rode up to the cabin. Jesse quickly explained that the man was in Ford's house, and while the colored men were in conference they discovered, to their great joy, 2 white men about a quarter of a mile distant, riding in their direction. Joining them at the foot of the hill the 2 men proved to be McDuffie and Carter. Ford's cabin was in an open field, and McDuffie and Carter found they could not approach it within less than 200 yards without being seen. It was agreed that Jesse and Frank should go ahead, enter the cabin, seize the outlaw, and give the signal to McDuffie and Carter, who would approach cautiously under cover. Entering the cabin, the Negroes found Rube making ready for his departure, having eaten dinner. He was wholly unsuspicious of anything wrong in the movements of the colored men, however. Rube was in the act of wrapping his trusty Marlin rifle in an oilcloth, when Jesse said, "Boss, let me wrap it for you." Rube handed the rifle to Jesse, who carefully wrapped it, and feigning to hand it back, dropped it. Quick as thought, Jesse gathered his great brawny arms about the outlaw, and with a grip like that of an octopus he struggled for the mastery. Frank Marshall threw himself upon the outlaw at the same time, but not being very robust, was not able to greatly assist Jesse. The latter was as strong as an ox. His weight was 180 pounds, his height about 5 feet 10 inches, and there was not an ounce of surplus flesh upon him. He wore no shoes, and his great, broad feet looked as big as a pair of Virginia hams. "Where was Frank while you were struggling with Rube?" said someone afterwards to Jesse. "For de Lord, boss, he had his mouth full of Frank." Rube had caught Frank's shoulder in his teeth, while Jesse grappled with him. Biting Frank and stamping Jesse's bare feet, the outlaw struggled with Herculean strength for liberty. He dragged his captors across the floor of the little cabin, shaking it from bottom to top. The noise of the scuffle within was heard by McDuffie and Carter, who meanwhile had been quietly approaching. Just at the moment when Rube was falling to the floor, the colored men on top, they rushed in, and seizing Rube, disarmed him. He was searched and tied before being allowed to rise. A Colt S revolver, .45 caliber, and $175 were found on his person. The capture was made about 1 o'clock p.m., 18 miles from Demopolis. His captors concluded to avoid the risk of escape consequent upon a journey after dark to Demopolis, and, therefore, took him to Linden, the county seat, only 9 miles distant. Rube was made to mount McDuffie's horse, with his hands tied in front, his arms pinioned by tight cords to his body, and his feet tied underneath the animal. McDuffie mounted behind the prisoner, and, escorted by Carter and the two colored heroes, Hildreth and Marshall, the party set out for Linden, reaching there just at dark. The great desperado was in the toils of his pursuers at last. He was destined, however, in a short time, to outwit his captors, and to perform the last and most daring exploit of his career. Chapter XX. Rube's last desperate act: escape from jail. The deadly duel on the streets of Linden. The outlaw killed. On arrival at Linden, the sheriff being absent with the keys, the prisoner was taken to a room of the jail. The ropes still bound his hands, heavy iron shackles were locked around his ankles, and the chain uniting them was securely fastened to the floor. McDuffie repaired to the telephone office and reported the capture to the express officials at Demopolis. After obtaining a full description of the outlaw from McDuffie, and being satisfied the right man had been captured, McDuffie was asked, how many pistols had he? "Only one," said McDuffie. "There must be some mistake," answered the express official, "he had 3 when he crossed the Alabama River." "Rube says he has sold the other 2, was the answer. "Rube never sells pistols," replied the official, and knowing from the reports received that Rube always carried a sack, the inquiry was, "What's in the sack?" "Nothing but provisions," answered McDuffie. The official then instructed McDuffie to handcuff and shackle the prisoner, put him in a cell of the jail and place half-dozen men on guard. McDuffie replied, "There are 40 men on guard." Indeed, the whole town of Linden surrounded the jail, and McDuffie's answer was not, perhaps, exaggerated. When Rube's supper was brought, his hands were untied that he might eat, and they were not again manacled. Rube sat and joked with his guards and visitors, entertaining them with his droll humor, which seemed never to forsake him. His shoes were badly worn, and a visitor remarking it, said, "Rube, your shoes are badly run down, you need a new pair." "Yes," replied Rube, "some people always praise their shoes up, but I always run mine down." One by one the visitors dropped out, and at midnight John McDuffie, Jesse Hildreth, and Frank Marshall were left in charge of the prisoner. Carter, not feeling well, had retired to Glass Store, just across the street from the jail. He had possession of Rube's rifle and money. George Ford, in whose cabin the capture occurred, found, after the departure of the prisoner, a greasy cloth sack, and knowing it to be the property of Rube, carried it to Linden, arriving some half-hour after the prisoner. He deposited the sack on the steps of the courthouse and reported the fact to the colored men, who informed McDuffie. It was said to contain provisions. About 4 o'clock a.m. Rube complained that he was hungry. McDuffie said, "You will have to await the usual hour for breakfast. I cannot get anything to eat now." "Where is my grub sack?" said Rube. "George left it on the courthouse steps," said Frank. "Mr. McDuffie, please send Frank for it. I have some ginger snaps and some candy in it, and I will give the boys some. I reckon they are hungry, too," said Rube. McDuffie consented, and when Frank returned he did not even look to see what was handed Rube. For full half an hour the wily prisoner sat eating ginger snaps and candy from the sack, which he occasionally shared with the colored men. Watching his chance, Rube suddenly pulled from the sack one of his trusty pistols, and covering McDuffie, who sat only about 10 feet away, said, "If you make a move I will kill you." McDuffie's pistol was lying in a chair beside him. Rube, turning to Jesse, said, "Hand me that pistol quick, or I will shoot your head off." Jesse tremblingly obeyed, and Rube covered all 3 of the guards with the 2 pistols. He then bade Jesse unlock his shackles. This being done, he said, "Now put them on McDuffie." McDuffie protested and made a motion to approach Rube, but seeing he was powerless, said, "All right, Rube, you have the drop, and can have your way." Rube then made Jesse shackle McDuffie and Marshall together. Taking the key of the jail yard door from the chair where McDuffie had placed it, Rube, jumping up about 2 feet from the floor, cracked his heels together and exclaimed, "I have the big key to the jail. I am boss of the town, and as some people say I am not Rube Burrow, I will paint Linden red, and show them who I am." He then ordered Jesse to go with him to find Carter. Carter's exact whereabouts were not known to either Rube or Jesse. To the hotel and thence to the sheriff's office they journeyed, and spending nearly an hour in a fruitless search for Carter, Rube thought Jesse was purposely delaying him. "I will kill you," said Rube, "if I find you are fooling with me." Jesse, however, was innocent. He did not know where Carter could be found. Further inquiry developed that he was in Glass Store. Rube knocked loudly on the door, and stepping aside, covered Jesse with his pistol, and in a stern whisper said, "Tell him the express people have come, and McDuffie wants him at the jail quick." A clerk answered the call to the door, and to him Jesse repeated the order in a voice loud enough to be heard by Carter, who was in the rear part of the store. Carter's footsteps could be distinctly heard as he came across the floor. Just as he appeared in the doorway, Rube threw himself in front of him, and placing his pistol within a few inches of Carter's breast, commanded, "Give me my rifle and my money, or I will shoot your head off." Carter, instantly taking in the situation, replied, "All right," and placing his hand in his hip pocket, pulled a .32 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol. The hour was just at dawn of day. The 2 men stood face to face, the one gleaming with rage and thirsting for revenge, the other cool, fearless, and determined, with law and justice on his side, not to accede to the outlaw's demand. When the sheen of Carter's pistol flashed upon Rube's vision, the outlaw fired, and Carter, anticipating the shot, threw his body to the right. The ball pierced the left shoulder, just above the collar bone, making a painful wound. Carter's intrepid courage was not dashed by his wound, and he instantly returned the fire. Rube, for the first time in all his career of crime, was called to stand and fight. He had held the drop on many a field of rencontre, but here was an even gauge of battle, with the qui-vive as the vantage ground for him. Carter boldly advanced upon the outlaw, and, with steady nerve, pressed the trigger of his faithful revolver, but Rube backed away after the first shot from Carter's pistol, and continued backing and firing until he had retreated some 30 paces, and until he himself had fired 5 shots. Just as Carter fired his 4th round, Rube turned, and running some 10 paces, leaped a few feet in the air and fell prostrate upon the earth, stone dead. After falling upon his knees, from loss of blood, Carter managed to fire a 5th shot. The 4th shot from Carter's pistol, however, had entered the upper abdomen, and cutting the portal artery, caused instant death. This was the only shot that hit Rube. McDuffie and Marshall, meantime, by means of a duplicate key, had liberated themselves, and had visited several places in the town in the endeavor to secure firearms with which to recapture Rube. Being unsuccessful, they reached the store just as the duel was ended. Rube had given to Jesse the fateful sack as they started from the jail, and while the duel between Carter and Rube was in progress, Jesse opened the sack, drew out a pistol, and rushing to Carter's assistance, commenced firing. "Stand up to him, Mr. Carter, I'm gwine to be wid you," said the heroic Jesse. He fired 2 shots, without effect, however, and was the first man to reach the dead outlaw and take from his hand his smoking revolver. All honor to Jesse Hildreth. He has written his name in the annals of his race and times as a hero. Rube's conduct in seeking out Carter and demanding his rifle and money has been reckoned as foolhardy. The truth is, however, that McDuffie had recited to him the details of the chase, and Rube knew that the detectives of the Southern Express Company were within a few miles, and that under their guidance armed posses were scouring the country in search of him. He had been told that the ferry landings were guarded, and that if his arrest had not been effected in the cabin he would have been captured on his arrival at the river landing for which he was en route. Rube knew that bloodhounds were in leash, ready to be set upon his trail, and that it would be impossible to escape without his Marlin rifle, which was in Carter's possession. With this weapon, which chambered 16 cartridges, he could have held a dozen men at bay, and perhaps might have effected his escape. His attempt to regain possession of it, therefore, was not foolhardy, but it was a dernier resort. Jefferson D. Carter. Jefferson Davis Carter, who fought the duel unto death with the great outlaw, was named in honor of the President of the Confederacy. His ancestors, who moved from South Carolina to Alabama in 1832, distinguished themselves as soldiers both during the American Revolution and the late Civil War. Young Carter was born in 1860, is unmarried, and is a prosperous merchant in the village of Myrtlewood, Ala. He is quiet and modest in his demeanor, and his encounter with Rube Burrow is the only time he was ever engaged in serious combat. A very general interest has been manifested as to the condition of Carter's wound, and universal sympathy has been expressed in his behalf. He is now under surgical treatment at Mobile, and will remain there for some time. The ball from Burrow's pistol, a .45 caliber, pierced the upper part of the shoulder, passing through the brachial plexus of nerves, and complete paralysis of the left arm has followed. It is possible that under careful antiseptic treatment the functions of the nerves may be restored, and the use of the arm fully regained. His general health has been restored, but he still carries his wounded arm supported by a bandage. In a letter dated October 18, 1890, Governor C. of Alabama, in tendering his congratulations to the officials of the Southern Express Company, writes, the running at large of the outlaw was a menace not only to the state but to this entire section of the country, and the ending of his career of crime is cause for congratulation to us all. Much as we would have preferred, by the regular course of law, to have marked a more ignominious end, his hardiness, his readiness, and his desperation prevented this, but leaves to us the very satisfactory reflection that there was found in the lawful paths of life the courage, the presence of mind and the constancy which surpassed that of the outlaw himself. J.D. Carter's name stands enrolled on the list of honor as the finest type of American courage and manhood exhibited in modern times. Brave John McDuffie, what shall be said of him and of his discomfiture at being outwitted by his wily captive? McDuffie said to the express official, on his arrival at Linden, with whom he had talked through the telephone the previous night, "I cannot look you in the face, after all the caution you gave me last night." Taking his hand and pressing it warmly, the official said, "Be of good cheer, McDuffie. Napoleon made a mistake at Waterloo, Lee made a mistake at Gettysburg, and the heroic Custer made one when he rode down to death in the Valley of the Big Horn. Greater men have made greater mistakes on greater occasions, and but for you the chase would not be over and the battle won. All is well that ends well." McDuffie had joined Detective Jackson on the afternoon of October 2d. From that hour he had been to the fore, riding night and day in the arduous chase that followed. Worn and fagged with the toils of the pursuit, he was perhaps less watchful than otherwise he would have been. Humanus est rare. A coroner's inquest was held, and the body of Rube Burrow being thoroughly identified, a verdict of death in the manner described was rendered. After treating the body with preservatives it was taken to Demopolis, Allah. Here hundreds of people assembled to view the remains of the great bandit. On arrival at Birmingham, at 3 o'clock on the morning of the 9th of October, fully 1,000 people were in waiting to get a glimpse at the body of the great train robber. Special officers were employed to keep the morbid crowd at bay. Photographs of the body were taken, and at 7 o'clock a.m. the train leaving Birmingham for Memphis conveyed the remains to Soligent, Allah. A telegram had been sent to Alan Burrow, stating that Rube's dead body would be delivered to him at noon that day at Soligent. The father was there to receive it. A representative of the Southern Express Company said to him, "We are sorry to bring your boy back in this shape, but it was the best we could do." "I have no doubt," answered Alan Burrow, "that he was mobbed." This sentiment was diffused among the friends of the outlaw, and finally found culmination in a sensational letter written from Vernon, Allah, and published in the Birmingham Age Herald. The publication asserted that Rube had been mobbed, his neck horribly broken and his body shamefully mutilated. All this, despite the fact that the body had been viewed by newspaper correspondents at Demopolis and Birmingham, and by at least 5,000 persons before it reached Soligent. The body and face bore no marks of mutilation and no wound of any description, save the small bullet hole from Carter's pistol. The remains of the most famous bandit of modern times were buried among the hills of Lamar County, in the quiet graveyard of Fellowship Church, on the morning of the 10th of October, 1890, on the very spot where, a year before, he had enlisted Rube Smith as a member of his unlawful band. A strange coincidence, surely. The train robber's pistols, belt, and Marlin rifle were taken to Memphis, Tennessee, and the publication of the chase and capture by a Memphis journal, accompanied by illustrations of the pistols and cartridge belt, and the announcement that the arms would be on exhibition at its office that morning, created a remarkable and unexpected effect. The rush of visitors that ensued was extraordinary, and is mentioned here merely to show the wonderful interest with which the career of Rube Burrow imbued all classes of people. Early in the morning the first callers were the newsboys, porters, and clerks. All wanted to see and handle the weapons of the great outlaw. Later, merchants, bankers, lawyers, shopkeepers, all alike interested, left their places of business to view the weapons. It became necessary to place the pistols and belt in a glass case and hang the rifle beyond reach, and still the crowd continued to gather. The weapons were on exhibition for several days, during all of which time the influx of visitors never ceased. Rich and poor, male and female, black and white, all were possessed of the same curiosity, and the deeds of the outlaw were discussed by some with admiration for his courage, by others with an expression of detestation of his crimes, by all with a feeling of relief that he was dead. Chapter XXI. Tragic suicide of L.C. Brock, alias Joe Jackson. He leaps from the fourth story of the prison into the open court, 60 feet below, causing instant death. His last statement. L.C. Brock, alias Joe Jackson, was placed in the penitentiary at Jackson, Miss, for safekeeping, on the 21st day of July, pending his appearance for trial at the November term of the federal court. He had elected to plead guilty, and receive a sentence of life imprisonment for the offense of robbing the United States Mail at Buckatuna, Miss, September 25, 1889, rather than be taken to Duck Hill, because the penalty of death by hanging he knew would be his fate. Again, he felt that the outraged friends of Chester Hughes, the heroic passenger who had, in assisting conductor Wilkinson on that fateful night, been shot down in cold blood, would probably mob him if taken there for trial, and fearless and bold as he was, his heart quaked within him whenever the alternative of being taken to Duck Hill was presented to him. Again and again he had been told by the officials of the Southern Express Company that whenever he repented of the conclusion he had made to plead guilty to the Buckatuna robbery and testify against Smith, that the confession he had made could be withdrawn, and he could elect a trial for the murder at Duck Hill. Meantime Rube Smith, unaware that Brock had made a confession, had notified the officials of the Express Company that he would turn state's evidence against Brock, provided a null pros could be entered in his case in the federal court. Rube Smith's proposition was, however, rejected, but Brock was told of Smith's offer to testify against him, and thus he found the coils tightening, day by day, about him. On August 22 D. Brock, under the assumed name of Winslow, the name he at first gave when captured, wrote the following letter to his uncle, at Pleasant Hill, L.A. Jackson, Miss, August 22, 1890. J.T. Harrell, Pleasant Hill, L.A. Dearest, I wrote to you some time ago, but as you neither come nor wrote I will write again. I have some very important business, would like to have you attend to, and if you will come I will pay your expenses and pay you any price beside. The business I want you to do for me is to sell my land. I do not think it will be any trouble to sell it for the cash. If you can come, please come soon. If not, write and let me know if you will come. Remember, I will pay you well besides expenses. I am very anxious to see you, as I wrote you before. If you come to the penitentiary and call for J.B. Winslow, or if you do not come, address letter to J.B. Winslow, care M.L. Jenkins, Jackson, Miss. My health is very bad. Guess it will puzzle you to read this, am writing on my knee, not even a book to lay my paper on. I will not put my right name to this. I am sure you will know the writing anyhow. So I will close, hoping to see you soon. Respectfully, N.C. J.B. Winslow. N.B. Be sure to come, and come in a very few days. I want my land sold now right away, and I will pay you a handsome price to go and make the trade for me. Come as soon as you get this. Goodbye, your friend. Mr. Harrell called on his nephew, Brock, about September 1st, succeeding the date of his letter, and for the first time learned that his nephew was charged with murder and train robbery. He had no idea who J.B. Winslow was until he met his nephew face to face, within the walls of the state prison. The scene was an affecting one. The conversation between the two occurred in the presence of Sergeant Montgomery, of the prison. Brock made no effort to secure counsel, or to summon any witnesses, but merely expressed a desire to have his uncle sell his land, a tract of 200 acres owned by him in Coffee County, Allah, and turn the proceeds over to his mother. On the 16th of October, by appointment, the U.S. District Attorney, A.M. Lee, Colonel J.H. Neville, special counsel employed by the government to assist in the trial, and the express officials, who were familiar with the facts, all met at Jackson, Miss, to arrange for the approaching trial of L.C. Brock and Rube Smith. All of these gentlemen called in company upon Brock, in his cell at the penitentiary, and District Attorney Lee told Brock if he had any witnesses he desired summoned he would have subpoenas issued, and that he was free to choose as to whether he would plead guilty or employ counsel. Brock then and there reiterated his determination to plead guilty, so frequently made prior to that time to the author, and said he had no money, and did not intend to employ any counsel. He said he was willing to testify against Smith, but remarked, "What will people think of me for doing that? See how the world looks upon Bob Ford." When told that all fair-minded and Christian people would applaud him for standing on the side of honesty and truth, he added, "Well, the Bible does not give Judas Iscariot a very fair name." And so it was easily discovered that the ill-fated criminal was battling against opposing ideas. On the one hand he was confronted with the certainty of conviction and an ignominious death at the hands of the hangman, on the other life imprisonment, with the added alternative of standing as a witness against his co-partner in crime and assisting to fasten guilt upon him. He had often said, "I prefer death to imprisonment for life, for what is life without liberty?" On Saturday, the 8th of November, 2 days before his suicide, he said to a fellow prisoner, whose hat was worn and old, "You need a new hat, you may have mine Monday." Brock had evidently made up his mind, as indicated by these remarks, to take his own life. About 9 o'clock on the morning of November 10, 1890, the day set for his trial, Detective Thomas Jackson and United States Marshal Matthews went to the penitentiary building to bring the prisoner to the federal court, as he had been notified would be done. Sergeant Montgomery sent the officer of the prison charged with the special surveillance of Brock to bring him into his office, where the detective and marshal awaited him. At night he was confined in one of the cells on the ground floor of the prison, but was permitted to occupy during the day one of the guard rooms situated on the third floor of the building. The prisoner was in this room when the keeper went after him to bring him to the sergeant's office. Just as the keeper was in the act of unlocking the door, Brock walked to the iron-barred window of the room, and beckoning to a fellow convict standing in the yard of the prison, threw out of the window the following note, November 10, 1890. To all who may read this, I write this to inform you that my name is L.C. Brock, was born and raised in Coffee County, Southeast Allah, and I am not guilty of the crime for which I am imprisoned. I am innocent, the God of heaven knows it. I have suffered all the while for the crime of someone else. On the 29th of September I wrote to L.B. Mosley, Deputy U.S. Marshal, Jackson, Miss, to come and get the names of my witnesses. He has not come yet. I do not believe the letter was mailed to him at all. Through August I had fever and nothing to lay on upstairs, daytime, but the floor, fainted 25 or 35 times from weakness. I am telling this to show or give you an idea of how I have been treated. They intend to force me to a trial without my witnesses. You show this to any and all if you wish. Respectfully, L.C. Brock. The officer, unlocking the room door, announced that he had come to take him to the sergeant's office, where the marshal and Detective Jackson were in waiting to take him to the courtroom. "All right," said Brock, and immediately followed the officer out. The penitentiary cells are 4 deep, one above the other, around a large corridor, 80 feet long, making an open court 60 feet deep. When the prisoner reached the head of the stairway, in front of the door of his room, instead of descending with the officer, he turned down the hallway and commenced to ascend the stairway leading to the fourth floor. At the same time he drew a murderous-looking knife, which he had secured and secreted in some unaccountable manner, and bade the guard stand back or he would cut him. Sergeant Montgomery was at once notified of the unusual conduct of the prisoner, and, in company with Detective Jackson and Marshal Matthews, immediately repaired to the rotunda of the court and inquired of the prisoner what he meant by such conduct. Brock was then calmly walking to and fro along the floor of the fourth story brandishing his knife, and at once declared his intention to jump to the ground beneath and kill himself. Meantime the note thrown from the window had been handed to the officers of the prison, and Brock was asked to name the party to whom he had given letters, asking that witnesses be summoned. This he refused to do, but stated that the Southern Express Company intended to railroad him either to the gallows or to life imprisonment without giving him even the shadow of a showing, whereupon Marshal Matthews assured him that he should not go to trial without counsel, and further stated that he would see that all the witnesses he desired should be summoned. Brock refused to come down, and, despite the assurances and entreaties of the officers, continued to repeat his intention to take the fatal leap. The stern and determined expression upon the desperate man's face, his cool and collected demeanor, convinced all who saw and heard him that an awful tragedy would soon be enacted. At this juncture the prisoner placed a table near the balcony railing, mounted it, declared he was alone and friendless in the world, and preferred death to life imprisonment. He asked that his uncle, Mr. Harrell then at Jackson, although the prisoner did not know it, be telegraphed the information of his death, and that his body be sent to his mother. Sergeant Montgomery, meantime, had conceived the idea of climbing the latticed walls of the court, and while the other officers diverted his attention, would reach the fourth story, directly under him, and overturn the table, and before the prisoner could regain his footing he would pinion him and prevent his suicide. Divesting himself of coat and hat, the sergeant climbed as far as the third story, when he was prevailed upon not to risk his life in such a hazardous feat, as the prisoner would undoubtedly knife him before he could carry out his project. He then came down. The officers vied with each other in appealing to the prisoner's manhood, and entreating him to forego the fatal project. Finally Detective Jackson and Marshal Matthews noiselessly went up the stairway until they stood on the landing just behind and about 6 feet from the prisoner, urging him all the while to put away his knife and come downstairs. Detective Jackson, approaching within 3 or 4 feet of the prisoner, said, "Joe, you are not going to jump, are you?" "Yes, I am," replied the prisoner, and stepping from the table to the railing, he sprang head foremost into the awful space. Vaulting over and over in his rapid flight to the stone-covered corridor, 60 feet below, he fell, crushed and bleeding, with a sound that reverberated through the long tiers of cells, from which the gaping eyes of his fellow prisoners looked, in speechless horror, upon a tragedy so appalling as to make strong men shudder and turn pale. The unfortunate victim of his own desperation lingered for about 1 hour, unconscious, his body writhing in horrible contortions until death ensued. He was buried in the prison cemetery at Jackson at 5 o'clock on the evening of his death. The author, having repeatedly visited Brock while confined at Jackson, takes pleasure in acquitting the officers of the state penitentiary of any maltreatment of the prisoner. The prisoner made no attempt to secure witnesses, in fact, repeatedly stated he had none. The statement written and thrown from the window, is, therefore, not entitled to credit. A few minutes before his suicide he freely confessed to having received fair treatment at the hands of the prison officials. The following lines were found on his person after death, indicating that the bold outlaw, in his hours of retrospection, had garnered the bitter fruitage of despair and remorse so aptly depicted: "How wise we are when the chance is gone, and a glance we backward cast. We know just the thing we should have done when the time for doing is past. Chapter XXII. Rube Smith's trial for the Buckatuna mail robbery and unsuccessful alibi, perjured witnesses, masterly speeches, conviction and sentence. The tragic and appalling death of L.C. Brock, alias Joe Jackson, while it spread consternation among his fellow prisoners and disturbed somewhat the serenity of the court, did not impede the course of justice. The trial of Rube Smith for the Buckatuna mail robbery was proceeded with in the federal court, Judge R.A. Hill presiding, as though nothing had occurred. It was of but little importance to the defendant whether he should be tried at that time or later. He had already been convicted in the state court for the express robbery and sentenced to imprisonment for 10 years. His defense was conducted in a skillful and able manner by Colonel John A. Blair, of Tupelo, Miss. The government was represented by Captain A. M. Lee, United States District Attorney, who made a masterly presentation of the case in behalf of the prosecution. Captain Lee was assisted by Colonel J. H. Neville, the brilliant prosecuting attorney for the 2nd Judicial District of Mississippi. Colonel Neville had successfully conducted the prosecution for the express robbery, and had, on account of his familiarity with the facts and his recognized ability, been employed by the Department of Justice to assist in the prosecution. The corpus delicti was proved by the introduction of the conductor, engineer, express messenger, and the railway mail agent. Neil McAllister, a very sensible colored man, in whose cabin the robbers spent 2 days immediately preceding the occurrence, identified Rube Smith as one of the men who had occupied his cabin, and disappeared on the morning of the robbery. W. D. Cochran, an intelligent farmer of the vicinity, also identified Smith as being in that locality 2 days before the train was robbed. McClung's testimony, reciting all the details of the robbery as given him by Smith, was corroborated by the engineer and other train employees. The letters written by Smith, his proposition to become a witness for the prosecution against Brock, which was declined, all formed links in the chain of testimony against him which the skill and ability of defendant's counsel could not weaken or break. The father of the prisoner testified that his son had slept at his home in Lamar County on the night of the Buckatuna robbery. James Barker and Jasper Smith, the former an uncle by marriage, and the latter a first cousin of the defendant, both testified unscrupulously and recklessly in support of the alibi sought to be established. As a fitting climax to the trial, otherwise famous as it had been rendered by the tragic events that had so closely preceded it, James Barker and Jasper Smith were arrested for perjury immediately on leaving the witness stand. The grand jury being in session, they were indicted at once, and finding that any defense would be useless, both entered a plea of guilty. James Barker was sentenced to 3 years and Jasper Smith to 2 years imprisonment at hard labor at Detroit. Consequent upon the arrest of the defendant's witnesses for perjury originated a good story on Colonel Blair. Jim McClung, Smith's pal, had been confined in default of bond in the jail at Jackson as a witness. When James Barker and Jasper Smith were arrested, they sent for Colonel Blair, who went to the jail to visit them. On entering, Colonel Blair found Jim McClung playing a game of solitaire in the hall of the jail. Jim is wholly illiterate, but was possessed of a good deal of droll wit that made him an entertaining witness. The following conversation ensued between Colonel Blair and Jim McClung. Colonel B: Good morning, Jim. How are you this morning? Jim: MCC only tolerable, Colonel, not feelin' very well. How are you? Colonel B: First rate, Jim, but I am not surprised that you are not feeling very well. I don't see how a man can feel very well who has, alluding to his testimony against Smith, put his friend in prison, as you have done. Jim: MCC Well, now, Colonel, look here. Before you come into this case there warn't but one of my friends in prison, and now you have been a foolin' with the case since last spring and you've got 3 of 'em in. How is that? Eh. The joke was on the gifted and brilliant attorney. He had been powerless to stem the tide which swept his client and witnesses alike into the prisoner's cell. On the 18th day of November, 1890, Rube Smith was brought before the bar of the court by the marshal, and asked by the venerable judge presiding if he had anything to say as to why the judgment of the law should not be pronounced upon him for the crime of which he stood convicted. The prisoner replied he had nothing further to say, whereupon Judge Hill addressed him as follows: "Mr. Reuben Smith, the crime of which you stand convicted, and for which it becomes my duty as presiding judge of the court to pronounce against you the penalty of the law, which is confinement at hard labor in the penitentiary for the remainder of your natural life, is that of forcibly and violently robbing the United States mail. This crime is the highest crime known to the law of the United States, save that of murder and treason, and is punished with the severest penalty save that of death. The reason therefore is that the robber usually engages in robbery with the determination to murder his victims if necessary to carry out his purpose. It is sad to behold a young man like yourself, who, by an upright and virtuous life, might have been an honorable and useful citizen, enjoying the blessings of the most refined and elevated society, banished, as it were, from all that renders life desirable. The evil consequences of your crime are not confined to yourself. For to save you from the punishment of your offense no less than 5 of your family and friends have perjured themselves to establish an alibi in your behalf, for which offense 2 of them have already pleaded guilty and are condemned to serve terms at hard labor in the penitentiary, a punishment the more serious in its consequences because not confined to themselves alone, but to their helpless families and children as well. Sad as these consequences are, you may, and it is your duty, to repent of your offense against the laws of the state and the nation, and against your Maker, your family, and your own well-being, and commence a new life by obeying strictly all the laws of God and man, and especially the regulations of the prison in which you will be confined. If you do this, in the course of time the President may grant you a pardon, but whether this is granted or not, your best interest is to obey whatever may be required of you, and also to employ all of the means that may be offered you to improve your mind and your morals, and to make preparations for the final judgment. I feel assured that if you conduct yourself properly you will be not only treated well, clothed and fed well, but will receive as kind treatment as the circumstances will permit. Will you promise me that you will follow this advice?" The prisoner replied in a subdued tone, "I will follow your advice. The judgment of the court and of the law is, that for the offense for which you stand convicted you be delivered to the warden of the penitentiary of the state of Ohio, at Columbus, and be there imprisoned at hard labor for and during your natural life." Chapter XXIII. Conclusion. An honest tale speeds best, being plainly told. If the reader has been disappointed in the fact that the hero of this narrative has not been vested with the glamour of princely wealth, that he has not been painted a knight-errant of more romantic type, and that a champion in the field of pillage and plunder should not wear golden spurs and a helmet of brass, the fault lies not with the author, but rather with the popular error which presupposes these fallacious results. The stereotyped question of all interested in his career has been, what did Rube Burrow do with his money? The accuracy of the statement is vouched for, that in all of the 8 train robberies, from Benbrook, Texas, to Flomaton, Allah, reckoning his share as equal with that of his companions in crime, Rube Burrow secured not exceeding $5,500. He invested, in the spring of 1887, about $400 by purchasing a 1/2 interest, with his brother, in a few acres of land in Texas. Soon after the Genoa robbery he purchased for $1,600 the farm on which his father now resides in Lamar County, paying $400 cash and giving his note for $1,200. A few weeks after the Buckatuna robbery, this note, through his father, was paid, some of the currency used being subsequently identified as part of that stolen at Buckatuna. The residue, the pitiful sum of $3,500, was spent in the vain endeavor to avoid the ceaseless pursuit organized against him, and which made the latter years of his life an intolerable burden. In the autumn of 1889, Rube Burrow made, through one of his kinsmen, a proposition to the officers of the Southern Express to surrender, upon the condition that he would not be tried for the murder of Hughes or Graves. The proposition was, of course, promptly declined. L.C. Brock, alias Joe Jackson, stated, after his arrest, that he had at one time made up his mind to seek an interview with Detective Jackson, with a view of making some conditions for his own surrender, but Rube's proposition having been declined, he gave up the project. Although lawless by instinct, training, and ambition, these men had drunk the bitter cup of crime to the dregs, and longed, no doubt, to enfranchise themselves from the toils that beset them, and which, like an avenging nemesis, pursued them to the end. The Southern Express Company expended, independently of all rewards, about $20,000 in the hunting down of this band of train robbers. The total rewards offered for Rube Burrow amounted to about $3,500. The rewards of $1,000 by the United States government, and $250 by the state of Mississippi, have been, so far, withheld, because the language of the statutes, both federal and state, under which the rewards were offered, required conviction in the courts. Inspector Agee Sharp, of the United States Postal Service, who has been very zealous in urging that the rewards offered by the government be paid, writes under date of December 17, 1890, as follows: while in Washington recently, I laid the matter of reward for Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson before the Postmaster General and the Chief Inspector, and strongly urged that the rewards for both be paid, and the question of conviction be waived. I believe the claims to be just, and that good policy suggests prompt payment. I feel satisfied that the Postmaster General will accept my advice in the matter, and that the rewards for both will be paid in full. Of this, however, I cannot speak positively, but from the reply made by the Postmaster General, to my earnest solicitation, I feel justified in saying that I have strong reasons for believing that he will make the order allowing the rewards. All other rewards for Rube Burrow have been paid to Carter and his associates. The rewards for Brock and Smith, excepting those offered by the government and the state of Mississippi, have also been paid to the parties interested. William Brock, of Texas, was in no wise related to L.C. Brock. The two men never met, and that two of Burrow's clansmen bore the same name was merely a coincidence. The question recurs, does train robbing pay? Here were men whose untoward inclinings, fostered by evil association, inflamed them with a passion for lawlessness. Their brawny arms were uplifted against the laws of God and man for ambition's sake. They loved pillage for booty's sake. Behold the hapless fate of the 5 men who linked their fortunes together, commencing with the date of the Genoa robbery in December, 1887. William Brock, although sentenced to a short term of imprisonment, will carry to his grave the stigma of an ex-convict. Rube Smith has entered the gloomy portals of a prison, in which he is doomed to spend the remaining days of his life a fate more horrible than death. Rube Burrow, Jim Burrow, and L.C. Brock lie in unhallowed graves, their memories kept alive only by the recollection of their atrocious deeds, leaving their kindred and friends to realize the bitter truth that the evil that men do lives after them, the good is oft interred with their bones. Verily, the way of the transgressor is hard, for whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Transcribers' notes punctuation, hyphenation, and spelling were made consistent when a predominant preference was found in the original book, otherwise they were not changed. Misspellings and poor punctuation in some letters have been retained. Simple typographical errors were corrected, unbalanced quotation marks were remedied when the change was obvious, and otherwise left unbalanced. Illustrations in this ebook have been positioned between paragraphs and outside quotations. In versions of this ebook that support hyperlinks, the page references in the list of illustrations lead to the corresponding illustrations. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Rube Burrow, King of Outlaws, and his band of train robbers. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the General Terms of Use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works. 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, We hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, You paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or federal tax identification number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. Rube Burrow, King of Outlaws. Preface. Contents. Rube Burrow. Chapter I. Lamar County, Alabama, the home of the Burrow family. Biographical sketch of Rube Burrow's ancestors. Chapter 2. Rube leaves Lamar County, Alabama. His early life in the Lone Star State. His brother Jim joins him. The Bellevue, Gordon, and Ben Brook, Texas, train robberies. Chapter 3. The Genoa, Ark, robbery, December 9, 1887. Arrest of William Brock. His confession. Chapter 4. The Pinkertons. After Rube and Jim Burrow in Lamar County, their narrow escape. Chapter V. Rube and Jim board an L&N railway train at Brock's Gap. Their arrest and the subsequent escape of Rube. Chapter 6. Rube Burrow returns to Lamar County. Joe Jackson joins him in March 1888. Their trip into Baldwin County, Alabama. Chapter 7. The ride into Arkansas to liberate Jim Burrow. Failure and return to Mississippi. Chapter 8. Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson leave Arkansas. They turn up as cotton pickers in Tate County, Mississippi. Chapter 9. Jim Burrow arraigned. Trial postponed. His return to Little Rock Prison. Letters home. His death in prison. Chapter X. The Duck Hill, Miss, robbery. The killing of passenger Chester Hughes. Chapter 11. The cold-blooded murder of Moses Graves, the postmaster of Jewell, Alabama. Chapter 12. Rube Smith joins Rube Burrow and Joe Jackson the Buckatuna robbery. Statement of Engineer the Rill. Chapter 13. The capture of Rube Smith and James M. Klung at Amory. Miss M. Klung's confession: a plan to rob the train falls through, a safe robbery nipped in the bud. M. Klung's confession. Chapter 14. A false alarm: the ox cart trip to Florida, the separation, Rube located at Broxton Ferry, his escape. Chapter 15. Capture of Joe Jackson. Chapter 16. Confession of Leonard Calvert Brock, alias Joe Jackson, made at Memphis, 10, July 19, 1890, and corrected and amended at Jackson, Miss, October 16, 1890. Chapter 17. Rube Smith's plot to escape from prison, his plans discovered, the telltale letters. Chapter 18. Rube Burrow harbored in Santa Rosa, the Flomaton robbery. Chapter 19. Rube routed from Florida, the chase into Marengo County, a la his capture. Chapter XX. Rube's last desperate act: escape from jail, the deadly duel on the streets of Linden, the outlaw killed. Chapter XXI. Tragic suicide of L.C. Brock, alias Joe Jackson. He leaps from the fourth story of the prison into the open court, 60 feet below, causing instant death, his last statement. Chapter XXII. Rube Smith's trial for the Buckatuna mail robbery, an unsuccessful alibi, perjured witnesses, masterly speeches, conviction and sentence. Chapter XXIII. Conclusion. Transcribers notes: the full Project Gutenberg license V678-9X134455661718202334353637383940414243444546474849 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 84 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 161 162 163 164 165 166 167 168 169 170 171 172 173 174 175 176 177 178 178 179 180 181 182 183 184 185 186 187 188 189 190 191 192 193 194